In A Tragic Wreck, the second book in the Beautiful Mess series by T.K. Leigh, Olivia Adler is running from her own heartache, burying herself in the isolation of a Florida beach, haunted by her past. She's trying to numb the pain and shut out everything that reminds her of the love she lost. But some loves refuse to let you go. Meanwhile, in Boston, Alexander Burnham can't escape the shadow of Olivia. He tries to drown his sorrow in distractions, but every thought, every heartbeat, still belongs to her. When a clue surfaces that could lead him to Olivia, he will stop at nothing to bring her back if he can protect her from the dark forces threatening to tear them apart. T.K. Leigh's A Tragic Wreck is a story of love, loss, and the strength it takes to confront the ghosts of the past. Will Olivia let herself feel again? Or is she doomed to live a lie, and can Alexander protect her from the dangers that lurk in the shadows? A Tragic Wreck is a journey of heartbreak, redemption, and the fight for love, ready to dive into a world where the past never stays buried for long. Press play and experience a love story that will leave you breathless. Chapter 1. Moving on. As Sarah Olivia Adler sat on the front deck of the beach cottage she had been hiding in for the past few weeks, the glow of the setting sun behind her casting beautiful shadows over the ocean, she thought about all the decisions she made that led her to that point in her life. This would be a perfect oyster-throwing deck, she thought to herself, fighting back the tears that threatened to fall at the memory of eating oysters with Alexander. She sighed as she grabbed her wine glass and retreated back inside. As far as rentals went, she had found a pretty good one. The 2-story oceanfront cottage on the north end of Amelia Island had an old-school beach house vibe to it that made her feel safe. She loved listening to the hardwood floors creak as she walked through her refuge on the coast. The salty air blew in through the large windows that adorned each wall. There was an open and airy quality to her new home that she relished. It was peaceful. No one there knew her name, and she liked it that way. Olivia had been avoiding all sorts of technology since she arrived in Florida, not wanting to deal with the reality of what she had done. She got scared and she ran. Again. Her shrink was right. At some point, her friends would give up on her, sick of her always leaving and running. They'd be better off without me in their lives, she thought. October gave way to November, and the weather began to cool off a bit. Olivia spent her days reading on the beach, trying to avoid all romance novels. She kept to herself, content to be a recluse. She ran a lot. It helped to clear her mind of everything to do with Alexander Burnham. She ate dinner on her deck most nights, watching the waves roll in. She dreaded nighttime. The nightmares always found her. Often, she woke up screaming, clutching her heart, and then began to cry when she realized that Alexander was no longer there to soothe her sobs. His arms were no longer there to calm her breathing, and every night she continued to see his face in her dreams, uttering those 5 little words that had changed everything. It will destroy me, too. Olivia loved the mornings as the sun rose over the Atlantic, the sky a soft orange. If a storm was coming in, the street by her house would be lined with cars of surfers hoping to catch a few waves before the rain hit. "Good morning," a voice called to her one day, catching her eye as she sat on her deck enjoying her morning coffee. He untied a surfboard from his Wrangler and made his way to the beach. Olivia took in his appearance, watching as his tall, lean body walked away from her. Her heart stopped a little when he turned around and smiled, his teeth bright against his tan skin and sandy hair. No, Libby, never again. She reminded herself before getting up from the deck and retreating inside. Her heart beat madly, all from a simple smile. Maybe a distraction was exactly what she needed to forget about Alexander. But the problem was, she just couldn't forget about him. He was permanently ingrained in her mind and heart. She wasn't sure she would ever get over him. She wasn't sure she wanted to. "Come on, Alex, you need to get out of this funk," Tyler said to his brother as they sat at a dimly lit bar on Boylston Street in Boston. "You need to get your mind off of—" "Stop!" Alexander roared. "Do not say that name. I can't bear to even hear it." He slung back his shot glass and signaled the bartender for another one. His eyes were fuzzy, and he wasn't sure another shot was such a smart idea, but he didn't care. He needed to numb the pain he felt. He lost her. How could he miss the signs? She had become so aloof that weekend in Newport, but he ignored it and she left. He had searched for any sign of where she might be, but couldn't find her. Not yet. Anyway, it was as if she simply vanished. He didn't know what happened that day back in October. He wasn't thinking. He was so torn about the fact Olivia was gone that he failed to act. By the time he had finally come around and was able to function again, hours had passed. It was all his fault. Okay, I won't say the name, but you can't go on like this. You know that, right? Tyler was worried about him. He had never seen him so upset before. Olivia had been gone for almost a month, and he was still angry and hurt over everything that had happened. "Whatever," Alexander replied, downing yet another shot as he attempted to stand up. "I gotta take a leak." He stumbled away from the bar and in the direction of the restrooms. "If it isn't Alexander Burnham," a soft, sultry voice called out. Alexander turned a little too fast and had trouble steadying himself. His vision blurry, he squinted, trying to make out who had called his name. She took a step forward, and he took in her brilliant auburn hair, long legs, killer rack, and deep brown eyes. Eyes almost as deep and brown as Chelsea Wellington, Alexander slurred, propping himself up against the wall. "It's been a while." Chelsea smirked, throwing her wavy hair over her shoulder as she sauntered across the dark hallway to stand near him, taking in his tall, muscular frame. "It sure has. I've missed you." "Alex." She exhaled, keeping her gaze trained on his green eyes. "I heard you were dating someone, though I couldn't believe my ears at first." "Well, you heard wrong," he barked. Chelsea grinned, crossing her arms over her too-tight black dress. "I was hoping the gossip mills were wrong. I mean, Alexander Burnham and girlfriend in the same sentence. There's something wrong with that statement, if you ask me." Alexander stared off into the distance. There was nothing wrong with him having a girlfriend. He missed his girlfriend more than life itself. But she left, and the gap in his heart was threatening to kill him. He needed a distraction. His eyes narrowed in on Chelsea's chest. "Want to get out of here?" he asked, his eyebrows raised. "I thought you'd never ask." He led her through the bar and past Tyler, who simply gaped, wide-mouthed. He couldn't believe Alexander was actually resorting back to his old ways. Martin pulled up outside of the bar and ran around to open the car door for Alexander. "Sir," he said in greeting, eyeing his boss suspiciously. "Take us back to my place," Alexander demanded. Martin exhaled loudly as he closed the door to the SUV and ran around to get behind the wheel. Out of all the women he used to bring home, Martin couldn't believe Alexander chose to get back together with Chelsea Wellington. "At least it's not Adele," he thought to himself as he maneuvered the Escalade through the busy Boston streets. When Martin pulled up in front of Alexander's building, Chelsea waited for Alexander to run around and open the car door for her. Olivia would have just opened it herself, he thought. He took a deep breath, half-heartedly regretting his decision to invite Chelsea over, but, at the same time, feeling that he needed to move past Olivia. This was the only way he knew how. She wanted him to move on. That's what he was doing. "I just love the view from your place." "Alex," Chelsea said as they entered his penthouse. She kicked off her heels and made her way towards the staircase, turning back to look at Alexander. He stood at the door, a dumbfounded look on his face, the normally confident man nowhere to be found. "Are you coming or not? I don't have all night." He contemplated what to do. Yes, he did invite Chelsea over for the sole purpose of fucking her until Olivia never again entered his mind. But now that she was here, could he really follow through? Just a few months ago, he wouldn't even be having second thoughts. He'd bring her upstairs and bury himself inside of her. Now, after Olivia and everything they had been through, it felt wrong. Chelsea slinked towards him. "Stop thinking," she whispered. brushing her ruby-red lips against his neck, gently nibbling on his earlobe as she ran her fingers through his dark, unruly hair. "This is just sex, Alex. Nothing more. Come on. I know what you need. You need to forget about her. I can help you." She pressed her body against his. Alexander wondered how she could tell he was thinking about a girl. It all felt so different. There was no spark. Hell, he was even having a little trouble getting an erection. That never happened with Olivia. He was always ready to go when she was around, and even when she wasn't. Chelsea grabbed Alexander's belt, pulling him toward her, quickly unbuckling it before unzipping his pants. Her small brown eyes met his as she reached into his boxers and helped spring him free. "There's my boy," she smiled. He exhaled loudly, desperate to feel something other than the excruciating loss that he had been feeling the past few weeks. "Just make me forget. Chelsea, please," he pleaded with her. "Okay, Alex," she pressed her lips to his. He grabbed the backs of her neck, deepening the kiss. Slamming her against the wall, he tore her panties from her body and got lost inside of her. The whole time, he was thinking about his Olivia and what she was doing at that exact moment, wondering whether he should have looked harder, thinking about whether or not Kira was right. Would she ever come back? Maybe Olivia needed to know that he would fight for her, no matter what. But he didn't fight for her. He just let her walk away from him. Now it was November, and the trail had gone cold. Olivia disappeared without a trace. Even with all the resources he had at his disposal, there was nothing, not one clue. He thrust even harder into Chelsea, needing to find some sort of release from the hold Olivia still had over him. Would he ever be rid of that? He didn't see how. Olivia always had a hold over him. Everything he had done throughout his life had been for her. Growing up, he just knew that she wasn't dead. She couldn't be. His lack of serious relationships was due to that, always holding out hope of finding her. And once he found her, he didn't want to let go, and she left him. "That's it. Alex." "Let go," Chelsea screamed as Alexander bit into her neck, pulling out as he came in his hand. He just couldn't bring himself to come inside of Chelsea. The last person he came inside of was Olivia, and he wanted to keep it that way. He turned and walked briskly down the hallway to the bathroom to clean himself up, leaving Chelsea alone in the living room. Looking in the mirror, he saw a shell of his former self. Maybe it would have been better if he had never found Olivia. Maybe he should move on like she said. Maybe he should just forget all about her. He needed to forget her. He splashed some water on his face, enjoying the coolness of the liquid, before walking back down the hallway into his living room. "Feel better now, Mr. Burnham?" Chelsea asked coyly as she sat on his sofa. "Yes, I do. Thank you." He strode over to the couch and took a seat next to her. The air was thick in the room, Alexander not really wanting to initiate conversation. Chelsea sighed loudly. "So, want to talk about it?" Alexander looked over at her. "No, not really. I'd rather just forget about everything that went on these past few months and pretend none of it ever happened." She grinned. "Would you like my help doing that?" His eyes met her small brown ones. How could he possibly forget about Olivia's big brown eyes? He would always see them in his dreams. He knew that. But maybe, with time, he could forget. "Yes, I would. Miss Wellington." His eyes became hooded as he pushed her down on the couch, grabbing both her arms and pinning them above her head. "Oh, Mr. Burnham, I love it when you tie me up," Chelsea whispered. "Stop talking. Don't say a word until I tell you to." He growled. He just couldn't listen to her voice. Every time she spoke, all he felt was betrayal, and he didn't want to feel that. He didn't want to feel anything. Alexander ripped off his tie and wrapped it around Chelsea's hands, binding them together, before pulling out a condom and sinking back into her. Chapter 2 something. Olivia didn't even know his name, but every morning, she looked forward to seeing Surfer Boy park his Jeep in front of her house and untie his surfboard before hitting some waves with his friends. He would smile at her and she would feel heat coursing through her body. It wasn't the same as what she felt when Alexander smiled at her, but at least she felt something. and something was better than the nothingness and pain she had been feeling since she ran. The mid-November sun shined through the thick clouds one morning as she sat on her beloved deck and drank her coffee. Olivia actually started to look forward to seeing him. She was surprised that he surfed every day, even when the waves were fairly non-existent. Regardless, like clockwork, his Jeep pulled up in front of her house just as the sun rose every morning. One of Olivia's favorite things about her new home was the location. It was so peaceful being able to wake up and watch the sun climb up the horizon over the crashing waves. There was something about the sunlight reflecting on the ocean that made everything seem okay. Not good, but okay. And Olivia was content with just okay. Nothing would ever be extraordinary. Only Alexander was extraordinary, so she settled for okay. Just as the sun rose on that November morning, the Jeep pulled up, and, as usual, Surfer Boy untied his surfboard and smiled. Nothing ever changed. A smile, a drink of coffee, a sigh. That's what her mornings were composed of. My life is pathetic if my only excitement is some guy whose name I don't even know, she mumbled as she read a book on her e-reader, drinking her coffee. Cameron, my name's Cameron Bowen, but most people call me Cam. Olivia jumped, looking for the source of the voice. Surfer Boy stood to the right of Olivia's deck in his wetsuit, carrying a surfboard. She hadn't noticed him walk up to her deck, desperate to finally make an introduction. Cam turned the corner and stood by the steps leading to Olivia's deck, watching as the gorgeous, tall brunette quickly bolted off the lounge chair, turning to her front door and frantically trying to open it. You see, usually when someone gives you their name, they may want you to return the favor. At least where I'm from, they do. Olivia listened to his accent, noticing a hint of a southern drawl. And where is it you're from? Cam, she inquired, turning around and crossing her arms. All over, really. But, truth be told, born and raised in South Carolina. His eyes sparkled and Olivia couldn't help but respond to him. Me, too. But I haven't lived there in well over a decade. That's a pity. His lips turned up into a small but attractive smile that made Olivia want to melt. I bet you used to sound too cute for words with a little southern drawl. He beamed, showing Olivia a perfect set of teeth. God, he's really handsome. This was bad. This was very, very bad. She was trying to get over Alexander. It still pained her to think about what she had done. Leaving him. She couldn't string someone else along. Knowing full well she could never give that person her entire heart. She gave her heart to Alexander, and he still held it, although he probably didn't realize it. Cam took a few steps closer, still on the sandy road by her deck. He was rather attractive and had a good body underneath his wetsuit. Olivia had noticed how handsome he was several weeks ago, but up close, he was even more so. His silver eyes beamed as he smiled, staring up at her. The ocean breeze gusted, blowing his wild sandy hair in front of his eyes. But she was off men, and, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get Alexander out of her thoughts. So, are you going to tell me your name, or do I have to try to guess it? He cautiously stepped up the stairs of her deck, making sure he wasn't intruding. She uncrossed her arms and took a few steps toward him, holding her hand out. My name's Olivia. People call me Libby, though, taking Olivia's hand in his own, Cam felt her soft skin. There was something so tragic about the woman standing in front of him. He couldn't put his finger on it, but she just seemed so alone. He had been watching her every day since mid-October when she appeared out of nowhere, renting Old Man Robinson's beach cottage. He figured she would only be there for a week, but every day, without fail, she sat outside, drinking her coffee and staring out at the ocean as if it held the answers to all her questions. The first week, she barely smiled. As she drank her coffee, he noticed tears streaming down her face. Something made her sad. The waves were killer that week because of a big storm brewing off the coast. The second week, the waves died down a bit and, after checking the report, he thought about blowing off surfing in the morning. But something about the sad girl who sat on her deck and drank coffee made him put on his wetsuit and go. and even when the waves were more or less non-existent. Every day, he drove down to Ocean Avenue in the Fernandina Beach section of Amelia Island and smiled at the girl with the sad brown eyes. "Libby, it's wonderful to finally put a name to the face." Olivia took in the man she had grown accustomed to seeing. His silver eyes had a depth and a kindness to them that she had never seen before. She felt as if she could spill her entire life out to him, and he wouldn't judge her. His smile was infectious, and before Olivia knew it, she smiled back. She couldn't remember the last time she smiled. It felt good. "Do you surf?" Cam asked. "I've tried it a few times. I lived in Hawaii for a bit, and I didn't want to stick out as a haole, so I learned to surf." She looked over the horizon at the dozen or so bodies bobbing up and down, waiting to ride a wave into shore. "What's a haole?" he asked. "It's a Hawaiian term for mainlanders." She took a long sip of her coffee, wondering whether she should offer him a mug. "Ah, I see." He smiled a genuine smile at the quiet woman. "Want to catch a few waves?" he asked, gesturing toward the water. "I don't have a board or a wetsuit. Just grab a bathing suit. The waves are pretty calm today, so you'll be fine without one." Olivia hesitated, thinking about it. "Come on. I see you sitting here every morning, drinking your coffee, and you just look so sad. Please, let me at least show you some fun." She looked at him, shocked that he noticed how empty she was in just those few seconds each day. "Okay," she said after a moment of deep thought. "Give me 10 minutes. I need to shower." "Great. I'll go try to catch a wave or two. I'll see you out there." He ran toward the water, holding his board. It was a relatively warm morning for mid-November, but Olivia knew the water would be freezing. She had been there several weeks and still hadn't put a foot in the ocean. Even if she didn't get on a surfboard, at least she would finally feel the salt water against her skin. She took a quick shower, making sure to shave fairly well, pulling her long, wavy hair back. She threw on the two-piece swimsuit that she used when training for triathlons. She grabbed a towel, then walked between the sand dunes down to where the water met the shore. Cam ran up to her when he saw her walking down the beach. "Hey, you made it. You sound surprised," she mumbled dryly. "Well, a little. I thought you would blow me off. Maybe go for a run and then just sit in your house the rest of the day." His statement caught Olivia off guard. "How do you seem to know so much about me?" "You caught my eye. I have a thing for beautiful women." He winked, grabbing her hand and pulling her toward the water's edge. "Holy crap, that's freezing!" Olivia squealed when her foot hit the cold ocean, stopping dead in her tracks as Cam pulled away. "Come on, stop being a baby," he shouted back. He was already up to his knees in the water. She took a deep breath before running into the ocean, knowing that once she was fully submerged, she would feel better. "Here, grab onto the other end of the board," Cam said when she finally caught up to him. "Thanks." They swam out to just beyond where the waves crested. "Hey, Cam Bam," a guy on a surfboard yelled. "Come here, I want you to meet the guys," Cam said to Olivia. "Hey, who's this?" one of them asked. "Everyone. This is Olivia. Olivia, this is Chris, Benny, and Jason." Cam gestured to the three men bobbing on their surfboards. Olivia waved with little enthusiasm. "Hi, are you going to try surfing today?" Chris asked, trying to spark up a conversation with her. "Yeah, might as well." She shrugged. "I've surfed before, so I'm not totally useless." "Why don't you catch the first one? I'll hang back here on one of the guys' boards," Cam said as he swam over to Benny's board and hung on to it. He grinned while he watched Olivia swim away with the board. "She's hot, man," Jason said, nudging toward Cam in the water. "Is she the one you've been talking about?" "Yeah, that's her. I'm glad I worked up the nerve to finally talk to her." "You're such a pussy," Benny laughed. "For a guy pushing 35, you have no balls when it comes to talking to women." "Suck it, man," Cam joked back. "There's just something kind of sad about her. I couldn't help it." He returned his eyes to Olivia as she climbed on the board, throwing her legs on either side, getting ready to catch a wave. After a few minutes, she saw a wave coming in that was ideal for her. She positioned her hands and quickly hoisted her legs onto the board, balancing perfectly as she rode into the shore. Along the coast, a few people were milling about collecting shells. As the sandy beach got closer, she started to space out and thought she saw Alexander. She saw him everywhere lately. Her heart began to race and she panicked, losing her balance. The board slipped out from underneath her and she toppled off, hitting her head as she sank below the water. "Shit," Cam exclaimed when he saw Olivia sink beneath the surface. He swam quickly toward where she went under, desperately searching for her. He was worried that, in the few minutes it took him to get to her, she hadn't resurfaced. He dove into the water, his eyes stinging from the salt. A few feet away, he saw her. Her eyes closed, bubbles coming out of her mouth. He reached her and grabbed her around the waist, kicking toward the surface. "Come on, Libby, stay with me." He pulled her toward the shore and laid her on her back. The rest of the guys finally joined him. I think she hit her head pretty hard. Cam leaned his ear down over her nose and couldn't hear any breathing, but she still had a pulse. He started rescue breathing, frantic for her to cough up the water that appeared to be stuck in her lungs. After a few long moments, Olivia gasped, coughing. Cam helped roll her onto her side, getting the water out of her mouth. "You scared me there, sweetheart," he said softly, gazing down at the woman lying on the sand. Olivia looked around, trying to get her bearings. She went surfing. She tried to make a new friend, and now she looked like an idiot. She stood up, but her legs were weak, causing her to lose her balance. Cam caught her. "Hey, take it easy," he said softly. "You bumped your head pretty good. Let's get you back inside your house. You should probably go lie down." Cam led Olivia up the beach to her house, helping her to the couch. Once she was settled, he walked through her living room and into the kitchen, searching the freezer for some ice. He put some in a plastic bag and brought it to her. "Here," he said, leaning down and placing the ice pack on her forehead. "You should probably keep this on your head. There's a little bit of swelling." He brushed a piece of hair out of Olivia's eyes. "Thanks. Anytime." He looked around the house, noticing how minimalist everything looked. It was as if she had just rolled into town with a suitcase. There was nothing personal, aside from a guitar case leaning up against a wicker chair. He walked over and sat down. "Do you play?" he asked, gesturing to the case. Olivia took the ice off her forehead and sat up, facing Cam. "Yeah, a little, I guess. In a former life, I really haven't played lately, though, since I got here. The guitar's just been sitting there, collecting dust." Cam looked into her eyes. She seemed so empty. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a large, orange, long-haired cat walk down the stairs and into the living room. The cat stalked to Olivia, jumped on her lap, and curled up in a ball. "This is Nepenthe," she explained. "Ah," Cam breathed, "the ancient elixir of depression." Olivia turned her head. "How did you know that not a lot of people know what Nepenthe is?" "I have a brain full of useless information." Cam laughed. There was an awkward silence. He was attracted to the woman sitting across from him, snuggling up with her cat. But she seemed so distant and uninterested in anything. He didn't know much about her, but he wanted to learn more. "Can I take you to dinner tonight? There's this great place right on the water on the other side of the island." Olivia looked around. "I don't know. I don't think that's such a good idea." "Come on. It'll be fun. I promise. Just as friends. No pressure. I just want to get to know you. Be your friend." Olivia had been avoiding all social situations for the past several weeks. Certain things set her off, triggering a panic attack. Looking out her large front windows at the ocean, she hoped for some guidance about what to do. She was getting to like her new home. If she got involved with Cam, she would just leave him too. That's what she did. She ran. Always. That was all she knew. "Hey, Libby, the answer isn't there in the ocean." She looked back at Cam, a smile still on his face, but also something else. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but it was almost like a look of compassion. "I just want to get to know you. That's all. I want to spend some time with you." "But why?" Olivia asked, her brows furrowed. Why wouldn't I? I could give you 1,000 reasons," she mumbled under her breath. "As friends? That's all. Libby, come to dinner with me. Let me be your friend." Olivia sighed, petting Nepenthe. "I don't need any friends. I'm perfectly happy in my little oasis here on the beach." "Oh, come on. Don't make me beg. Olivia's heart stopped. Alexander's husky voice flashed through her memory. I like it when you beg. Her lips started to tremble and she quickly jumped off the couch, walking toward the stairs and away from Cam, desperately trying not to fall apart in front of him. She had finally gotten through an entire week without breaking down and crying when she thought about Alexander. But that memory was too much. She couldn't take it. Her heart was in pieces and she knew it was all her fault. But it still didn't make it hurt any less. Knowing that he had somehow upset her, Cam caught up to her and grabbed her arm. He didn't want to leave on such a sour note. Libby, please, whatever I said, I'm sorry. She turned to face him, tears running down her face. I just want to make you smile. Please, just come to dinner with me. I promise I'll help you forget about whatever it is that has you so upset. She looked up at Cam, surprised at his height. He was even taller than Alexander, which was a feat at 6'5". Maybe he was right. Maybe what Olivia needed was someone to help her forget. She couldn't possibly go on living her life as she had been. Every day was a struggle to get through. She felt something when she looked at him. It wasn't sparks and shivers and tremors like it was when she looked at Alexander. But something was far better than nothing. Cam pleaded with her with his eyes, desperate to find out more about this mysterious woman who had come to the island and captured his attention so quickly. Okay, I'll go out with you. A smile spread across Cam's face, and Olivia couldn't help but giggle a little at the look of excitement. Great, he exclaimed. I'll pick you up at 7. He left before Olivia could protest. She fell back onto the couch. For the first time in weeks, she actually had something to look forward to that evening. She was unsure how to feel about that. Would she just find herself in the same situation as she did with Alexander? No? Impossible. She refused to let it get that far. She couldn't. It nearly tore her apart when she had to leave Alexander, and she vowed to never do that again, even if it meant spending the rest of her life alone. Damn it. Nepenthe, what have I gotten myself into? Her cat stood up and stretched before settling back down on Olivia's stomach. Chapter 3. Hot Trail. Olivia scoured her closet looking for something to wear that evening. She refused to call it a date. It was just two friends getting to know each other. Olivia was done dating. She should never have gotten close to Alexander. It ended horribly. Life was better before. It was uncomplicated. She could fuck anyone she wanted and never get attached. That was what she needed in order to get her life back on track. Maybe Cam would help her with that. But after she had gotten a taste of what a real relationship was like, could she even think about going back to her old ways? She loved the butterflies she felt fluttering in her stomach when she thought about that special someone. She loved the cute things Alexander did for her, like sending her text messages just to say he was thinking about her, sending flowers to her office just because. Is that feeling truly worth it when you know it will end in heartbreak? She wasn't sure. Olivia fell onto her bed, wishing she still had all her clothes. She left Boston in such a hurry that she barely had much in terms of acceptable dinner attire. Most days she roamed around her house in a pair of gym shorts and a tank top. Other than that and running clothes, she didn't have much need for anything else. She glanced at the clock. It was just a little past noon. She had more than enough time to go to the mall and get back in time for dinner. She quickly threw on a pair of shorts and tank top and jumped in her car, heading toward Jacksonville. Within an hour, she finally pulled off the interstate and into a crowded mall parking lot. Shit, she thought. Christmas shopping. She had completely lost track of the days, and it was a few weeks before Thanksgiving. People were clearly getting their shopping done early. Instead of trying to find a parking spot, she made a beeline for the valet and threw the attendant the keys to her Audi before running into the mall in search of a store that could have something for her to wear. As she navigated through the swarms of people pushing and shoving their way through the shopping center, she thought about how much she missed Boston and the convenience of living around the corner from a street lined with designer boutiques. She hated shopping malls. After finally finding a store with clothing that was her style, she scoured the racks, grabbing more clothes than she could ever wear. But she didn't care. The girls at the store were more than helpful, seeing a huge sale in their future. She would deal with what to wear when she got home. Olivia reached into her purse, opening her wallet to pay with some of the cash that she had grabbed while she was fleeing Boston. She had been using that money to get by on, not wanting anyone to be able to trace her. She suddenly realized that she left the house without grabbing any more cash from the safe. All she had on her was a few small bills, and that wouldn't cover what she was buying. Exhaling loudly, she handed the saleswoman her credit card, visibly cringing when she swiped it. Great, she thought. Now there's a fucking paper trail. Alexander groaned when he heard a loud banging on the door to his penthouse. He must have passed out on the couch again. He had gone to McFadden's the night before and proceeded to get incredibly wasted. His brother left, not wanting to put up with his drunk ass. He sat up on the couch and took in his disheveled surroundings, clothes thrown everywhere, hoping he hadn't done anything in his inebriated state that he would regret. What the fuck is that? A female voice called out from the staircase? Shit. Alexander cursed under his breath. So much for not doing anything stupid. He rubbed his eyes and made his way over to the door, not turning to look at the tall redhead standing at the foot of the stairs. Don't worry about it, he grumbled, his voice raspy. Go back upstairs, Chelsea. Fine, she said, walking back up the stairs. Are you actually ever going to make it to bed? It's practically 3 in the afternoon and you were no use to me last night. Alex, I'll be right there, he groaned, rolling his eyes as he opened the door, surprised to see Martin standing in the foyer. Sorry to disturb you, sir. He walked into the penthouse and proceeded to the kitchen, grabbing several aspirin and a bottle of water before handing them to Alexander. What the fuck? Martin, you think I need a babysitter? I can take care of myself. Plus, why didn't you just use your code to get in? I wanted to make sure I wasn't interrupting anything. Sir, I tried calling, but you never answered. Alexander put the aspirin in his mouth, then drank the water. After nearly finishing the entire bottle, he turned to Martin. Well, please, by all means, tell me what the fuck you're doing here. Martin took a deep breath. Do you remember the conversation we had a month ago when— Do not say her fucking name! Alexander yelled, his eyes wide with fury. Martin took a step back, tired of dealing with his rather unstable boss. He didn't know whether or not he should actually inform him what he had come there to tell him. Okay, well, you asked me to run her credit cards and keep tracking them to see if they were used at all. For the longest time, the trail has been cold. Alexander eyed him suspiciously, his heart rate picking up as Martin continued to talk. There's been a hit, he said, pausing as he gauged Alexander's reaction to the news. Her credit card was used a few hours ago at a mall in Jacksonville, Florida. Alexander's eyes went wide. And then, just 30 minutes ago, it was used at a liquor store in Amelia Island, Florida. Alexander swallowed hard. Martin, he said softly, can you prepare the jet? Already on it, sir. It's on standby for you as soon as you're ready. He turned to leave. Martin, Alexander said, his mind racing, knowing that if he could find her, anyone could. Yes, sir, he replied, turning back to face him. I'm sorry I snapped at you before. I know my behavior lately has been a little off. No need to apologize, sir. I just hope it all works out. I'll be downstairs waiting. Alexander ran up the stairs to the bedroom, his heart beating frantically at the idea that he may finally know where his Olivia was. It's about fucking time. Alex, Chelsea said as he stormed into the master bedroom. She sat on the large bed, watching some crappy gossip show on the giant television. Olivia never watched TV like this. Alexander thought to himself. She always preferred to read. Just thinking about her made his heart break a little bit more, if that was even possible. Don't you have something better to do with your time than watch that rubbish? He sneered, opening the closet and grabbing a suitcase. He began throwing clothes into it. It's not rubbish. We're on it from Thursday night at the charity dinner. By the way, it's a good thing I convinced you to take me because, if I didn't, you know that Adele would have sunk her claws into you again. He rolled his eyes. Don't remind me. So, going somewhere, he heard her ask quietly. Alexander turned and saw Chelsea standing in the doorway to his closet, her arms crossed. He regretted calling her to come over the previous night, but he was desperate to feel something other than the dull pain that had accompanied so many of his nights recently. Yeah, work thing. he said quickly before turning back around to resume packing for his mission to find and bring Olivia back home. Chelsea rolled her eyes and walked over to him, pulling him to her. "Come on, Alex, what is it going to take for you to forget about her?" she asked, running her tongue down his neck. He groaned, his erection that couldn't be found the night before finally making itself known. "There's my boy," she whispered, grinding against him. She slowly removed her silk kimono robe. "Chelsea," Alexander whispered, "I can't." She threw her robe to the ground and stood in front of him, totally exposed. Can't or won't. Pressing her lips against his, she ran her hands through his hair. "I know you want to. Alex, I can feel it." She brushed his lips with her tongue, begging for permission to enter. Alexander didn't know what to do. Yes, he absolutely wanted to fuck Chelsea at that moment just so he could feel something. But he also wanted to get on that plane to try to find Olivia. His Olivia. "Please, Mr. Burnham, don't make me beg," Chelsea said coyly. Alexander's eyes went wide. "What did you say?" His lower lip began to tremble, recalling some rather pleasant memories of Olivia saying the same thing. Chelsea nuzzled up to his neck. "You heard me," he exhaled loudly. "I need to go. Chelsea." He pushed her away, walking to the bathroom to grab a few things that he would need. "Fine. Go. Whatever," she hissed. "Did you ever stop to think that maybe I wanted something more from you than just an occasional fuck?" Stopping dead in his tracks, he turned to face her. "What are you talking about?" "Chelsea, we have a good thing going here." She laughed. "Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Except the part where you scream out her name and not mine when you're coming. But you're right. We have a great thing going," she replied sarcastically, grabbing her clothes that had been discarded on the floor the night before. "I'm sorry. I didn't know," he responded quietly, shocked that he had actually been doing that. Didn't know that you were calling her name, or that I actually care about you," she snapped before lowering her voice. "Why are you pushing me away for a girl who ran from you?" She left no trace. "And now that you have an idea about where she may be, you're just going to leave and track her down." She frantically pulled on her jeans and sweater, searching under the bed for her shoes. "How do you even know?" "Oh, come on. Alex, give me some credit. I snooped in on your conversation with Martin." She grabbed her purse and began heading out of the bedroom. "Chelsea, please, stop. I just never knew how you felt about our relationship." Relationship. She fumed, spinning around to face him. "This isn't a relationship, Alex. You're so fucking obtuse sometimes. You know that." Alexander shrugged his shoulders. "I'm a guy. It's how we roll." He turned his lips up in a small smile, hoping she wouldn't leave angry. "If you don't come right out and say something, we're left in the dark." Chelsea stood there, looking at Alexander's face. After several long moments, she broke out in a smile. "Does this mean you forgive me?" he asked. She nodded slowly, taking a step toward him, brushing his wayward hair out of his eyes. "Yes, but I know you have to go. I get it. I just hope that you get the closure you're so desperate for. When you do, I'll be here waiting for you." She placed a gentle kiss on his mouth, lingering for several long seconds, hoping that it wasn't the last time she'd taste those lips. Then she turned and left. Chapter 4, All I Know. After finally getting back to the beach, Olivia grabbed her obscene amount of shopping bags out of the back seat of the car, as well as the liquor she stopped to pick up, and got to work organizing all her new purchases while she drank a glass of bourbon. This is good, she thought. She hopelessly needed to feel like she had a new home. She hadn't felt that yet. She loved living at the beach, but it wasn't home. Maybe meeting some people would make it so. And then she could finally stop seeing Alexander in her dreams every night. She settled on a form-fitting black dress that hit right above her knees. It was a little big around her waist, so she put on an orange belt and accented the rest of the outfit with a long orange beaded necklace and matching earrings. After taming her wavy hair with a hint of gel, she was ready. At exactly 7, Olivia heard a gentle knock on the door. She slipped on her heeled sandals, taking a deep breath before pulling back the door, Her heart began to race. Cam cleaned up good. "Good evening, beautiful," he said, smiling and handing her a dozen yellow roses. "I hope you don't mind that I brought you flowers." Olivia smiled, taking in his appearance. The dark gray shirt brought out the silver in his eyes. His jeans hung from his hips in a way so that Olivia could tell he worked out. "No, thank you for the flowers. That was very thoughtful of you." She turned to go put the bouquet in some water as Cam waited in the doorway, not wanting to go into her house before she invited him in. "Ready to go?" she asked, turning around and walking toward the door. She smiled, knowing she just caught him checking out her ass. Yes, let's get out of here." He held out his arm for her and she took it, secretly enjoying the feel of his warm body so close to her own. He opened the car door for Olivia and she quickly realized the evening was becoming more than just dinner, and she was relatively okay with that. It was a nice change of pace to not have a chauffeur cart her around. It was refreshing and freeing. Even Cam pulled out of the driveway and onto Ocean Avenue, heading toward the downtown area. Olivia smiled as the crisp November air blew through her hair. "I hope you don't mind that I kept the top down," Cam said, shifting into third gear. "Not at all. I thought you had a Wrangler. How many cars do you have?" "I do have a Wrangler, but that's my surfing car and it's covered with sand, so I figured I'd take the Lexus tonight." "Nice. Reminds me of that movie Three Kings," Olivia said as she watched the rugged beach transition into a tree-lined boulevard. "Oh, yeah, how so?" "One of the lines in the movie is Lexus doesn't make a convertible." "Of course. That movie was made in 1999 or something, so I think, at that time, Lexus didn't make a convertible." He shifted into fourth. "Well, they do now." Olivia laughed politely, obviously. A few minutes later, Cam drove his car through the downtown Fernandina Beach area, easily finding a parking spot on the street. It was the off-season, but there were still a few tourists milling about, checking out the quaint beach shops and grabbing dinner. "Wait right there," he said as he turned off the ignition. He swiftly got out of the car and ran around to Olivia's side, opening the door and bowing in an exaggerated fashion. "Milady." Olivia couldn't help but laugh. There was something so refreshing about Cam's personality. He was fun. There was no drama. With Alexander, it was intense from the beginning and never let up. But there wasn't that spark with Cam. There was something, but it was nothing compared to what she felt when she was in Alexander's presence. "You're a goofball," she smiled. "That I am." He grabbed her hand, pulling her down the sidewalk toward the water. "Is this okay?" he asked, referring to his hand clasped around hers. She glanced over at him, a hopeful look in his eyes. "Yes, it's fine." He beamed, his smile reaching his eyes. He had dimples. "God, he's hot," she thought to herself. "Good. I like touching you," he said quietly, gently rubbing her knuckles. Olivia didn't know whether she should respond to that. She wasn't sure she wanted to. What would she even say? Tell him that she relished his touch more than anything she could remember in recent history. But that she was 99 shades of crazy at that moment. Her thoughts consumed by one man she never should have let in. Her craziness was too much for Alexander, and it would surely be too much for Cam. "You don't talk much, do you?" he asked as they crossed a set of railroad tracks, walking across Front Street toward a restaurant on the water. She shrugged. "I don't know. I guess I do. As long as I have something to say." "So you have nothing to say?" Cam asked, grinning. "I don't know. Well, surely there must be something going through that brain of yours right now. You have this look on your face and I want to die. It's so fucking cute." He stopped walking at the edge of the water. Olivia's heart began beating rapidly as he turned to face her with a hopeful look on his face, clutching both her hands in his. "I don't know what it is about you, Libby, but I'm drawn to you. I noticed you way back in October. I even remember the date, October 17th. It was a Wednesday. You looked so fucking sad, and it killed me. I wanted to find out what made you so incredibly sad, and I swore I would do whatever I could to fix it." Olivia turned her head, gazing out at all the shrimp boats docked for the evening, trying to tame the butterflies that slowly fluttered in her stomach. "Come on, Libby, let me in," he quietly pleaded. A tear fell down Olivia's cheek as she continued staring at the blackness on the water. "You don't even know me. Cam," she whispered. He sighed before grabbing her chin, pulling her face toward his so they were mere inches apart. Olivia could feel the heat coming off his body. "All I know is that you love the smell of the ocean." He smiled, thinking about how beautiful she looked when he pulled up in front of her house each day. Every morning, you sit outside, drink your coffee, and close your eyes when a gentle breeze rolls in, inhaling deeply as if the salty ocean air will fix everything. Olivia stared into his eyes, not saying anything, her breathing becoming heavy. "All I know is that you used to take your coffee with cream, but lately you've been drinking it black." She felt shivers as Cam brushed his hand across her forehead where her scar was. "All I know is that last week you couldn't decide what color to paint your toenails, so instead of making that decision, you painted one foot green and the other foot orange." She looked down at her feet and smiled. "And all I know is that I desperately want to get to know even more about you." He gently cupped her cheek, staring into her deep brown eyes. "So please, Libby, I'll take whatever you can give me. Just let me know you." Another tear escaped from her eye. "But what if I'm too broken for that, Cam?" He pulled her to his chest and she reveled in the warmth emanating from his body. "Then let me fix you," he whispered. Her heart raced as she looked into his eyes, wondering why she wanted him to kiss her so badly. Was it because she liked him? Or did she just want to forget about Alexander? Cam leaned down slowly, his hand moving to the small of her back. She licked her lips and his mouth hovered near hers. She met his lips, brushing against them softly before deepening the kiss. Cam groaned, pulling her further into him, their kiss soft but full. He was gentle, letting Olivia remain in control. It was nothing like kissing Alexander. It wasn't passionate and forceful. It was tender. The intensity present during Alexander's kisses was lacking. Olivia pulled back, staring into Cam's eyes, wishing she could feel that spark. "Your lips are so soft, Libby," he whispered, brushing his thumb against her lower lip as she stared into his eyes with a blank look on her face. She still seemed so empty. She simply stood there, looking sad. "Come on, let's go eat." "Okay," Olivia nodded, remaining silent. "Good," he said, kissing the top of her head softly, inhaling the vanilla scent of her hair. He clutched onto her hand and led her toward the restaurant. It was a relatively large place, circular in shape with panoramic views of the ocean. Of course, with it being evening, all that was visible were the lights on the shrimp boats. "The view must be spectacular during sunset," Olivia remarked as the hostess walked them to their table. "It is. It's tough this time of year with the sun setting so early. But if you're agreeable to it, I'd love to come back and share that with you." Cam winked, making Olivia blush. "I'd like that," she replied, thinking she would do anything to try to forget about Alexander. Maybe Cam was her answer. Once they were seated and a bottle of wine was on its way, she began to relax a little bit. "You look better," Cam commented. "I'm sorry about before." He eyed Olivia, gauging her reaction. "What are you sorry about?" she asked, her eyebrows raised. "I don't know what came over me," he explained, grabbing her hands in his. "You just looked so sad, and I really wanted to kiss you." He smiled gently, remembering the feeling of her lips on his, hoping he would get to feel that again. "I just thought maybe it would make you smile," he said sheepishly. "I'm sorry, Cam. I'm still dealing with a few things, I guess." She dropped her hands in her lap and gazed across the dark horizon, wondering what Mo and Kira were doing at that moment, wondering if they even cared that she left. Again. "Do you want to talk about it?" Cam knew there was something that made her end up on a relatively unknown island in Florida. She was running from something. That much he was certain of. Then there was the sadness that seemed to consume her whole being. It was as if her entire world had been ripped from underneath her, and she wanted a brand new start. Olivia's face was blank as she turned her eyes back to him. The emptiness in them was all-consuming. "I'm not ready for that yet. Might never be," she replied dryly. Cam grabbed her hand across the table once more. "It's okay, Libby. If and when you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. He gently brushed his thumb across her knuckles. You need someone to listen. You can't shut everyone out. She eyed him suspiciously. Who says I'm shutting people out? Cam exhaled loudly, withdrawing his hand. I don't know. He ran his fingers through his hair, reminding her of Alexander. It seems like you are. I don't know anything about your past, but I'm certain that's what you're running from. Whatever it is, it's not worth closing up and shutting off. Just know that if you ever want to talk about it, I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you. His eyes met Olivia's. She noticed the hint of a spark. Olivia was torn. There was something about Cam that she was drawn to. He seemed so patient and understanding with all of her drama. But how long could that really last? Alexander had admitted that all of her pain and drama would destroy him. The same would be true for Cam, and she would end up in the same position again. Their server finally returned with their bottle of Pinot Noir, bringing Olivia back from her thoughts. I'm glad you ordered a Pinot. It's my favorite, she remarked. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love pretty much any wine. But there's something about a Pinot. Cam smiled, taking a sip of his wine and swirling it in his mouth, savoring the smoky flavor. I'm right there with you. I hope you like it. He raised his glass. To new friends. Olivia mirrored his movements. New friends. She smiled, clinking glasses with him. So what made you move to Florida? She asked several minutes later, after the server dropped off their crab cake appetizer. It just kind of happened. I don't know if it was any one thing. I always loved growing up in the South, and let's face it, there's nothing like good old Southern cooking. Olivia smiled, remembering her childhood in Charleston, particularly her summers on Folly Beach, where the smell of low country boils permeated the neighborhood practically every weekend. I wanted to find somewhere I could see myself settling down. I'm not a fan of huge cities. Then I found this quaint little island, and I was sold. Did you go to school around here? No. California, actually, UCLA. Olivia took a sip of her wine. I lived in Cali for a bit. Really, where at? All over. Really. Spent some time in Brentwood and then needed a change of pace from all the L.A. craziness. So I ended up living in a cabin in the woods in Big Sur. No cable, no internet. It was wonderful. It was actually when I was living out there that I got more into running. I always loved running, but out in Cali, there were so many races that I couldn't help but take advantage of it. Cam eyed her. Races. What do you mean? Oh, like marathons. You run marathons? Yup. Actually, I qualified for Boston a few. She stopped short. The memory of leaving Alexander just after running the Newport Marathon still fresh in her mind. Cam could sense her growing unease with the subject. He grabbed her hand again. Olivia looked down at his strong hand clutching onto hers. His touch didn't send shivers up her spine like Alexander's did, but she felt a little something. They weren't huge fireworks. Maybe they were sparklers. Hey, Libby, relax. It's okay. You don't have to talk about anything with me that you don't want to. I'm not going to pry. Whatever you want to tell me, I'm happy with. Okay. She sat there, staring into his silver eyes, wishing they were green. Okay. Thank you. She took another sip of her wine, desperate for the liquid to work its magic. I'll never hurt you. Olivia, I promise you that, he said quietly, barely above a whisper. She sighed. That's a pretty big promise. I don't think anyone can ever keep that promise. You can at least let me try to keep it. Don't shut me out like you want to. I'm okay if you just want to be friends. I just want to know you. If the only way I can get you is by being friends, then I'm happy. He gave her an encouraging smile just as their entrees arrived. I don't know if I'm ready. I get it, I do. So let's just hang out. No pressure, okay? Olivia smiled. Okay. She grabbed her fork and dug into her ahi tuna salad, eyeing Cam's shrimp and grits. You're going to have to run, like 10 miles tomorrow to work that meal off, she joked. Sounds like a plan. Want to come with me? I don't know. Think you can keep up? Is that a challenge? Damn straight it is. Cam chuckled as he took another bite of his cheesy grits, exaggerating how delicious the rich dish was. Olivia was happy to finally feel some sort of normalcy in her life since fleeing Boston. It was good. It was what she needed to finally move on. As she took a bite of the creme brulee that she and Cam decided to share for dessert, she wondered if Alexander had moved on as well. Chapter 5. Empty. Alexander's jet touched down at Jacksonville Airport a little after 8 that evening. Within an hour, Martin pulled up in front of the Ritz-Carlton on Amelia Island. As Alexander sat in his Gulfstream heading south earlier that day, he debated where he should start looking for Olivia. The liquor store was the key. He figured she was probably living on Amelia Island somewhere and not in Jacksonville. Also, doing a bit of research, he found out that shopping on the island was limited mostly to beach-style boutiques. Knowing Olivia as he did, she needed some sort of fashionable store similar to that which she had become accustomed to shopping at in Boston. It made sense that she would find a mall to shop at, so he was putting all his money on her living on Amelia Island. He prayed that he was right. "What's the plan?" Sir Martin asked as he began setting up various computers in the large suite. Alexander sighed. "I'm not sure. Yet. She's got to be somewhere on this island. Maybe we both should get some sleep so we can wake up refreshed." Martin finished booting up all the gear and turned to Alexander, who was sitting on the sofa and drinking an amber liquid. "Yes, sir. I'll see you in the morning then." "Thank you, Martin." When he heard the door to his suite close, he walked from the couch out onto one of the large balconies overlooking the beach and the Atlantic Ocean. Had he made a mistake jumping on the plane and coming down to Florida to find Olivia? Maybe Kira was right. Maybe she didn't want to be found. He downed his drink and decided to go for a stroll out on the beach, quickly changing out of his suit and into a pair of jeans and a polo shirt. He left the suite, wandering out of the back of the hotel toward the beach. He walked down to where the waves invaded the shoreline, wondering if, at that moment, Olivia was looking out over the same exact waves. If she was there, she had picked a perfect location. The island was small and seemed relatively secluded from what he had found out. It was almost Thanksgiving and there were a few tourists walking about, but it was still uncrowded, unlike so many other Florida beaches. As he strolled north along the coastline, he thought about everything that had happened over the past several months. He had been so happy with Olivia, but something spooked her and she fled town. It all went to shit in Newport. He should never have let her go run that damn marathon. She started to remember things, and it scared her. That Saturday in Newport, she changed. When he stopped to let Olivia run up to Harris' house, it was as if the fun, carefree girl he had become so accustomed to during their short relationship had left herself on the side of the road. After that, she was quiet and reserved. He tried to regain control of the situation, and he thought he had it. Apparently, he was wrong. Alexander lost track of time as he continued walking along the beach. Large hotels and condos transitioned into smaller beach houses. The north end of the island was markedly different from the south end. He wondered whether Olivia lived out on the beach somewhere, or whether she was really here at all. As he walked past a noisy bar, his cell phone rang. "Hey, Carol," he said, answering the call. "Jesus Christ, Alex, what the fuck is going on?" Alexander laughed. "Oh, not much. Took the jet and I'm in Florida. Just another day at the office." "You're shitting me, right?" he sighed, looking out over the sand dunes. "Nope. I'm in Amelia Island, Florida. I've got a good feeling about this place." "Carol, what are you doing there? Did you find out something? This must be about Olivia if you're there. And if you were able to figure it out." "I know." "All right, I get it. If I can find her, so can they. That's why I need to find her and take her back home with me so I can keep her safe." His mind began to race. What was he talking about? Could he really keep her safe? Was that what this was all about? "Alex," Carol said, lowering her voice. "What if she doesn't want to come back? What if she sees you and she takes off again? You can't really think you can keep this up much longer. There are people back home who need you, who love you. I ran into Chelsea just a little while ago and, well, maybe she's the type of girl you need to be with. Someone stable from a good family." How much longer can you put up with the drama? For as long as I need to. Carol, it's Olivia we're talking about here. I love that fucking girl. And I will do everything and anything I can to get her back. Anything, Carol asked? Yes, of course, Alexander shouted, staring at the crashing waves. Except telling her who she is, Carol said quietly, finishing her brother's sentence. Carol, I want to. But I want her to come back to me because she wants to, not because she thinks I hold the answers to her past. I need to fix this on my own terms. We belong together. And when two people belong together, nothing, not time, not distance, not a misunderstanding, nothing can keep them apart. I will get her back. It may not be tomorrow, or next week, or next month, or even next year. But I know, deep down, that she will come back. And that's good enough for me. But for now, I want to beg and grovel and, really, just see her. Make sure she's okay, or as okay as she can be, considering the shit life she's been handed. I need to do this because I refuse to always wonder, what if? Maybe I'll get some closure out of this and I can finally move on. Or maybe, just maybe, she'll tell me how much she's missed me. I've got to find out. Then I'll come home. Carol sighed on the other end of the phone. Okay, you do what you have to do. But I swear that if I have to put up with Mom at Thanksgiving and tell her all about what you're doing in Florida, I will murder you in your sleep and leave no physical evidence whatsoever. Alexander laughed as he rounded the corner to his hotel's entrance. Okay, I got it. Sis, you have a great night and we'll talk soon. I promise. Love you. Love you too, baby brother. And just so you know, I'm totally rooting for you and Olivia. So am I, sis, so am I. The following morning, Alexander was up at dawn as he took in the beautiful sunrise over the ocean. He grabbed a cup of coffee and, as he sat on the balcony enjoying the gentle breeze, he reminisced about all the mornings he shared coffee in bed with Olivia. This is paradise, he thought. Several stories below his suite, people started to wander about on the beach. Tourists and locals seemed to be out getting their morning exercise. His thoughts returned to Olivia, wondering if she was out for a run. He grabbed his laptop and decided to continue doing a bit of research on the island to see if he could figure out where she lived. Until the previous day, none of her credit cards had been used since she left Boston in October. The day she fled, there was a hefty cash withdrawal from one of her bank accounts. That was the last activity he could find. She clearly didn't want to leave a paper trail. So why now Alexander was thrilled that there finally was a clue as to where she was. Now he could at least try to find her. He secretly wished he had Carol go with him. He couldn't think clearly when it came to Olivia, and he needed someone to remain level-headed. His cell phone rang, breaking him out of his thoughts. Good morning, Alex, Chelsea crooned. Hi. He was a little nervous speaking with her after her revelation to him the day before. He never thought that she was interested in a relationship with him. He didn't have to worry about her only wanting to be with him for his money. She also came from money, but he thought all she was interested in was the occasional hookup. Granted, recently, it had become more than just an occasional thing. I just wanted to call and say that I was thinking about you. Chelsea, Alexander interrupted. Alex, please, she said, her voice strong. Let me finish. I have no problem telling you my feelings. If you don't return them, I'm okay with that. I was just thinking about you and I want you to be able to do whatever you feel you need to do. Just know that, no matter what your decision is, I will always be here for you. I won't run. I will never push you away. The thing is, over the past several years, I've come to care for you during our occasional encounters. I should have said something sooner, but I didn't want you to think I was some clingy girl who went from just wanting a once-in-a-while hookup to suddenly wanting more. The line was quiet for several long moments while Alexander processed her words, thinking that maybe he could start to feel something for Chelsea. He didn't feel the fireworks like he did with Olivia, but there was something there. So, "You do want something more?" he finally asked, breaking the awkward silence. Chelsea exhaled loudly. "I do. And I know that right now, you're not ready to make that decision. But know that when you come back, I'll be here. And if, at that point, you're ready for something more, then I am, too. Until then, know that I'm thinking about you and missing your touch. Goodbye, Alex. Goodbye, Chelsea," he whispered softly, placing his cell phone on the lounge table next to him, thinking about Chelsea and Olivia. As he grabbed his laptop and powered it up, he heard the familiar sound of a woman's laugh. "God, I love that sound," he thought as his body came alive with electricity. It had been over a month since he had felt that sensation. Looking out over the horizon, his heart raced as he searched for the source of that laughter. He heard that sound in his dreams every night. Only one person had a laugh that beautiful. He was certain his Olivia was near. Grabbing his coffee, he walked over to the edge of his balcony, taking in several people running on the beach. That's when his heart almost stopped. There she was, running up the shoreline toward his hotel. He stilled, watching as she placed one leg in front of the other in rapid succession, her hips moving in perfect rhythm. She made running look so easy. His brain tried to tell his body to move, to run out of his suite and onto the beach, but he remained completely frozen, shock etched across his strong face. He stared as Olivia stopped running, looking in the direction that she had just come from. He could almost feel her smile as she stood gazing up the beach, laughing at something. Alexander followed her eyes to see a relatively tall man running toward her, obviously having trouble keeping up. He kept watching as she took a deep breath, the smile gone from her face. She slowly turned and looked out over the ocean. And that's when Alexander saw it. The sadness, the hurt, the loss. He knew that look all too well, because it was the same way he felt. Olivia looked toward the shore, waiting for Cam. As she watched a few small children run out from the back of the Ritz and into the ocean, their parents trying to catch up, she felt that familiar tingling sensation. Her eyes began searching the beach as if certain that he was there. But how could that be? She hadn't told anyone where she was, and she had made it quite clear that it was time to move on. But there was an electricity in the air that Olivia hadn't felt since the day she left Boston. She scanned the beach, half expecting to see Alexander running up to her. She secretly wanted to see him, to run into his arms, have him swing her around and declare his undying love to her. But that only happened in the movies, not real life. And her life was as real as it got. She looked out over the ocean waves, and the sadness took over. Her smile disappeared, and that's when she felt it, the emptiness. She thought she had felt empty before, but this was a new kind of emptiness. She realized how big of a mistake she made when she left Alexander, and she began to regret that decision. But there was no way he would take her back. Knowing that the risk of her doing the same thing all over again was so high. No. Olivia had made her decision, and she would have to live with it. Those 5 little words still played over and over in her head. It will destroy me too. Hearing a child scream in excitement, she turned. People strolled along the white sand beach behind her. Tourists sat on their balconies of the Ritz, most likely enjoying their morning coffee. She wanted to cry when she thought about all those mornings she drank her coffee in bed with Alexander. Her heart dropped when she noticed someone on the top floor of the Ritz, standing on a wraparound balcony, staring down at her. It was too far away for her to make out who it was, but the stature was eerily familiar. Or maybe she just so desperately wanted Alexander to come searching for her, even though she had told him to move on. "Jesus, you're fast." "Libby," Cam said, finally catching up to her as she stared at the top floor of the swanky hotel. Not responding. A blank look on her face. He wrapped his arm around her waist and gently kissed the top of her forehead. "You okay?" he asked, noticing her lack of reaction to him. "Yeah, I'm fine." She squinted, still looking at the man standing on the balcony. knowing there was something so familiar about whomever it was. She closed her eyes, trying to clear her head. She felt as if she was losing her mind. She needed to forget about Alexander. She saw him everywhere and it needed to stop. Turning to Cam, she placed a gentle kiss on his lips, making him smile, ready to go back. "No," he laughed. "But I guess I don't have a choice. Do I?" "Not really," she shouted as she took off running, glancing back over her shoulder at the balcony on the top floor of the Ritz, unable to shake the feeling that Alexander was nearby. Chapter 6, okay. That bastard Alexander thought, as he watched the tall sandy-haired guy kiss Olivia's forehead near her scar. It made him furious to think that someone else was touching her. His face flashed red with anger as he watched Olivia kiss him on the lips. "Those are my fucking lips." He wanted to cry. He wanted to scream. But mostly, he wanted to kiss her, to feel those soft lips again. He was losing control of everything. As she started to run away, Alexander saw her look back, her eyes trained on his balcony. She was a long distance away, but in his heart, he knew that she felt the same electricity and turned to find the source. He was certain of it. Pacing back and forth, he needed to figure out what his next step should be. He was lost. She was within his reach. He could have shouted her name, screamed it, made her recognize him. Just seeing her made him feel as if he was breaking all over again. If that was even possible. He faintly heard the door to his suite open and close. Martin Alexander shouted, still shaken up over his first Olivia sighting. Yes, Sir Martin appeared on the balcony as Alexander stood locked in place, watching Olivia run away. Now just a tiny speck. Alexander's heart raced, thinking about how close she was to him. He very easily could have run out of his suite and caught up with her, but he had no idea what to say. No. Before he approached her, he needed more information. "She's here. Martin, I just saw her running on the beach. I don't know what to do, but she ran north. She must live out there somewhere." His eyes frantically searched Martin's, desperate that he had a way of finding her. Alexander couldn't think at that moment. He normally had an answer to everything, but he was so rattled after seeing Olivia that he was frantic, his mind racing over 1,000 different scenarios. "I'll look into public records and see if there have been any transfers of real estate or anything else in the last month," Martin responded calmly. Alexander sighed, his brain function finally returning. "I highly doubt she would have done that. She didn't want to be found. That defeats the purpose. No, I think our best bet is just to explore this little island. It's not that big. It's maybe 3 miles wide and 10 miles long, so let's not rush this. Let's not scare her off. I don't want her to realize I'm here and then run again." "Yes, sir. I'll look into rentals and do some public record checks anyway. See if I come across anything." Martin disappeared into the suite, leaving Alexander alone with his thoughts. The sun now shining brightly over the Atlantic Ocean. Olivia saw her beach house appear as she rounded the corner and began sprinting, glancing back to see Cam far behind her. She still couldn't shake the feeling that Alexander was on the island. But how? And why would he really track her credit card? Of course he would. She knew that. Quickly retreating into her house, she grabbed 2 glasses, filled them with chocolate milk, and brought them outside, sitting down on her front steps. A few minutes later, Cam ran up, panting. "Fuck, Libby, you're an animal." He exhaled loudly. "Remind me to never take you up on another challenge. Jesus." "It's not as easy as it looks. Is it?" she smirked. "Whoever said it looked easy?" Olivia shrugged, handing Cam a glass of chocolate milk. He eyed it suspiciously. "It's chocolate milk," she explained. "It will help your muscles recover. Trust me." "Okay," he said cautiously, taking a sip of his drink. "I take it back. That's actually really good after a run." "Told you," she replied, bringing her own glass to her lips as Cam watched, sitting down on the front steps next to her. Olivia looked out over the sand dunes, wondering why she had a feeling that Alexander was on the island. She had seen him everywhere, but this time, there was an electricity in the air, as if he had found her. "I can tell the wheels are turning in that head of yours. You have that look." Olivia whipped her head back toward Cam. "What look?" she asked, furrowing her eyebrows. You know, that look. The one that, last night, I said was so fucking cute that I wanted to die. That's your thinking look. And it's adorable. But I wonder what's going through that head of yours. I know you're not thinking about me. And that's okay. He grasped Olivia's chin, bringing her face toward his. But I really wish you would think about me and forget about whatever or whoever did all this to you. Did what Olivia asked softly, her breathing increasing along with her heart rate. This, he responded quietly. I know there's a spirited, energetic, and passionate young woman in there somewhere, desperately screaming to get out. And I'm going to do everything I can to bring that person back. Oh, Cam. She exhaled, looking to the sky for her answer as she watched the seagulls swoop into the ocean, searching for their next meal. I wish it was that easy. I think that girl stayed in Boston. Aha, he exclaimed. Boston. A huge grin crept across his face. What Olivia looked at him skeptically. Nothing. I'm just hungry for information about you. But I'm not going to press you. At least now I know where you came from. Beautiful. He winked. Yeah, Boston. Do you miss it, he asked. Olivia thought about it. Did she miss Boston? Or was it something more? She shrugged as a truck pulled up along Ocean Avenue, a bunch of surfers getting out to catch some morning waves. Cam nodded a greeting. Of course he knew them. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. Libby, he said, turning his attention back to her. No, it's okay. I mean, it's hard to say if I miss it or not. When I got in my car with the few possessions I chose to bring, a strange feeling overtook me. I wasn't just leaving my friends, but I was also leaving behind the girl that I was at that time in my life. Leaving Boston was so much more than saying goodbye to the city that I had grown to love over the last 10 years or so of my life. It was also saying goodbye to the person the city turned me into. A tear escaped as she thought about the girl she was back then. When Olivia first moved to Boston right after she finished high school, she was shy and scared, her only outlet being music. She still remembered the day she met Kira like it was yesterday. She had just gotten back from a run around the Charles River late one evening, and there were quite a few people hanging outside the small 3-story apartment building in the Alston section of the city. Olivia lowered her head, trying to avoid eye contact as she made her way up the steps. Hey, she heard as she unlocked the front door to the building. You're the girl that just moved in, aren't you? The new tenant in 1B? She turned around to see a petite girl with soft red hair, tons of freckles, and fiery green eyes. She looked far more sophisticated than Olivia. She guessed the girl had to be in her mid-20s. Her smile was contagious, and Olivia knew immediately that she could trust her. There was something about her that was so open and honest, and she felt, for lack of a better word, comfortable. Yes, that's me. I'm Libby, she said, extending her hand to the redhead. Libby, so happy to finally meet you. She wrapped her arms around Olivia, obviously not caring that she was drenched in sweat from a long run around the river during the humid August heat. I'm Kira, she exclaimed after releasing her. Hi, Kira. Nice to meet you. Olivia retreated into the building, heading toward her apartment. Hey, Libby Kira shouted, running down the short hallway to Olivia's left rear apartment. I'm having people over tonight, as you can tell. You should come too. My boss sent a shit ton of liquor over, and I need someone to help drink it. I don't know. Olivia responded, facing Kira, noticing the hordes of people in the apartment across the hall. Oh, come on. Go shower, then come over. It'll be fun. Plus, if your butt isn't out of your apartment within an hour, I know where you live. I will come drag you out. Olivia rolled her eyes, turning to go into her apartment. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit then, Goody Kira said, jumping up and down as she rushed back out front to where a few people were smoking. You know that shit will kill you dead, she scolded her friends. Olivia laughed at her new acquaintance. That night, she and Kira had become friends. Over the next month, they had become inseparable. She even got Olivia a job at the bar on Boylston Street where she worked. It was Kira who broke her out of her shell to begin with. But it was Alexander who opened her heart again. "Hey, Libby, come back to me, sweetheart." Olivia snapped out of her memory when she heard Cam's voice. She looked up to see him standing in front of her. "There's my girl," he said, grabbing her hand and pulling her up. "Listen, I need to get back home. Can I call you later?" Olivia looked down at her feet. He noticed her apprehension. "What is it?" "You're going to laugh," she said, meeting his eyes. "Try me." Olivia shrugged. "I don't have a phone. I left Boston and didn't want anyone to be able to find me, so my phone is still sitting in the kitchen of my old house, along with the rest of my possessions." Cam stared, curious as to what happened in Boston to make her want to leave everything behind. "Okay. Well, can I see you later? We'll go up to the Ritz. They have a great bar. We can talk or just do absolutely nothing." She thought about it over the last several minutes as they sat on the steps to her deck. She hadn't thought about Alexander as much as she expected she would. Maybe Cam was just what she needed to forget about him, turning and kissing him gently on the lips. She smiled. "I'd like that." He beamed at her as he picked her up, playfully swinging her around. "Good, because I'd be in a terrible mood if you turned me down." He kissed her neck and placed her feet back on the sandy road. "Even after a long run, you still smell divine." He jumped into his Jeep and started the engine, rolling down the window. "I'll see you later. Gorgeous." He blew her a kiss and drove away, leaving Olivia feeling surprisingly content. For the first time in over a month, she felt okay. Not happy, but okay. And, for now, that was, well, okay. But she still wondered why she felt that Alexander was on the island. Chapter 7 found. Alexander decided that the best thing to do was to spend some time exploring the island and try to get a feel for the place Olivia now called home, at least until he knew where she lived. After breakfast, he grabbed a rented Mercedes convertible and drove out of the hotel complex, passing by a golf course on his way toward the western part of the small island. He soon found himself driving in the downtown Fernandina Beach district. Large Victorian homes dotted the area, giving way to a marina that housed several shrimping boats. He parked under an old moss tree and decided to get out to do a bit of exploring. As he strolled down the tree-lined street, he knew why Olivia came there to escape. It really was cute and quaint. The downtown district was just 6 short blocks. It almost reminded him of his boyhood home in Mystic. And Olivia's childhood home, in the back of his mind, he wondered whether that had something to do with her decision to come there. There were tourist shops lining the boulevard, as well as some beach boutique stores. And, of course, the one building that had a line out the door, an ice cream parlor. After walking around for a few hours, he made his way down one of the side streets and found a Mexican restaurant, thinking that maybe a few shots of tequila, some beer, and a little food would help him with the next step of his mission, finding Olivia. Martin had a bunch of feelers out around the island, asking about a girl who had arrived in mid-October, on an island this small. He was confident someone knew her. It would only be a matter of time before Alexander found her. When he did, he was unsure of what to do, especially after seeing her running on the beach that morning. His face flashed red with anger when he remembered seeing some guy kiss her gently on the forehead. It made him raging mad to think that someone else was near her, touching her, enjoying her essence. But, then again, he hadn't remained faithful, either. Did he really expect that she wouldn't meet someone else, as well? Maybe it wouldn't hurt so much if he knew she hadn't moved on. That was what hurt the most. After ordering a shot of tequila and a beer, his cell phone rang. "Martin, what is it?" "Are you ready for this?" Martin asked. Alexander exhaled. "Shoot, I can handle it." "Okay, sir," he said, then paused. "I have an address." Alexander's heart began to race, knowing that he possibly could be seeing Olivia that day. "It's a cottage in Fernandina Beach on Ocean Avenue on the north end of the island. She's been renting it for the past few weeks. Paid for 6 months up front. Owner is a Terry Robinson. Lives a mile or so inland from where the beach cottage is. He took cash in exchange for no paperwork being filed regarding the rental. You're right that she had no intention of being found, sir." Alexander signaled the bartender for another shot after downing the one in front of him. "How did you find this out?" He was floored at Martin's efficiency. He made a mental note to give him a raise and a bonus. When the search through property records turned up nothing, I started contacting beach rentals, mostly ones that were booked solid. I found one online that was booked through April with no availability whatsoever, not even one day. So I made a phone call. Mr. Robinson was rather helpful, but I'm not sure you're ready for that conversation yet. Sir, with all due respect, he said, not wanting to get into Mr. Robinson's description of the empty woman who rolled up out of nowhere to rent his beach cottage. Alexander downed his second shot of tequila. You're probably right about that. I'm having trouble processing the fact that we've actually found her, and I don't need you to remind me that if we can find her, so can anyone else. Yes, sir, Martin replied. So how would you like me to proceed? Alexander thought for a moment. He wasn't sure. He desperately wanted to see Olivia, to hold her in his arms, to convince her that she didn't need to run, that he would never leave her. But then he recalled his sister's words from the night before. What if she got scared and ran again? No. He needed to have a plan. He couldn't risk her fleeing, not when he was so close. Give me some time to process this. I'll go over there soon. He hung up and signaled the bartender to pour him another shot. Chapter 8, New Leaf. Evening. Beautiful, Cam said sweetly as Olivia opened the door. He nearly took her breath away with his smile and overall good looks. Stepping toward her, he kissed her softly on the cheek, lingering just a few seconds longer, shifting the kiss from friendly to affectionate. Olivia closed her eyes, savoring the feeling of Cam's lips on her skin as she inhaled his delicious scent. It wasn't the same as Alexander's, but she reminded herself to stop comparing everything about Cam to Alexander. Cam was a breath of fresh air. He was easygoing and affectionate. He had a sense of humor. And, most of all, he didn't pressure her into talking about anything that she didn't want to. He pulled back, beaming at her as he stood on her front deck, the ocean air blowing through his wayward sandy hair. His white linen shirt rippled as the wind picked up. Ready to go, he asked, extending his arm out to her. Yes, thank you, she responded, grabbing her clutch and slipping on her beige pumps. You look amazing. As always, Cam said softly, gazing at her red halter dress. His eyes shifted to her chest, and he hoped she didn't notice. Olivia blushed, taking his arm, and he led her out to his Lexus. A few short minutes later, they pulled up to the Ritz-Carlton. Where are we going? She asked as they walked through the impressive lobby. Just a bar I really like. They have this fantastic Five Diamond restaurant here, and the bar is killer. A nice change of pace from the normal beachy southern bars that dot the rest of this little island, he replied, leading her into a classy, dimly lit lounge. Olivia looked around, noticing the place appeared to be relatively busy for a hotel bar. It seems quite popular, she remarked. It is. It's a little gem on this island. So table or bar? Olivia thought about that. Normally, she would opt for a few stools at the bar. But something about that evening made her want a little bit more privacy. She wanted to get to know Cam. She wanted to begin to open up to him. It was the only way she could start moving past Alexander. Let's sit at a table. Cam beamed his brilliant white smile as he led her past a piano player, placing his hand on the small of her back and walking her to a secluded table with tea candles lit. He held out the chair for her, and Olivia's brain rewound several months to that first night with Alexander. How he walked her from the elevator to her office in order to retrieve her things. How his simple touch sent fireworks through her entire body. And how, when Cam repeated the same gesture, her nerves didn't stand on end. Within a matter of moments, a server came over to take their drink order and returned rather quickly. Points for quick service, Olivia thought. She took a rather large gulp of her Manhattan as her eyes met Cam's, the way he looked at her. Olivia felt a little something stirring in her body. He seemed genuinely happy to just be with her, to spend time with her. He had said that he didn't care where their relationship led. There were no expectations, which made Olivia feel comfortable with him when, normally, she wouldn't want to open up to anyone. My parents died in a car accident when I was 6, she said out of nowhere, breaking the deafening silence. Cam placed his beer on the table, shocked at Olivia's sudden decision to share information about her past. I'm sorry, Libby, that's awful. She shrugged. Yeah, I still dream about the crash nearly every night. I don't really remember my parents all that much. After they died, I was shipped off to a private boarding school in Charleston. I stayed there until I went away to college. I had an uncle who was my guardian, but we weren't really all that close, so I pretty much had to raise myself. Cam said, thinking about her story. I get it now. What do you get? Olivia asked, raising her voice slightly. Just why you seem so closed off. You didn't have a parental figure in your life after your parents died. That could have stunted your emotional growth. It's common. You see it all the time, especially after such a tragedy. Wait a minute, she snapped, holding out her hand. How do you know all that shit? I'm a psychiatrist when I'm not chasing a certain beautiful woman around the island, trying to get her to talk to me. He winked. But please don't hold that against me, Libby. I beg you. He pleaded with her, seeing her demeanor change from one of calmness to one of anger. I didn't want to scare you off. I knew you were going through something, and I was so worried that if I told you what I do for a living, you would bolt. I just couldn't stand the thought of that. Olivia pushed her chair back, contemplating doing what she always did. She wanted to run as far away as she could. Don't run. Libby, please. I couldn't bear the thought of you running again because of me. I want to give you some stability in your life. He ran his hand through his hair, reminding her of Alexander yet again. Yesterday, when you finally agreed to come to dinner with me, I couldn't relax the rest of the day. I was so fucking excited to be able to spend some time with you. He reached across the table, grabbing both her hands, lowering his voice to just above a whisper. When you opened the door, my heart fucking stopped. Libby, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and I have a feeling you always will be. I like you. A lot. You're the first thing I think about every morning. You have been since I first set eyes on you. I fall asleep with a smile on my face every night because, with nightfall, I'm that much closer to seeing you again the following morning. And I'm both scared and confused as to why and how I feel this way about a woman I barely fucking know. But, please, let me get to know you. Let me in. That's all I ask. Olivia sat there, her heart racing as she listened to Cam's heartfelt plea. She knew she couldn't keep running her entire life, but that's all she had known up until that point. When things became too complicated or scary, she ran. She was tempted to run again, but the more she thought about it, the more she knew it wasn't going to solve anything. She would end up in a new town or city where she would inevitably meet someone else, and she'd find herself in the same position all over again. No, for once, she wasn't going to run. She took a deep breath and turned her eyes up to look at Cam. Okay, I'll stay. Good, Cam said, smiling. Are you okay, though? And not with what I just told you. I'm worried about you. Libby, he remarked. Sincerity etched across his face. Are you okay? I mean, really okay? Olivia looked out the window, her chin quivering as she gazed at the moonlit beach, honeymooning couples holding hands and strolling along the white sand paths. Hey, Libby, Cam said, bringing her attention back to him. It's okay to admit that you're not okay, but you need to at least realize that something is making you sad or upset or angry. Too many people walk around saying that everything's fine when, in all reality, things aren't fine. Sometimes we're bruised, beaten, shattered, or destroyed. I just hope you're not. But if you are, let me be the one to fix you. I'm not talking to you as someone who happens to be a therapist. I'm talking to you as someone who is so incredibly attracted to you that it hurts sometimes. A tear fell down Olivia's cheek. I'm not okay, Cam, but I want to be. Hopefully the more time that goes by, the more okay I'll be. She stood up. I'm just going to go powder my nose. I'll be right back. Cam eyed her suspiciously. You're not running, are you? Olivia took a deep breath. No, Cam. For the first time in my life, I'm not going to run. I can't run from things that scare me for the rest of my life, so I may as well turn over a new leaf. Standing up, he snaked his arm around her waist and pulled her close to his body. Is this okay? He asked quietly, a bit of huskiness in his voice. Olivia gazed into his eyes and, unable to find her own voice, simply nodded. He leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. Is this okay? He asked, his lips still pressed lightly against hers. She nodded again and could feel his mouth turn into a huge smile. Good, because I can't seem to get enough of your lips. He pressed another gentle kiss on them before sending her on her way to the ladies' room. When she returned, their evening continued on a much lighter note, both sharing stories from their childhood. So, where in South Carolina did you grow up? Olivia asked after they ordered their third round of drinks. The liquor helped her open up a bit, and Cam seemed to enjoy learning about her. Myrtle Beach, actually. And the answer is no. I absolutely do not golf, he joked. That's too bad, she responded, placing her martini glass on the table. I was just thinking how hot you'd look in some plaid pants. She giggled. It took Cam's breath away. That's quickly becoming one of my favorite sounds. Suddenly, it felt as if the floor fell out from under her. It was the second time in 2 days that Cam said something that reminded her of Alexander. She rewound back to that day she bumped into him running through Boston Common. He had told her the same thing. Libby, where did you go? Cam asked, interrupting her memories. He looked at Olivia, her face paler than he had ever seen it before. He was concerned about the girl who sat in front of him. There was something, or someone, that she was running from, and certain words seemed to be triggers of very painful memories. You know what? Cam Olivia said before draining her glass. He quickly signaled the server to bring her another. It's not the bad memories that hurt. She quivered. It's the good ones that cause the most pain. Those are the memories that stay with you, making you smile. Then you realize that the source of those memories is gone, and you'll never have that feeling again. She took a deep breath, her voice barely a whisper. And that is what is most painful. Cam grabbed Olivia's hand, gently brushing her knuckles. Lucky guess. But we're not talking about your parents here, are we? It's something or someone that you ran from up in Boston, isn't it? She opened her mouth, unsure of whether she could speak the words about what happened between her and Alexander. He held his hand up to stop her. I told you, I'm not going to pressure you to talk about anything you don't want to. Let's stop talking about all this heavy stuff and just enjoy each other's company. I'm so sorry for whatever I said that would cause you any pain. That's the last thing I want to do. The server dropped off another Manhattan, and Olivia began to feel rather tipsy. She felt that familiar tingle in electricity, wondering whether it was simply the effects of the liquor. Whatever the reason, she didn't care. Her body shuddered as Cam picked up her hand, softly kissing her knuckles. She was feeling something. Chapter 9. 5 little words. That fucking bastard, Alexander thought as he sat at the far corner of the bar, his eyes trained on the table near the windows. He couldn't believe that she was at his hotel, at the bar where he was drinking. What were the chances? And there he was, comforting her when she got upset and kissing her perfect fucking skin. It was taking all of his self-control to not walk over there and cause a scene. No, now was not the right time. He had been drunk nearly all day, and he was certain that nothing he could say to her at that moment would be swoon-worthy, and that's what he needed. He signaled the bartender to pour him another scotch as he sat there staring at Olivia. His Olivia. He was concerned about her drinking, but that was like the pot calling the kettle black. But 4 Manhattans really. He couldn't understand why he kept freezing up when she was nearby, on the beach earlier, now at the bar. He was unable to tell his legs to put one in front of the other and walk over there. Maybe his brain was trying to tell him something. He watched as the guy sitting across from her caressed her skin, signaling their server for the check. Then she giggled, and Alexander lost it. How could someone else be making her happy? That was his fucking job, throwing several bills on the bar. He downed his scotch and walked out. He didn't know where he was going, but he knew he needed to get away from there. "Ready to go?" Beautiful Cam asked, extending his arm and helping Olivia up from her chair. She wavered slightly, the multiple strong drinks affecting her balance. "Easy there, Libby. You drank a bit tonight." Olivia smiled. "I definitely did." She slurred, clutching onto Cam's arm. "I'm schmammered." She wished she hadn't ordered so many Manhattans. Cam was smart, ordering only beer. She should have stuck to beer because she was fairly drunk right now. And when she was drunk, she made awful decisions. Schmammered. "What's that?" he asked, smiling at her, kind of like a combination of smashed and hammered. She giggled as Cam led her out to the lobby, snaking his arm around her waist to help steady her. His body felt so warm against hers. She enjoyed the closeness that she was beginning to feel with him. "Shit," she exclaimed just as they reached the front doors to the hotel. "I left my clutch in there." "I'll go get it," Cam said quickly. "No, I'll get it. I need to use the ladies' room anyway." "Are you sure you'll be okay?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. She smiled as she placed her hand on his chest. "I love that you worry about me," she whispered against his neck. Her breath smelled sweet, a combination of the alcohol and just her. She planted a quick kiss on Cam's neck before turning around to head back into the bar. "I'll be right back. Promise." Cam chuckled as he watched her walk away, her hips swaying in such a way that made his entire being harden. "Okay, gorgeous. But if you're not back in 5 minutes, I'll send out a search party." Olivia turned her head around and winked as she walked back into the bar, searching for her clutch. After leaving the restaurant bar and roaming around for a while, Alexander walked into the lobby bar. He was less than impressed with their Scotch selection, but he desperately wanted another drink, needing to forget about seeing Olivia with another man. It drove him crazy to even think about it. He decided that one more Scotch was in order, so he returned to the restaurant bar he had just left, still feeling the unbearable pain. He wanted something to numb it all. Placing his order with the bartender, he glanced over at the empty table where Olivia had been sitting. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a small purple clutch lying on the floor under the chair. He took a deep breath before walking over there with the purpose of turning it over to the bartender so that no one stole anything out of it. After bending down to grab the small wristlet, his heart stopped as he stared into those big brown eyes again. Olivia wavered a bit, obviously drunk from all the liquor he had watched her consume that evening. He noticed a small tear escape her eye and her chin quivered. The atmosphere immediately changed from one of hurt to one of hope. He could see it in her eyes. There was still hope for him. He held out the clutch. "You left this. I didn't want anyone to steal it," he said quietly. Olivia didn't know what to think. That morning, she had a feeling that Alexander was on the island. And now there he was, standing in front of her, handing her clutch to her. Knots began to form in the pit of her stomach. Leaving him was so easy when she didn't have to look into those green eyes. She took the coward's way out, writing him a letter saying goodbye. But now that she was face to face with him, could she really tell him that she didn't want to be with him? Slowly, she reached her hand out to grab the clutch, Alexander's fingers softly brushing hers. Inhaling quickly, she dropped her eyes to his fingers delicately caressing her hand. It was such a simple gesture, but the fireworks erupting within her body sent shivers throughout. "You still feel that?" Alexander asked sadly, noticing her reaction. Olivia looked into his eyes again, opening her mouth, willing her brain to say something, anything, but she couldn't. A lump formed in her throat and she knew that she made a mistake leaving Alexander in Boston. Then his words echoed in her head. "You always try to stay strong, ignoring the past, but you can't keep it all inside. Love, it will destroy you. It will destroy me too." It was selfish of her to string Alexander along, knowing full well that the baggage she carried was too much for him to deal with. That's how this all began. Those 5 little words. It will destroy me, too. Olivia knew they were true, and what she did no longer seemed selfish. It was selfless. She was saving Alexander from the inevitable pain of her path of destruction. I can't do this." Alexander, I have to go, she cried, turning abruptly and running out of the bar, leaving him alone. Olivia, love, he called after her, trying to catch up. He saw her bolt out the front door of the hotel into a silver Lexus convertible. Damn it, he shouted as the car drove off. But not before she turned her head around, meeting his eyes one last time. Reaching into his pocket, he grabbed his cell phone, punching a button. Martin, he growled, his speech slurred. Go over there and keep watch for me. Alert me if there's any movement. He hung up before retreating back to the restaurant. He downed the scotch on the bar and retired to his suite for the evening. Tomorrow was another day, and he wouldn't start drinking at noon. Chapter 10. Feel again. Are you sure you're okay? Libby Cam asked as he drove down the tree-lined streets on the south end of the island. You look like you've seen a ghost or something. Taking in her appearance, he wondered if maybe she had gotten sick in the ladies' room. Her eyes were red and her face was pale. The playful Olivia was nowhere to be found. He grabbed her hand after shifting into fourth. Come on, Libby. Don't shut me out. We were making so much progress. Olivia tilted her head toward him. I'm sorry, she replied dryly. She was desperate to get the evening out of her head. It had started out so nice. Earlier, she actually felt something she hadn't in so very long. Hope. Hope that she could survive life after Alexander. And then he had to go and show up at her little oasis. After a silent car ride that felt as if it had lasted hours instead of mere minutes, Cam pulled up outside of Olivia's beach cottage. She didn't even wait for him to open the door for her. She bolted out of the car, anxious to forget the whole night. Libby, wait, please, Cam begged, catching up to her as she fumbled with her keys, frantically trying to unlock her front door with shaky hands. Please, he repeated, grabbing the keys out of her trembling fingers. Let me fix this. He trailed his hand down her arm, trying to calm her down. Olivia turned around and met his eyes as he unlocked the door. There, all better, he said quietly, gently pushing the door open. Would you like to come in? She asked, her voice soft. She wanted to forget about seeing Alexander, and she needed Cam to do that, running his hand through his hair. A look of hesitation spread across his face. Please, Cam, I just don't want to be alone right now, she begged, her eyes brimming with tears. All of Cam's resolve to do the right thing melted at that moment. Okay, I won't leave you. Libby. He followed her into the quaint house. Olivia needed him, and it felt good to be needed. Would you like a coffee? She asked as she made her way through the open living room into the airy kitchen, placing her clutch on the island and throwing off her heels. If it's not any trouble, Cam replied, following her into the kitchen and sitting on a bar stool. No trouble at all. How do you take it? Black. He winked. Olivia smiled, remembering how Cam had noticed the little things about her, like how she began drinking her coffee black. She felt it matched her mood lately. After preparing 2 cups of coffee in her 1-cup brewer, she handed one to Cam and led him over to a large white couch in her living room. It was a small space, but the high ceilings made the room seem much larger and open. This is a great view you have, Cam remarked, looking out the enormous front windows at the ocean. I'm quite fond of it myself, Olivia replied, sitting on the couch, facing the large windows. Who needs TV when you have this view? And, of course, the hot guys that come here to surf aren't bad to look at either. She winked, nudging Cam with her elbow. This is good, she thought. She was letting him in, even if it didn't work out. She knew it was a pain that she could deal with. Cam's heart raced when he heard her words. She looked at him. Her lips turned up gently in the corners as if inviting him to respond. Well, I've known a few surfers who blow off work in the morning just to come and try to get a certain girl to notice them. Slacker, Olivia joked, sipping her coffee. Definitely. He responded, placing his mug on the coffee table in front of him. Give me that, he said, grabbing her mug and setting it beside his. Olivia turned to face him, her body instantly becoming warm as his eyes bore down into her. She knew it wasn't fair to him, but she needed to feel close to someone. Desperation took over as she took his face in her hands and placed her lips on his. the kiss gentle at first, before exploding into a passionate exchange. His tongue entered her mouth as they feverishly explored each other's bodies, Olivia pushing Cam down on the couch and straddling him. She broke her lips away from his, trailing kisses down his neck and collarbone, nibbling on his earlobe as she felt his erection grow between her legs. "Fuck," he exhaled. "God, your lips are soft." "Libby," he breathed as she continued torturing him with her mouth, gently kissing his chest through his shirt. She wanted to feel something. She tried to feel the electricity that she felt when she was with Alexander. As she traced her tongue against his neck, savoring the taste of his salty skin, her body refused to ignite on fire. She sat back, grinding her hips against Cam's midsection, reaching for the buttons on his linen shirt, hoping to feel even the hint of a spark. At the very least, she wanted to forget about seeing Alexander. But if that was true, why did she wish Cam's blazing silver eyes were green when she looked into them? She closed her own eyes, not wanting to look at Cam as she continued torturing him with her body, moving on top of him in a way that made his entire body flame with desire. She slowly began to unbutton his shirt, lowering her lips to his chest, tracing circles with her tongue. "Libby," Cam said, "you don't have to." Olivia held a finger over his mouth, hushing him. "I know," she said, her breathing ragged. "I want this. Cam, I need this. Help me feel again. Please." She continued circling his midsection, finally beginning to feel a familiar throbbing between her legs. She knew she was just using Cam, but she didn't care. She needed to feel again. She didn't care if there were no sparks or fireworks. She was tired of feeling so numb and empty. Returning her lips to his, Olivia finished unbuttoning his shirt, leaning down to nibble on his earlobe, savoring the feeling of his muscular body beneath her own. She trailed kisses from his neck down his chest, toying with his little trail of hair, eager to see where it led, groaning. Cam flipped Olivia onto her back, his tongue continuing its exploration of her mouth as his hand roamed up and down her long legs. With each journey up, he went a little further north, drawing her dress even higher, finally feeling her ass. She moaned, deepening the kiss before pulling back and dragging Cam's lower lip between her teeth, nibbling gently. She wrapped her legs around his waist, wanting to feel him inside of her. "Easy, Libby, or I'm not going to last long." He exhaled into her neck. "I want this to last." "Please, Cam, I need to feel you," Olivia pleaded with him. "And I want you to feel me," he whispered into her mouth, pressing his lips to hers. "I want you to feel so fucking complete when I'm moving inside you that you forget about whatever it is that's got you scared." Olivia's heart swelled at Cam's gentle words and touch, the heat emanating from his body making her desperate for him to keep touching her. "Do you want that?" he asked, pulling back and looking down at her as she lay panting on the couch. "Yes, Cam," she said breathlessly. She wanted that more than anything. She wanted him. She needed him. He was the only one who could make her forget about him. He grabbed the bottom of her dress, looking into her eyes as if asking permission. She bit her bottom lip and nodded. Within seconds, she lay on the couch wearing only a red lace strapless bra and matching panties. She felt Cam harden even more between her legs. "Fuck. Libby." He lowered his head to her chest, tracing his tongue across the top of her breasts. Olivia squirmed under his mouth, the heat sending shivers through her body. His fingers gently slid underneath her bra, lowering it and exposing her nipples. The cool air and her desire for him made them harden. He ran his tongue over one nipple, tugging lightly with his teeth. Olivia let out a soft moan, enjoying the feeling of ecstasy from such a simple gesture. "You like that?" Libby Cam asked, tracing her other nipple. She nodded, her breathing picking up pace as she moved her hips, desperate for some sort of release. Cam pulled back and looked at Olivia, a sexy smile across his face. "Patience. Gorgeous. Let me help you feel again." He reached down and slipped a finger in her panties, finding her clit and gently rubbing it. "Do you feel that?" he asked softly, feathering his lips across her neck. "Yes," she responded quietly, throwing her head back and reveling in the sensation of his touch on the most intimate part of her body. "Good," he replied before lowering himself down her body and grabbing her panties by the hips, sliding them down her long legs. "I want to taste you, Libby," he said in a husky voice. He slowly trailed kisses down her stomach, watching her chest rise and fall in a quick rhythm. "Do you want that?" he asked as he circled her belly button with his tongue, his finger slowly entering and withdrawing from inside her. "Yes, Cam. God, yes." Olivia breathed softly. She didn't know how much more she could take. The anticipation was killing her. She was desperate to feel something other than the numbness that had taken over her entire being since fleeing Boston. For the first time in over a month, she was feeling something, and it felt amazing. He continued trailing kisses down her stomach, pausing before pressing his tongue against her clit, slowly lapping up her juices as he continued pleasuring her with his finger. "I love the way you taste, Libby," Cam commented before returning his tongue to the spot that made her feel for a change. "You feel that?" "Yes, Cam, I feel it." She closed her eyes, desperate to block out the rest of the world and only concentrate on the amazing sensation of Cam's mouth between her legs. "Good." He began sucking ever so gently as he inserted another finger inside her. She felt like she was on the brink of exploding, the incredibly full feeling of his tongue on her and fingers inside her, about to send her over the edge into a million tiny pieces. It wasn't as intense a feeling as she felt with Alexander, but at that moment in time, she was finally feeling. She moaned out as Cam continued his gentle movement, softly licking her. "Faster, Cam, please." He looked up and met her eyes as his tongue moved at a quicker pace over her clit, picking up speed with his fingers. "You like that, Libby?" he asked before returning his mouth to her sex, slipping another finger inside of her. All of a sudden, it became too much for her to handle. Her body began to tighten around Cam's fingers. She was torn at that moment. She wanted her release, but she didn't want to not feel anymore. He felt her clench around him. She was almost there. He knew it. She was feeling it, and that's all he wanted. "Come on, Libby, feel it." He thrust his fingers even faster inside her, sucking on her clit. She screamed out in pleasure as she came apart underneath his tongue, the waves of gratification overtaking her entire core, her vision blurry from the intense sensation. When the last of the aftershocks subsided, she reached down and grabbed Cam's face, bringing it to hers. She kissed him deeply, tasting her juices on his lips. "Cam," she said quietly, "I need you inside me." She pressed her lips on his, running her hands down his back, savoring the feeling of his muscles through his shirt. He groaned before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a foil packet. He quickly lowered his pants and removed his shirt, his eyes locked on Olivia's. "Are you sure, Libby?" he asked when he returned to the couch, staring down at her beautiful naked body. She nodded fervently, reaching up for his arm and pulling his body down on top of hers. "I need it. Cam, please." He leaned back and quickly tore open the condom packet, sliding it on, propping himself on one arm and positioning himself at Olivia's opening. He leaned down and kissed her gently. "I've been waiting for this since I first set eyes on you, Libby." He breathed against her lips as he slowly slid into her, filling her with his arousal. He didn't fill her like Alexander did, but it was still an incredible sensation. "You okay?" Cam asked as he steadily moved back and forth inside of her, stretching her to match his size. Olivia nodded her head. "Yes, Cam. Don't stop," she begged as he picked up his pace. She began thrusting with him, meeting the tempo he set, desperate to find her release again. But she had a feeling it wasn't going to happen. The electricity wasn't there. Not like it was with Alexander. "You feel that, Libby?" he grunted as his pace quickened. "Yes, Cam. Yes," she exclaimed loudly. "God, you feel amazing," he said against her neck, gently tracing lines up to her earlobe. "Libby, what are you doing to me?" He looked down at the woman lying naked below him, moving with his rhythm. His words flooded Olivia with guilt. What am I doing to him, she thought. She knew she was using him. It was clear Cam had real feelings for her. Maybe she could have feelings for him too. She gazed into his eyes, hoping to feel something for him, but it never came, not wanting to stare into his eyes. She pulled his face to hers and kissed him, running her hands up and down his chiseled back. His tempo increased and he grunted against her neck. Olivia knew he was close. She could feel it in the way he thrust into her. She dug her nails into his back, setting him off. Oh, Libby, he quivered, his body shaking on top of her as he shuddered, finding his release and pumping into her a few last times. He collapsed on top of her, totally spent, as she gently caressed his sweat-drenched hair, both their breathing still ragged. After lying there for several long moments, Cam slowly got up, withdrawing from her. He removed the condom and pulled on his boxer shorts, sitting back down next to her. She leaned up and gave him a gentle kiss on the lips. Thank you. Cam, what are you thanking me for? He asked, running his hand up and down her arm, savoring the soft flesh. For making me feel again. I needed that. Cam smiled. Well, anytime you need to feel, I'm more than happy to help. Damn, Libby. He exhaled, running his hands through his hair. That was fucking intense. Olivia smiled, his compliment sending sparks through her body. Not fireworks, but it was still better than nothing. I hate to do this, but I should probably get back to my place. I do need to work tomorrow. He stood up, grabbing his shirt and pants. Olivia grabbed her underwear and put them on. Wait, Cam, stay. Please. I don't know if I can bear being alone tonight. Cam's heart sank as he stared into her big brown eyes. The sadness was overwhelming. He sighed, wondering what made her seem so broken. Okay, anything for you. Beautiful. He winked and grabbed her hand. Bedroom is upstairs. I assume Olivia nodded and followed him up the stairs. That night, for the first time in over a month, she fell asleep with a man's arms around her, and it felt good, until those haunting green eyes invaded her dreams again. Chapter 11, Humanity. Jesus, Libby, wake up, Cam shouted, shaking her, her eyes flung open, taking in her surroundings. It was warm, and there was something else in her bed. Cam, he's still here, she thought. Fuck, Libby, what's going on with you? He asked, flipping her around so she faced him. Olivia searched his silver eyes that were awash with concern and compassion. Reaching out, he wiped her tear-stained eyes with his thumb, gently brushing his lips against her forehead. You're worrying me, he whispered. Olivia bolted from the bed, grabbed a t-shirt, and threw it on. I'm fine. Cam, she spat out viciously. I don't want you to worry about me. I don't want anyone worrying about me. Just let it go, okay? She scurried down the stairs, trying to forget her dream. The boy with the green eyes continued haunting her dreams, and he kept morphing into Alexander. Libby, wait! Cam cried, running down the stairs and into the kitchen. He watched as Olivia opened a semi-full bottle of whiskey and drank straight from it. What are you doing? She took a breath before throwing the bottle back, drinking more. What does it look like? This is the only thing that takes those fucking dreams away. Cam, she cried out, her hands shaking. How the fuck would you feel if every night you watch your parents die every fucking night? Her cries became more and more desperate with each breath. And then you see the person who saved you, and you don't know who the fuck it is. But you know that you should. I don't know how much longer I can do this. She moaned, sinking down to the kitchen floor, clutching the bottle in her hand as if her life depended on it. Cam lowered himself to the ground and sat next to her. He leaned against the cabinets and watched with sympathy as she threw back the bottle once more, taking another long drag. He said quietly, You know, there are pills that you can try if you don't want those dreams anymore. She shook her head vehemently, her sobs heavy. No, I'm not going to use chemicals. My doctor already gave me Valium, which I refuse to take, to help with the panic attacks. He raised his eyebrows. So, then, what's the deal with that whiskey bottle you're holding? Fuck you, she spat out, glaring at him. Cam sighed, placing his arm around her shoulders, trying to comfort her. Sorry, Libby. I just hate to see you upset. Tell me what I can do and I'll do it. Olivia took another swig of the bottle. Nothing. Cam, there is nothing you can do. There is nothing anyone can do. This is my fucking life. I destroy people, so you should stay far away from me because I'll just destroy you, too. She stood up and threw the now empty whiskey bottle into the garbage before walking over to the window, staring out into the dark ocean. She noticed a black SUV parked a few hundred yards down the sandy road. Her heart fell as she stumbled over to the couch, falling flat on her stomach. She was emotionally drained. She wanted to shut it all off. Why did he have to come to her island and find her? Easy. Libby. Cam scurried off the kitchen floor and into the living room, kneeling down next to the couch. I'm broken. Cam. Olivia slurred, turning her head to look at him. I'm broken and he keeps popping up. I can't make it fucking stop. He pulled back slightly. What are you talking about, Libby? Who are you running from? Did somebody hurt you? The worry in his voice mirrored the unsettled look now etched across his face. He had dealt with many victims of domestic violence in the past. He wondered if that was what made Olivia leave her home and come here, trying to escape an abusive relationship. Olivia sighed. Nobody hurt me, she murmured. Although I probably deserve it. I'm the one who did the hurting. I ruined things. Cam, I ruin everything. I ruined everything. He brushed away the brown tendrils of hair that had fallen into her eyes, caressing the scar on her forehead. He wondered where that had come from. I don't know what you're talking about right now, Libby, but I want to know. I want to help you. Olivia eyed him suspiciously. He chuckled, not as a therapist, as a friend, wiping her eyes. She turned her head and looked into Cam's eyes, wishing they were green. I could really use a friend right now. I hate feeling so alone. I promise you, I'll never let you feel alone again. Okay, Libby. You can trust me. Fuck those words. Olivia howled, her sobs overtaking her entire body. Cam had no idea what he said that could have possibly set her off like that. Come on, Libby, calm down. It's all okay, he reassured her, rubbing her back. Olivia shook her head back and forth, closing her eyes. No, I don't think it will be. She spat out through her tears. Maybe it would be better if I couldn't feel anything. Cam, I just don't want to feel anymore. He continued soothing her sobs, wrapping his arms around her small frame. You don't mean that, he said, kissing the top of her head. I know sometimes our feelings can be a little overwhelming, but that's what makes us human. You don't want to shut that off. Libby, now, let's get you back to bed so you can try to forget all about whatever's upsetting you, even if for just a minute. Cam helped her off the couch and brought her back to the bedroom, pulling her to his body, gently comforting the last of the tears away. He sighed as he heard her breathing become even, indicating that she had finally found sleep. Over the course of the night, he held her tightly, comforting her screams and cries when she woke up. He was terrified for her having to deal with those dreams nearly every night. He wondered if what she told him was true. Could simply reliving the night of her parents' deaths really be causing all this pain? Or was it something else? Was it someone else? As he listened to her breathing, he heard her start mumbling the name Alexander over and over again. Cam knew he had his answer. Chapter 12, Broken. The following morning, Alexander woke up early, nursing a hangover, and checked in with Martin. He was somewhat evasive when responding to Alexander's questions, so he decided it was time to see for himself where Olivia lived. He grabbed the Mercedes and set out for a short drive to the north side of the island. The sun had begun to rise through some rather ominous-looking clouds over the horizon, and he wondered whether Olivia was up and feeling as miserable as he was. He watched large condo towers turn into smaller stilt houses as he made his way north. Turning onto Ocean Avenue, he drove a few short blocks before finding the house that he was searching for. He nodded to Martin, indicating that it was okay for him to go. Looking over the two-story beach cottage, he saw Olivia's Audi parked in the driveway, but there was another car too. It was the Lexus from the night before. Alexander pulled on the side of the sandy road between Olivia's house and the sand dunes, punching the steering wheel, anger overwhelming his entire being. How could she move on so quickly? He became sick at the thought of someone else kissing her, touching her, making her feel good. He wanted to do that. It was his job. But no. She pushed him away, and now here he was, ready to beg for her to come back. Putting his car in park, he watched as surfers rode some large waves into the shore, the sun trying to peek out behind black storm clouds, lighting the entire beach in an orange hue that made Alexander want to see red. He felt as if his entire world had been ripped apart. His heart ached thinking about another man lying in the same bed as Olivia, not caring that he hadn't remained faithful. He heard a door open and close. The only other sounds were the ocean waves and the distant rumble of thunder. Watching a tall, lean man walk out of Olivia's house, he had to control his desire to walk up and punch him for no reason other than that he was fucking the love of his life. At least, that's what Alexander assumed. He observed Olivia's overnight guest appear to be somewhat disheveled as he made his way from her front deck to his Lexus. It was readily apparent that he was upset about something. Then Alexander noticed the front door open and Olivia ran out. "Cam, wait," she shouted. "I'm sorry, I just don't do this thing very well." "The fucker's name is Cam," Alexander said to himself as he crouched down in his rental car, listening to their conversation, thankful that he was close enough to overhear it above the crashing waves and wind. "Don't do what?" Libby Alexander heard Cam cry out. "Her name is Olivia, fucker." It took all of his willpower to not run up to her at that moment and sweep her into his arms. She looked miserable. "Because there is something going on with you. And I don't know what the fuck to think," Cam exclaimed, and Alexander could hear the exasperation in his voice. He had sounded that way with Olivia on countless occasions himself. "Didn't you enjoy last night?" Red, red, red. All Alexander could see was red. The thought of someone else being inside of her made him wild with anger. Alexander looked at her, noticing a touch of hesitation as she gently caressed Cam's cheek. Sighing deeply, she responded, "Of course I did. I just needed to feel something again. Cam. But I don't know how to do the relationship thing very well. So, please, let's just start over. Okay, I'm sorry if I sounded so cold before. I was wrong. Please." "Damn it, Libby. All I did was ask if I could see you tonight and you flipped out, asking why I would ever want to spend time with you. Why are you doing this? You're pushing me away. Don't do that. Please, just..." Cam dropped his voice to an almost whisper. "Just let me in. I beg you." He brought his thumb up to Olivia's cheek, wiping a tear that had begun to fall. "I don't think I can. I already gave my heart away once, and the thing is, I never really got it back. Not all of it. Anyway, I'm broken and I don't think I'll ever really be able to let you in. Not all the way." Cam pulled Olivia into his arms, gently kissing the top of her head, trying to soothe her sobs. "I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'll take whatever it is you can give me. If you can't give me all your heart, you don't have to. Just give me something. I just want to be able to spend more time with you. Okay?" Olivia pulled out of his embrace and looked into his gentle silver eyes, moist with emotion. She slowly nodded. "I guess I don't understand why you want to spend time with me so badly, knowing that I can't give you what you probably want." He leaned down and kissed her forehead. "I don't care about that, Libby. Maybe today you can't give me what I want. And maybe not next week or even next month. But maybe, just maybe, you'll wake up one day and finally see what's right in front of you." He brushed her lips with his, kissing her gently. "And knowing that you may open your heart to me eventually is good enough for me. You deserve to be with someone who makes you happy, someone who won't hurt you." Clutching her hands in his, he took a deep breath. I don't know what it is about you, Libby, but I can't stay away from you. Please, don't push me away. She searched his eyes for the answer she needed. Don't say anything right now. I'm going to go to work. Let's forget about tonight. Take some time to yourself, and I'll see you tomorrow morning like old times, surfing. Then you can tell me what you think you want. Okay. Alexander watched with bated breath as Olivia pulled her bottom lip into her teeth, contemplating Cam's words. Tell him to fuck off. Okay, I can do that. Olivia looked down at her feet, something that made Alexander's heart race. She always did that. Then she looked out at the horizon before settling her eyes on the Mercedes parked where the SUV was the night before. Are you okay? Libby Cam asked after seeing her intake a quick breath, as if something caught her off guard. He turned his head to follow Olivia's gaze and noticed a nice red Mercedes convertible sitting on the road. The driver clearly interested in looking at the storm bringing crashing waves to the shore. Yes, I'm fine, she responded. Cam looked at her with a questioning look as she straightened her back, keeping herself turned in the direction of the Mercedes. Okay, beautiful. He grabbed Olivia's hand and planted delicate kisses on her knuckles. I'll be thinking about you all day. She blushed, returning his gaze. Until tomorrow, Angel, he said, his voice husky as he pulled Olivia into a tight embrace, kissing her deeply on the mouth. She half-heartedly returned the kiss, and Alexander could feel her lack of enthusiasm. Good, he thought to himself. Cam pulled out of the kiss, noticing Olivia's hesitation, sighing. He walked down the front steps of her deck and retreated into his car. Olivia stood frozen in place, watching the ocean waves, unsure of what to do next. Knowing Alexander had seen their entire exchange. Once the Lexus pulled down the road, Alexander jumped out of his Mercedes. Olivia immediately turned to head back into her house, desperately wanting to forget that he was even there. She needed to forget about him, which was becoming difficult since he had shown up on her little island. Olivia! Love, Alexander shouted, leaping up the stairs and onto her front deck, grabbing her arm. Shivers ran up and down her spine from the contact. He spun her around, making her face him. Please, I beg you, I just want to talk, he said quietly, his eyes pleading with her as thunder sounded in the distance. Crossing her arms, she gazed into his deep green eyes that held so much pain. She knew she had caused that pain, but she couldn't be with him. Those 5 little words still replayed in her memory each and every day. They haunted her dreams at night. It will destroy me, too. Please, Olivia, I don't know who I am without you, Alexander said quietly, taking a step closer and lightly caressing her bare arm. He leaned down. I know you can still feel it, he whispered, his breath hot against her neck. I feel it too. Don't deny your body or your heart. A large raindrop fell on the deck, followed by several more. His words broke Olivia apart. No, Alexander, I'm not doing this. I told you why I left. I'll only hurt you. So, please, forget about me. I beg you. She whipped around quickly, frantically seeking the comfort of the 4 walls of her beach house. Just answer me one question. Olivia, Alexander said loudly over the rain that had begun to drench them both. His tone gave her pause. She slowly turned around to face him, taking a step toward her. He gently brushed her damp hair back, caressing the scar on her forehead. Does he make you come the way I do? He asked, his voice husky with desire for the woman standing in front of him. Olivia's head shot up. Does he know how to make your body react with just a simple touch? He ran his fingers down her arm, making her entire body want to melt into his. Does he drive you wild when he's inside you? Placing his hand on the small of her back, he pulled her against him. Lightning coursed through her soul from feeling Alexander's body flush with hers again. He leaned down, his lips feathering soft kisses along her neck. Is he strong enough to be with you? Does he make you feel whole? Olivia scrambled to get out of his embrace, needing to distance herself from him. She looked down at her feet, not wanting to look into the same green eyes that found her in her dreams each and every night. Olivia, look at me, She raised her head quickly, her body betraying her by so eagerly obeying Alexander's demand. "Do you really want to live life without me in it?" he cried out. Olivia's chin trembled as she thought about what life without Alexander had been like. She hated every second of it, but she couldn't be with him. It would only end badly for all involved. "I can't. Alexander," she quivered. "I wish I could, but I just can't." "Why, Olivia? Please, tell me why and I'll leave you alone. Why him and not me?" She stared into his eyes as they fought back tears. "You want to know why?" she spat out. "Because I'll never love him. I can walk away from Cam anytime because I don't feel anything for him. And I just don't want to feel Alexander. I'm done feeling. It hurts too much. My entire life, everyone I've ever cared about has been ripped from my world. You said it yourself. I'll just destroy you too. So please, go home. Find someone else and forget that I ever walked into your life that night back in August. Please, I beg you. I'll never be able to get over my past." Olivia brought her hand up to wipe at the tears that were flowing down her cheeks. "That's not your decision to make, love." She melted at his term of endearment. Alexander placed his hand on the small of her back again, pulling her body toward his. She gasped at his erection pressed against her stomach. "I want you to feel, Olivia," he whispered. "I want you to feel me. Don't deny your body what it needs." He leaned down, planting gentle kisses on her neck. "I've missed the smell and feel of your skin, love." She stilled, not wanting to get pulled back into his web. "Do not call me that." She pushed against him, ridding herself of his embrace and heading toward her front door. "Please, Olivia," Alexander begged. "I've kept my end of the bargain." "Alex," she hissed, spinning around, her eyes blazing. "I told you why him, so leave." She lowered her voice. "Please, Alex, you need to forget about me." He was so close and Olivia could feel her resolve starting to melt. She secretly wanted to jump on him, kiss him deeply, and feel him inside of her. But she couldn't do that. She needed to forget about him. The attraction scared her to death and she knew that she would only end up shattered in the end. She knew she couldn't deal with that pain. He pulled back, looking at her. "Tell me you don't want me in your life and I'll go. I want to hear you say the words. Olivia, tell me you don't care about me, that you've moved on, that you're happy. Say the words, and I'll leave right now and forget all about you." A tear fell down his cheek as a lump formed in his throat from the thought of losing his Olivia once more. "Say the words, love, and you'll never have to see my face again." Olivia stood staring at him while rain pummeled the coast, causing her to shake from the dampness and cold air. "I'm happy." "Okay," she shouted. "I'm so fucking happy without you in my life." She spun around, trying to get away from him. Olivia had no idea what had come over her. She didn't mean those words, but she said them anyway. As a last desperate act, Alexander grabbed her, pulled her body into his, and crushed his mouth against hers. His hands roamed her body. She tried to push him away, but his strength was too much. The feeling of his tongue exploring her mouth and his hands caressing her body sent tremors through her entire being. She melted into the kiss as he dipped his hand into her shorts. "You can't possibly tell me you don't feel this." "Olivia," he growled, inserting 2 fingers inside her. "Your body betrays your words. I don't believe a fucking word you say." He covered her mouth with his before she could even protest. He forced her against the door, reaching for the handle with his spare hand as he continued his relentless assault against her. She didn't know what to think. She needed Alexander out of her life, but her body was on fire from his mouth pressed against hers, his tongue and fingers invading her. She couldn't help but to kiss him back, running her fingers through his hair and pressing her body against his even more. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get close enough to him. Alexander dragged her inside, pushing her up against the wall as he closed the door. "Alex," she whimpered, "tell me you don't want this." "Olivia, I need to hear you say the fucking words. He continued thrusting his fingers inside of her. He lowered her shorts before quickly unbuttoning his own, sliding them down. He positioned himself at her wet entrance, panting from the proximity. Tell me, Olivia, he growled, waiting for her to respond. Say you don't want me. Olivia couldn't form any thoughts. The feeling of his arousal on her clit overwhelming, staring into his intense green eyes. Her mouth refused to form the words that weren't true. God damn it, Olivia. He slammed into her, causing her to throw her head back in ecstasy. Tell me Cam makes you feel like this when he's fucking you. Tell me he drives you crazy like I do. He continued thrusting into her, savoring the feeling of being inside her. It felt right. It felt like home. Lift me up, Alex, Olivia breathed out. I need to feel you closer, she begged. Alexander did as she asked and lifted her up, steadying her as she wrapped her long legs around his waist. Is that better? God. Yes, she responded. Faster. Alex, I need to feel you. She began thrusting against him, savoring the closeness that she had been missing ever since she ran. He matched her tempo. Something about Alexander being back inside her made everything seem all right again. She was climbing higher and higher toward her peak, and she could see the edge in sight. But, unlike so many other times, she didn't know if Alexander would always be there to catch her. She didn't know if she wanted him to catch her anymore. Olivia's breathing became heavy, and Alexander felt a familiar clenching around him. He continued driving into her, wanting to come with her. As she screamed out his name, he let go. Tell me every time that Cam fucks you, he makes you come like that. He thrust one last time, emptying himself inside of her as she convulsed around him. He kept her pinned to the wall for several long moments as he tried to regulate his breathing. After she finally came down from her earth-shattering orgasm, Olivia opened her eyes and stared into Alexander's haunting green ones, the same green eyes that she kept seeing in her dreams. Those eyes that told her she would only destroy him, too. She desperately needed to clear her head. What the fuck just happened? She couldn't let Alexander back in. She pushed against him, ridding herself of his grasp, tears flowing. With shaky hands, the aftershocks of her orgasm still ravaging her body, she raised her shorts and stormed upstairs, embarrassed about what had just happened. Olivia, Alexander shouted, his chest heaving as he raised his shorts. Answer me. Does Cam make you feel as good as I do? Do not run away from me. She turned around, bolting back downstairs, and slapped his face hard. You want a fucking answer? She roared. Yes. He makes me come better than that every fucking time. His dick fills me up like I've never been filled before. Now get the fuck out of my house. Tears streamed down her face as she fell to the ground, unable to muster the strength to stand anymore. Please, she whimpered, leave me alone. Alexander looked down, knowing that it was his fault the girl in front of him appeared so broken. He thought about telling her everything, but he just couldn't. He couldn't form the words that she probably needed to hear. So, instead, he remained silent as he took in her shaking form. Please, move on. I beg you, forget you ever met me. I need you to do that. She pleaded quietly. I can't survive if you don't. Olivia, Alexander whispered, his voice soft. Is that really what you want? She looked up at him, the hurt in her eyes overwhelming. Yes, she answered, lying through her teeth. Alexander's heart sank, not really believing her but deciding to respect her wishes. He had no fight left in him. Okay, I'll go then. He took a few steps toward the front door and opened it. I'll be sure to have your credit card reported as stolen so that no one else can track you. He turned and walked out of her house, hearing loud crying wails as he made his way down the front steps and into his rain-soaked car, angry at himself for causing her such pain. He thought about going back, but knew it would only make matters worse. He grabbed his cell phone and dialed a number. Martin, Burnham here. Prepare the jet. We're leaving immediately. He threw his phone on the seat, not caring about the torrential downpour covering him with water as he drove through the streets of Amelia Island for the last time. Chapter 13. A Step in the Right Direction. Olivia stayed curled up on the hardwood floor of her beach house for most of the day, bawling her eyes out, certain that her loud wails overpowered the steady rain that pounded the shore that cold, dismal Monday in November. Her entire body hurt from lying on the hard floor, but it was a pain she welcomed with open arms. It helped dull the ache in her chest. She could still feel his hands on her. She could still smell his scent covering her body. And she could still feel the overwhelming sensation of pure ecstasy from him being inside her. Screaming, she shot up, desperate to wash every trace of Alexander off her. She gazed out the large windows to see that night had fallen. Out on the horizon, lightning streaked through the sky, highlighting palm trees swaying steadily back and forth in the strong winds. The weather fit her mood perfectly. Dismal. Running up the stairs to her bedroom, she nearly tripped over Nepenthe as she stripped out of her clothes, eager to burn them. They still smelled like him, too. She turned on her shower to the highest setting possible and, over the next 20 minutes, tried to scorch Alexander off her body, scrubbing frantically at every inch of herself. After finishing her shower, she quickly got dressed, tossing her clothes into the garbage. She crawled into bed, wanting to forget the day. Sleep avoided her most of the night, Alexander's green eyes appearing every time she closed hers. As she watched the sun begin to rise on the horizon, she screamed, desperate to find some relief from the pain that she felt. Then she remembered that Cam would be there to go surfing soon. A sudden feeling of relief washed over her. That was her answer. Cam. He could take the pain away, just like he had done the past few days. She jumped out of bed and ran downstairs to make a cup of coffee, hoping that Cam hadn't already been there. Grabbing her now filled coffee mug, she ran to the front door, searching for his Jeep. She breathed a sigh of relief when it wasn't parked out front. As she sat down, taking in the waves that the storm from the previous day had left in its wake, she heard the familiar rumble of his Wrangler driving along the sandy road. She smiled weakly, thankful there was someone in her life that could help her forget Alexander, even if for just a little while. "Morning, beautiful," Cam called out, hopping out of his Jeep and walking the short distance toward where Olivia sat on her deck. He took in her disheveled appearance. Something looked off. Her eyes were swollen and puffy, and it looked like she hadn't slept. "You okay?" he asked, a concerned look on his face. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just didn't sleep last night." "Anything I can do to help?" he asked. She wanted to tell him all about Alexander unexpectedly showing up, but she just couldn't. She wanted to tell him that she fell apart when Alexander pressed his body against her, making her feel things that she had pushed away those last few months. But the words never came. Instead, she simply smiled. "No, I'll get over it." He leaned down and gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. "I'm going to go catch some waves. See you in a little bit." Olivia nodded as she watched him run away toward the shoreline, wondering if she could really replace Alexander with Cam. She had to. It wasn't an option. She made it quite clear to Alexander that she felt nothing for him. It wasn't the truth, but it had to be done. "Penny for your thoughts," a voice said several minutes later. She turned and smiled at Cam. "What are you doing back so soon?" she asked, taking in his naked chest as he stood in front of her with his wetsuit unzipped and hanging off his hips, that delicious little V showing. Her heart raced as she thought of Sunday night and his rather talented tongue. For a brief moment, she forgot all about Alexander and the heartache she felt from pushing him away, again. "I missed you. Why surf when I can spend time with a beautiful woman?" Olivia blushed as Cam sat down in the wicker chair next to her, staring her deep in the eyes. "Have you given any thought to what we talked about yesterday, doll face?" She exhaled loudly, placing her coffee mug on the small lounge table in front of her. In fact, she hadn't really given much thought at all to what she wanted with Cam. She knew that, once she slept with him, things would change, but she wasn't sure she wanted that. Maybe all she really wanted was someone to make her feel something other than the dull pain. Come on, Libby, talk to me. You've got that look again, and it's taking all my willpower to not take you into that house and bury myself inside you. His voice was husky and sexy. Olivia thought about how much she would really enjoy that. She desperately wanted to erase all traces of Alexander from her life, and she needed Cam to help her. But I'm not going to do that, he admitted, bringing Olivia back from her thoughts. Why, she asked, the hurt apparent across her face. Because, Libby, you use sex as a coping mechanism. You use it so you don't have to deal with your real emotions. And, as fucking great as it was, I can't, in good conscience, sleep with you again, knowing that it's only stunting your emotional development. Olivia stood up quickly. You know what? Fuck you. You don't know anything about me. Dr. Cameron? She hissed snidely. So take your psychobabble bullshit somewhere else, okay? She stormed across the deck toward her front door, the pain of pushing Alexander away threatening to return. She needed Cam to dull that pain, and now he was telling her he didn't want that role. He saw right through what she was doing, and she hated him for it. Jesus Christ, Olivia. Calm down, he exclaimed, shooting up and grabbing her arm before she could retreat into the house, locking away the world and all its problems as she wallowed in her own misery. I like you, Libby, a lot. And I want to help you feel again. And holy shit, do I ever want to feel your body spasm as I make you come? But I think we rushed into things. I genuinely care about you. I want to sleep with you for the right reasons and not the wrong reasons. He took a step closer, brushing a wayward curl behind her ear. I'm scared to lose you, he said quietly. Olivia stood there, staring at her feet, the warmth from Cam's body sending tiny shivers up and down her spine at his sweet words. I'm not yours to lose. Cam. A tear fell down her cheek. God, she was sick of only feeling pain. When would it all end? Olivia, please. I want you to be mine. But I also know you have problems that you need to start addressing. I couldn't live with myself if I don't at least recognize that. It's going to take all my willpower to not sleep with you right now. I want to help you, as a friend who really wants to get into your pants again. He winked. We need for you to find a more healthy coping mechanism than sex. That would be a step in the right direction. Please, Olivia, for me. He grabbed her hand, caressing her knuckles. And for you. I need to make a phone call, she said dryly. But you don't have a phone. Who are you calling? You're the doctor who told me I need to find a healthy coping mechanism. I'm following your fucking advice, she explained. Cam raised his eyebrows at her, looking for further explanation. Are men really that obtuse music? I need a piano. A smile spread across his face. After landing back in Boston, Alexander went about his normal routine. Get up, shower, walk the dog, eat, work, go home. The last vestige of his military training. When it all goes to shit, remember the routine, so that's what he did. He resumed his routine, trying to block Olivia from his memory. He had his answer. He tried to make her want him, to need him, but she didn't. It was time to move on. As he poured himself a scotch to dull the pain, the door buzzer sounded. Chelsea, Alexander said breathlessly as the door slid open. Alex, I heard you were back in town, she said quietly, looking around the penthouse for any indication as to whether he had a guest or not. You heard right, he responded, running his fingers through his hair. I'm sorry. I meant to It's okay. Alex, she interrupted. I was just wondering if you've thought about what I said on the phone. I have, he said nervously. Chelsea raised her eyebrows, wanting an answer, taking a deep breath. He closed the distance between them, pulling her body against his. I'm sorry I was such a fool. Chelsea, he breathed against her neck. I should never have ignored what was right in front of me. I want to make it up to you. I want to do this right. Chelsea searched his eyes. So you want... Yes, Chelsea. I want something more too. Let me take you to dinner. A real date. A smile crept across her face. I'd like that, Alex, she responded, He placed a kiss on her forehead before grabbing her hand and leaving the apartment, eager to forget that he ever found his Olivia all those months ago. It felt like Christmas came early later that week, when a large truck pulled up outside of Olivia's cottage. Within 10 minutes, a piano sat in the spare bedroom downstairs, waiting to be played. Olivia wondered why she hadn't thought about buying a piano before. Earlier that week, Cam drove her to a piano showroom in Jacksonville, where she purchased a Kawai console piano. Thankfully, on that shopping trip, Olivia remembered her stash of cash from home. Cam raised an eyebrow when she pulled out stacks of $100 bills to pay the $6,000+ sum for the piano. "I told you, I don't want to be found. No paper trail. It's not that. It's just, I don't know. You don't work, yet you just pull out $6,000 in cash like it's nothing. I mean, I do well for myself. But what did you do, rob a bank or something?" he asked semi-jokingly. Olivia shrugged. "Mom was loaded. She left me with more money than I can even fathom spending in a lifetime. It's not all it's cracked up to be. I'd give up the money in a second if it meant my mom would still be alive." As she sat in front of her piano, recalling Cam's reaction earlier that week, a warmth spread through her core. After her admission, he pulled her body into his, kissing her full on the mouth right in the middle of the piano showroom. "God, Libby, you get more and more attractive every minute I spend with you." She wished she had the same enthusiasm for him as he appeared to have for her. To her, Cam was just someone who could dull the pain, nothing more. Just as Olivia placed her fingers delicately on the cool ivory that breezy Thursday morning, she heard a gentle knock on the door. She smiled weakly when she saw Cam standing on her deck, wearing his wetsuit. "Morning, beautiful," he crooned, a sparkle in his intense silver eyes. "Everything okay?" Olivia shrugged, turning away, leaving the door open for him to follow her. "As okay as it'll ever be, I suppose." Cam stopped, wishing he could get her to come out of the shell she seemed to be in. "Don't do that, Libby." She turned around from the coffee maker, thrusting a cup of coffee into his hands. "Do what she spat." He narrowed his eyes at her. "You know what?" he said quietly, taking a long drink from his mug. "You're doing it again. You're trying to push me away." Olivia sighed. "Please, Cam, I just want to be alone right now. I want to sit at my piano and play until my fingers bleed. You said yourself that I needed a healthy coping mechanism, so unless you want to sprawl me out on my bed and fuck me, I suggest you leave me be." Setting his coffee mug on the kitchen island, he placed his hand on the small of Olivia's back, pulling her body toward his and gently pushing his erection between her legs. "Has anyone ever told you how exasperating you can be?" Sometimes he whispered in a sultry voice, the warmth of his breath hot against her skin. "And, for the record, I'd love to fuck you, but I refuse to be your enabler." Olivia's body was aflame with desire, her mind consumed by the thought of Cam being inside her to dull the heartache. She pushed her body even further into his, wrapping her arms around his neck and running her fingers through his hair. "Cam," she exhaled breathlessly, "either fuck me or let me get back to playing my piano." She dragged her tongue against his neck, causing the hair follicles on his body to stand on end. "Damn, Libby." He stepped back, needing his distance from her before he did the one thing that would hurt her. "I'll let you get back to your music." Olivia frowned. "What's it going to take to get you to crack?" "A lot more than just a pretty smile, although yours is spectacular." He winked before walking out the front door toward the shoreline. Returning her attention to the piano, she poured her heart and soul into the ivory keys, willing it to dull the pain. After playing all morning, the heartache was still there, all the songs reminding her of Alexander. She wished she could just erase him from her mind and her heart. Over the next several weeks, Olivia remained glued to her piano, seeking comfort among the white and black keys, comfort that never came. She thought about Alexander, wondering whether he had moved on. She hoped he had. As much as the thought of his lips touching someone else made her want to scream, she needed him to move on. Cam's visits were the only thing she looked forward to, although she would never admit it. She remained distant and aloof, still trying to get him to break down and sleep with her to take away the ever-present pain. He remained strong, but Olivia could tell it was only a matter of time before he cracked. "Happy Thanksgiving," he said one morning as he walked into Olivia's kitchen after she opened the door for him. "It's Thanksgiving?" she asked, a confused look on her face. "I guess I completely lost track of time." She shrugged, returning to the guest bedroom and the only friend she felt she had in the world. Her piano. "Yes, it's Thanksgiving, and I'm not going to let you spend the holiday alone," he said, following her into the guest room and closing the cover on the piano. "Come out with me tonight. It's open mic night, and I think you could really benefit from playing in public again." Olivia eyed him suspiciously. "Come on, Libby. Just the other day, you said how much you missed performing in front of an audience. This is the perfect opportunity. Even if you don't want to get up on stage, at least come out with me and the guys tonight. It'll be fun. I promise." Olivia searched his eyes. "I don't know. I'm not so sure it's a good idea." "Libby, you need to get over whatever it is that's keeping you down. Staying locked up and playing piano all day is not the way to do that. You're closing up again. Please, come back to me." Exhaling loudly, she took a sip of her coffee as her eyes remained glued to Cam's. "Fine," she said, caving into his request. "But I'm not getting up on stage." "You don't have to," Cam said quickly, putting his empty mug in the dishwasher. "Gotta run, gorgeous." He kissed her cheek sweetly. "Pick you up at 8. He planted a more affectionate kiss on her neck, leaving her body wanting some form of release as she watched him walk out the door. Chapter 14 gone. That evening, Cam was at her house a few minutes before 8. "You're on time," Olivia said, opening the door. "You're always on time." "I hate being late," he replied, holding his hand out for her. She grabbed it and he led her down to his car. He glanced over at Olivia as she sat there, her eyes void of any emotion. The spark was gone. He raised her hand to his lips, kissing it gently, reminding her of all the times that Alexander used to do the same thing. She still couldn't get him out of her head, no matter how hard she tried. "You look beautiful tonight, Libby." She returned a half-hearted smile, sick of how empty she felt. Nothing worked. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Alexander's green eyes and felt his hands all over her body. She felt lifeless without his touch, her heart aching at the thought of never feeling his hands on her again. She wanted to stop feeling that pain. They headed west toward the downtown area and pulled in front of a local bar. Olivia scowled when they walked up to the old building. From the outside, it appeared rather run down. "I know it doesn't look like much, but the drinks are strong and the music is good. I promise." Pressing his hand to the small of her back, he opened the door and steered her toward a table. She recognized 3 of the guys from surfing a few weeks earlier. "Hey, Olivia." "How's your head?" Benny asked as Cam held a chair out for her. "Better, thanks," she said, smiling. "Please, call me Libby. This is my girlfriend, Elsie," Benny said. Olivia smiled across the table at a tall woman in her 20s with raven black hair and bright red lipstick. "Are you going to play anything tonight?" Elsie asked Olivia cheerily. "I hadn't thought about it," she replied. She was happy to get out of her house and meet some new people. If this was to be her new home, maybe setting down new roots would help her forget about her old ones. But she didn't know if she could get on that stage and pour her heart out through music. The pain was still too raw. "Libby used to go to open mic night every week up north before she came here," Cam said. Olivia shot daggers in his direction. "She even used to sing in a band." "That settles it then," Chris said excitedly. "You've got to get up there." "Go put your name on the list," Jason chimed in. She looked around the table, noticing how different all the guys looked out of their wetsuits. They all had that typical surfer look, sandy hair, tan skin, and a sparkle in their eyes. "If you don't do it, I will," Cam said. Olivia stared back, ready to kill him. "It will make you feel better. I promise," he whispered before signaling a server. "What would you like to drink, sweetheart?" The term of endearment sent shivers up her spine. She was eager to feel something for Cam again. Hell, maybe if she got up there and performed, He would finally cave and give her what she needed. She smiled at him. Well, if I'm getting up on that stage, I need something strong. Sapphire and tonic. Easy on the tonic. That's my girl, he replied as Olivia got out of her chair, walked up to the small table next to the stage, and wrote down her name on the sign-up sheet. There were only about 5 people in front of her, so it wouldn't be too long before it was her turn. She just hoped she had enough time to down a few drinks. A little liquid courage never hurt anyone. Olivia returned to the table, thankful that her drink had arrived. I ordered you a double, just in case, Cam said, bringing his drink to his mouth. Olivia's heart rate picked up a bit as she watched him lick his lips after tasting his whiskey. Thanks. I'm going to need it. She looked around the bar, noting that it was starting to fill up. No one had begun to perform yet, so she assumed open mic didn't start until 9. She looked at the large stage, lit with just a few key lights casting low ambient light on the various guitars. There was a full-sized keyboard set into the shell of a baby grand piano, as well as a drum kit. As the bar filled up and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, she actually started to look forward to performing. After 20 minutes or so, an MC jumped on stage, warming up the crowd before announcing the first performer. Butterflies fluttered in Olivia's stomach. Cam looked over at her, dropped his hand underneath the table and, finding Olivia's, clutched it. You'll do great, he said quietly, his breath warm on her neck. She held onto his hand, desperately wanting to feel something, anything. But the spark that was there just a few minutes earlier was gone again. After a few more performances, the MC walked back to the microphone stand. Looks like we have a new one this week. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Olivia assumed the bar got a lot of repeat performances. Miss Olivia Adler. Good luck, Libby, Cam whispered in her ear, and Olivia felt a sliver of a tingle. Nothing like she felt when Alexander would whisper in her ear, but at least she felt something other than the dull pain. Maybe Cam was right. She needed to get back on stage and perform to help her rid herself of the hold Alexander still had over her. She desperately wanted to be free of him. As she walked up to the stage, she knew exactly what song she needed to sing. Sitting down at the keyboard, she adjusted the microphone to her level. She played a short little chord, checking the feeling of the keys. Thanks. This is Gravity by Sarah Bareilles. Hope you enjoy it. She took a few breaths and began playing the opening lines, the melody slow and haunting. Cam sat on the edge of his seat watching her performance, her sweet voice cutting through the room, unable to mask her obvious pain. As she sang, Olivia thought about the hold Alexander still possessed over her, causing her heart to ache from the loneliness of life without him. But it was a necessary, self-imposed loneliness. It was almost Christmas, and she had no one left with whom to celebrate the holidays. She pushed everyone away again, refusing to let anyone in. She hopelessly wished that her entire life was just a bad dream and that she would wake up in bed with Alexander any day. But she knew that wasn't the case. He found her and begged her to go back to him, and she pushed him away. Again. Benny elbowed Cam. She's good. Man, seems a little sad, but she's rocking. Cam simply nodded, staring at Olivia as she sang the first chorus, a hurt expression on her face while she pleaded to be set free. At that moment, Cam knew that something happened to her, something recent, maybe something to do with a man named Alexander, the name she murmured over and over again in her sleep that one night. Maybe he was the reason she left Boston and ended up on the little island. Nothing about her said that it was a planned move. Cam knew that she ran from something. But what? He told Olivia time and time again that he wouldn't pry. But how could he really help her get past it if he didn't know what it was? Olivia continued singing as Cam scanned the room. Everyone was immersed in the performance. She definitely knew how to capture an audience. The emotion of the song was raw and real, and Cam was sure everyone in the audience could feel her pain. He could feel her pain. He wanted to take her pain away. He knew that if she begged him, he would crack. He didn't want to, but the pain was unbearable. He could see it now. As she sang the bridge, Olivia turned her eyes from the audience, staring out into the distance as if singing to someone far away. And Cam knew that she was. That song wasn't meant for anyone in the room. The person the song was aimed at was in Boston. The song reached a fevered pitch, and she belted out a desperate plea, the audience cheering wildly for the strength of Olivia's voice ringing through the bar. She moved on to the last chorus, her voice soft once more. Olivia closed her eyes as she played the final chord, a tear escaping when she thought about the hold that Alexander would probably always have on her, almost immediately. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. She opened her eyes and stood up, turning to look at the audience cheering madly for her. She took a slight bow and walked off the stage, heading in the direction of the restroom, needing a moment before returning to the table. She was standing in front of the bathroom mirror, composing herself, when Elsie walked in. "Hey, there you are." Cam was getting worried, but I told him you probably just went to the bathroom. You okay? Olivia looked down at Elsie. She was absolutely beautiful. There were some girls that made some extra pounds look attractive, and she was one of them. She had such a bright personality. "Yeah, sorry. I just needed a minute before going back to the table." "Tough breakup." "Huh?" Elsie asked, leaning against the wall. Olivia eyed her suspiciously. "How could you tell?" She turned toward Olivia. "I'm a girl. We just know these things." She angled her head, looking at Olivia as if she was trying to put a puzzle together. "That's it," Elsie shouted. "I knew you looked familiar." "Duh." Olivia stared at her. "What do you mean?" she asked. "You're the girl who used to date that rich guy up in Boston, right? Or who was rumored to be dating him anyway." "Sorry. I'm obsessed with all those gossip magazines and shit. Your picture was in there a few times." "Well, at least you look like her." "I mean, there were only rumors and whatnot. But damn, Alexander Burnham. What a hottie. He's the type of guy that you just look at and think, let me take your shirt off. And your pants." Elsie laughed. Olivia just stood there, shocked, her eyes wide, unable to formulate any response. "Oh, whatever," Elsie continued. "Doesn't matter, but you look like her. That girl he was rumored to date? Never knew her name, though. No one did, but I guess he's dating someone else now. I was so distraught when I found that out. I was hoping to nab him next." She winked. Olivia continued to stare at her reflection in the mirror. What did she mean Alexander was seeing someone else so soon? It hadn't even been 2 weeks since he showed up on her doorstep, pleading with her. Was he already seeing someone back then? "You must be thinking of someone else," Olivia said, finally finding her voice, trying to talk past the lump that had begun to form in her throat. "It wasn't me, whoever that girl was." She walked out of the bathroom, wanting to be alone. Making her way past the bar, she stole a quick glance at the table where Cam sat speaking animatedly with his friends, then walked out the front door into the brisk Florida night. She looked up and down the street, trying to figure out where she was. Once she had her bearings, she headed east, deciding to walk the roughly 3 miles back to her cottage. "Hey, where's Olivia?" Cam asked when Elsie returned to the table several minutes after Olivia had stormed out of the ladies' room. "She left the bathroom," Elsie replied, looking around the bar. "I thought she came back here. I hope she's okay." "What did you say to her?" Cam growled. "Hey," Benny interrupted, glaring at his friend. "Back off, man. Elsie isn't like that." Cam took a deep breath. "I know, sorry. But where'd she go?" "Well, I mean, we were talking about how stupid men are," she replied, shooting Benny a glaring look as she feverishly typed something into her cell phone. "And then I saw her face in the light, and it totally reminded me of that girl that was rumored to be dating that hot rich guy up in Boston. That Navy SEAL hottie who has, like, a gazillion dollars and his own private security firm." The guy stared at her as she kept her eyes glued to her phone, looking for something. "Whatever. It's a girl thing, I guess. He's like the JFK Jr. of the 21st century. He's one of the most eligible bachelors in the country. He's all over those gossip websites." "Because we read those," Benny joked. "Anyway," she said, rolling her eyes, keeping them locked on her phone. "I told her she looked like that girl. But she didn't say anything, so I said it wasn't her. Then I told her the hottie was dating someone else. Here. She handed Cam the cell phone. It looks like her, so I wasn't totally crazy. He looked at the photo. It had apparently been taken at a restaurant with a nautical theme. A fairly well-built man sat at the table, smiling at a beautiful woman, a dozen oysters sitting in front of them. The woman had dark hair and dark eyes. She was smiling a beautiful smile that lit up her entire being. "Damn it." "Elsie," Cam said, shoving the phone back into her hands and standing up from the table. "It didn't look like her." "It is her." He left the bar in a panic, running down the street and jumping in his car. He slowly drove down Atlantic Avenue, desperately looking for Olivia. Unless she found a cab, which was hard to do on the island, she would be walking. After about 5 minutes, he finally spotted her. He slowed and pulled up beside her, lowering the window. "Olivia, get in the car. I'll drive you home." She didn't even glance at him. "No, thank you. I could use a walk. Clear my head and all. I'll be fine." Cam pulled the car along the side of the road. He quickly got out and sprinted toward her. "Hey," he said, running in front of her, stopping her in her tracks. "Don't be stupid. Let me give you a ride home. Something could happen to you. It's not safe to walk at night." Olivia glared at him. "Why do you care?" He sighed. "This woman is exasperating," he thought, "because that's the kind of person I am. Libby, I care about people, and I want to make sure you get home safe. That's all. I made you come out tonight, and you clearly did not enjoy yourself. So just let me drive you home." Olivia glared at him, not saying a word. Her feet were starting to ache. It wasn't easy walking 3 miles in heels. "Fine, but the only reason I'm agreeing is because my feet hurt. I don't need you to be my white knight, saving me. Got it. Fine, fine. You're coming with me on your own terms. Got it." Cam winked. "I really hate you sometimes," Olivia spat out. Throwing open the door to the Lexus, Cam simply grinned at her. Something about her fiery spirit drew him in. A few minutes later, he pulled up in front of Olivia's cottage. He walked her to the front door and stood by her side as she unlocked it. She turned to face him, searching his compassionate silver eyes. "I'm sorry I walked out on you," she said dryly. He exhaled and looked down. "I know you're going through some stuff." He ran his hand through his hair, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. "And, well, I just want to say..." His eyes returned to hers, blazing, as he leaned in, his face inches from hers. "I'll help you. Libby," he said, his voice husky. "I'll do whatever you want me to, as long as I never have to hear the pain in your voice that I heard tonight when you sang." A tear fell down her cheek, unable to hold it in anymore. "Will you make it stop hurting, Cam?" she pleaded. "I don't want to feel anymore." She stared into his eyes, willing herself to feel anything other than the pain. But nothing came. Just the same dull ache and emptiness that she had grown so accustomed to since Alexander showed up here. He exhaled. "How do you want me to do that? I need you to tell me exactly what you..." Olivia crushed her lips to his. He moaned as he walked her into the house and, closing the door, pushed her against it, his mouth never leaving hers. He grabbed her ass and lifted her legs, wrapping them around him, savoring the contact. He moved from her mouth down to her neck, both of their breathing heavy. He had remained strong for so long when, over the past few weeks, all he wanted to do was bury himself inside her to help her feel something again. "Just take it away, Cam," she said breathlessly. "Take away the pain." Her legs found the ground as he grabbed her breast through her dress and squeezed gently. Olivia threw her head back, moaning in pleasure, thankful to feel something other than emptiness and hurt. She looked up into Cam's eyes. "Tell me what you want, Libby," he growled, reminding her so much of Alexander. Except he wasn't nearly as forceful. He felt her body from her neck to her chest, her legs to her ass, and everything in between. Olivia panted. "I want to feel anything other than the pain. Cam, I want to feel something. How do you want me to do that?" He crushed his lips to hers, pressing her to his body so she could feel his erection, wanting her to say exactly what she wanted. Olivia felt as if she was having an out-of-body experience. She felt in total control of what was happening. It was like all those times that she sought comfort from so many other men. With Alexander, she felt as if she had no control. He held it all. But here, Olivia was sure that Cam would do whatever she wanted. "I want you to fuck me. Cam, fuck me and take it all away." His eyes met hers as his hand disappeared underneath her dress, feeling the warmth between her legs. She closed her eyes, moaning with pleasure as he caressed her through her underwear, thankful that he had finally lowered his guard. He slipped a finger inside her panties, toying with her clit. "Fuck. You're so wet. Libby," she cried out, finally feeling something if only for a minute. Cam pressed his lips to hers as he continued torturing her with his fingers. He growled and ripped Olivia's panties from her body, throwing them to the floor. He reached into his pocket for a foil packet and tore it open as he unzipped his pants, pulling himself out. Olivia stared at him, the blank expression still on her face. She pulled his mouth to hers, not wanting to look at him. He pushed into her in one quick motion as he lifted her up, wrapping her legs around his body again. "God, you're so tight," Cam grunted, thrusting into her. He set a punishing pace. Unlike the previous time they had sex, Cam was rough, pulling and biting on Olivia's skin. It was almost as if he knew she needed that. "Do you feel that?" "Libby," he growled. "Am I taking the pain away by fucking you?" He hated what was going on. He almost felt as if he was taking advantage of her situation. But the pain in her voice was so real, so raw, and he would do anything to take it away, even for a brief moment. Plus, it wasn't like he didn't enjoy the feeling of being buried deep inside of her. Olivia moaned. "Yes, take it all away," she panted breathlessly. Cam groaned, biting her neck and pushing her even further against the wall. Olivia was immediately reminded of the day Alexander found her and tried to convince her to take him back. She closed her eyes tighter, wanting to forget that moment. Harder, she breathed. Cam pumped into her with even more enthusiasm. "No, bite me harder." The pain of his teeth on her neck distracted her from everything else. She needed the pain now, but it was an entirely different kind of pain, a pain she craved to dull all the other hurt she felt. He bit down even harder, breathing rapidly against her skin. Olivia screamed out, a mixture of pain and pleasure coursing through her body. Cam released his hold on her neck. "You like that, Libby. You like it when I hurt you." Beads of sweat fell from his forehead. She stared into his eyes, noticing a confused look on his face. "Yes, I need it. Cam, I need you to hurt me." "Fuck!" he growled as he continued thrusting into her, slamming her back against the door with each motion. He lowered his head and sucked on her nipple through her thin dress, biting down. She flinched, gasping in pain, the feeling sending her over the edge. Cam felt her spasm around him, and he thrust even faster before grunting as he found his own release, holding her while their breathing slowed. In the aftermath of sex with Cam, Olivia felt embarrassed. She didn't know what came over her. This time, it was clear she was only using him. She felt guilty for what just occurred. Granted, he didn't seem to mind, but would he expect to see her again now? Olivia wasn't sure she wanted that anymore. She wanted to hide inside the comfort of her beach house and never see another human being for the rest of her miserable existence. "You should probably go," Olivia said, breaking the silence, lowering her legs to the ground, and adjusting her dress before walking toward the bathroom to clean up. "Libby, come on! Don't be like this!" Cam pleaded with her as he pulled off the condom and threw it into the nearby garbage. "Don't be like what?" "Cam," she exclaimed. "This is who I am, so take it or leave it. I don't really care either way." "Damn it. Libby. For crying out loud. You just let me fuck you like that, and now you're kicking me out." He stared at her, dropping his voice. "I thought we were past all this bullshit." She shrugged her shoulders at him. "Cam, I'm not the girlfriend type. I don't do relationships. I like to fuck and that's it. So if you're looking for someone to fill another role, look elsewhere. You know where the door is." She turned and walked into her bathroom, slamming the door. He took a few steps closer to the bathroom door, feeling guilty for what just happened as he listened to Olivia's sobs emanate from the room. For the first time, he didn't know what to do. The girl he had grown to care for seemed so empty and broken. Instead of trying to rectify the situation, he turned and left the house. His shoulders slumped forward, wondering what had come over him. He had sworn that he would not enable her to use sex as a coping mechanism, but he completely lost his head when he heard the pain in her voice. Then she kissed him, and it all escalated so quickly. He drove away from the beach house, hoping to find some clarity in the light of day, but he had a feeling that clarity would never come. When Olivia finally heard the front door open and close, she left the bathroom and ran up to her bedroom, stripping off her clothes and changing into a pair of gym shorts and tank top. She ruffled through her belongings and finally found what she was looking for, her laptop. She found the power cable and turned on her MacBook. She knew the answer would destroy her, but she needed to know. She ignored her thousands of unread emails, went straight to the Google search page and typed in Alexander's name. Her search returned several recent news articles. If you could call gossip websites news. She clicked on the first link and let out a small gasp, willing herself not to cry. Alexander was at a formal function, dressed in a tuxedo. On his arm was a very beautiful woman with red hair and small brown eyes. Olivia scrolled down and read the article. Alexander Burnham was spotted during a charity dinner at the Four Seasons in Boston on Saturday evening, accompanied by his new flame, Chelsea Wellington. Chelsea, the daughter of a wealthy architect, has been seen on Alexander's arm for the past several weeks, although, apparently, their relationship goes back almost 10 years. Olivia scrolled down even further and let out a small cry. It was Alexander kissing the red-haired woman. That was supposed to be her kiss. She could feel the passion between the two. Why did she push him away when he found her? Why couldn't she take a leap? "I can't believe he moved on," Olivia whispered. "What did I do?" She cried out to no one in particular, flopping onto her bed, grabbing a pillow and bringing it into her chest, clutching at it as if her life depended on it. All of her walls came crumbling down as her body convulsed. It was a silent cry. Her eyes became blurry from all the unshed tears that immediately rushed forward. She stared at the laptop still open to that awful website and wanted to scream. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't talk. She couldn't even make a sound. She finally realized that she pushed away the one person who meant the world to her. She said that she let go of him, but had she really? It wasn't until he had let go of her that she realized Alexander was really gone. Chapter 15, The Apple of My Eye. Any word. Cheryl Donovan spat into the phone. He was losing control. He hated losing control. "I'm sorry, sir. Nothing. The trail has gone cold. I think he's given up on ever finding her." The last trace was a large cash withdrawal the day she left town. After that, nothing other than a stolen credit card that turned up to be a dead end. "What about that suspicious trip he took back in October? Make any headway on that?" Cheryl sighed. "I've tried to get flight records, but those are sealed tight. I didn't want to arouse suspicion by asking Martin about the trip." "Well, stay on it if you can. Proceed discreetly. The second anything turns up, let me know." Cheryl exhaled loudly. "I honestly believe he's moved on. He seems happy now. At least, I think he does. Maybe it's for the best, sir." He banged his fist on his desk. "No, damn it, those documents are still out there. I know they are. I won't be happy until they are destroyed. Neither will my client, and I don't need to remind you what is at risk if we fail to turn those documents over in a timely fashion. Until we find that box, everyone is at risk of being exposed." "Yes, sir. I understand. I'll remain vigilant in finding the girl. How should we proceed when I do? Let me worry about that." Donovan hung up and ran his fingers through where his hair once was. "Hey, Mo Alexander said upon arriving at Johnny D's and seeing Mo sitting at a table alone. He couldn't pull himself away from the bar. Not yet. Anyway, even though Olivia was gone, Mo and Kira still showed up every Thursday night for open mic. Alexander had moved on like Olivia wanted him to, but it was still comforting to see people that had a connection to her. "Hey man, good to see you. How's Chelsea?" Mo asked, taking a sip from his beer. "She's great. Thanks for asking," he replied, his eyes dropping. "Hey," Mo said, placing his hand on Alexander's arm. "It's okay to move on. It's what she wanted you to do. I know, but she's still on my mind." He looked down, trying to cope with his mixed feelings. "And she will be, at least for a while," Mo said, remembering how he felt the first time Olivia ran. "But you just wake up in the morning and get through the day, and eventually, it will get easier. Then you'll move on. She'll always be there in the back of your mind, but soon, it won't hurt as much." Alexander simply nodded. "I guess I'm officially a member of the Olivia Adler Survival Club, aren't I?" He laughed, clearing the air a bit. "Yeah, and it's quite a club, isn't it?" Kira said, sitting down at the table. "Hey, Kira." "Any word?" Alexander asked the short redhead hopefully, wondering if Olivia had contacted her friends for the holidays. He never told them that he had found her, the pain of her rejection still too raw. "No, nothing. It's been a few months, and nothing." Kira looked into Alexander's eyes and could see the hurt there. She knew exactly how he felt. She had been there all those years ago, too. She couldn't understand why someone would just leave, not saying anything to anyone. Over the years, she had begun to accept it. The more she learned about Olivia, the more she understood why she ran. It didn't make it right, but she knew why she did it, at least. "I know it's stupid, but I even made her a tofu turkey for tomorrow. I guess I'm just still hoping she'll show up. No one should be alone on Christmas Eve." Kira looked away, trying to hide her tears. Mo wrapped his arms around her petite frame, comforting her. "We're quite the fun bunch, aren't we?" Alexander said, lightening the mood. "You doing anything tonight?" Mo asked, trying to change the subject. When Alexander arrived home after finding Olivia in Florida, he knew he needed to try to get over her. He was still angry. He wasn't coping very well without her in his life. That's when he turned to music, just as Olivia had done all those years ago. He found that it helped to have an outlet for his emotions, instead of keeping them all bottled up. "Yeah, and I think it'll be the last time. It's time to let go." Mo simply nodded his head. "You do what you gotta do." They all turned their heads when the MC jumped back on the stage. "Okay, next up, Alex. Get on up here." Alexander took a deep breath and made his way to the stage for the last time. He sat down at the piano and adjusted the microphone. "Thanks, everyone. And thanks for letting me play a little bit these past few weeks. For those of you who don't know, I went through a pretty nasty breakup a few months ago. It felt as if my entire world was ripped out from underneath me when this girl left. I tried to figure out where it all went wrong, but now I know I need to let her go and move on because finally, there is someone in my life who I think could make me happy. But before I can move on, I just need to do one last song. For me, and for the girl I lost. This is Eve, The Apple of My Eye by Bell X1. Alexander placed his hands on the piano and began to play the slow melody. As he sang the words, all he thought about was his Olivia, how he was certain she still cared about him, but when he confronted her in Florida, she turned him away, desperate to protect herself. He didn't care about that. He still loved her with every fiber of his being, and he knew he would probably always love her. But, at the same time, he needed to move on. He hadn't been living those past few months. He'd simply been existing. He still didn't understand why Olivia ran. Maybe things moved too quickly. She was a girl who was dealt such a shit life. She had never really coped with anything. Over the past several months, he had become angrier with his father over everything that had happened in Olivia's life. He wanted to think that it was all his father's fault. He covered up her very existence, ripping her from the only friends and family that she had. Now, 21 years later. She couldn't form any meaningful relationships because of her fear that she'd lose those very people. It was tragic, in a way, how empty she was. "Do you think he'll ever be over her?" Mo asked, leaning in close to Kira. Listening to Alexander's passionate plea, she simply shook her head, not wanting to think about the fact that her best friend was gone and she didn't know where she was. Alexander wasn't the only one hurting. "I just want her to come back home," Kira cried, Mo placing his arm around her. "This is where she belongs, not out in the world somewhere, trying to run away from the people who care about her. I just don't understand why she does it." "Yes, you do," Mo responded, glancing back to the stage. Alexander sang the chorus, thinking about how empty he felt since Olivia had walked out of his life. A part of him died that day. Then he found her and felt something he hadn't felt since she left: hope. But the look of pain on her face after he tried to convince her to come back with him was so much worse than he imagined. And he did that to her. Now that he was singing the words to the emotional song, he realized that maybe he and Olivia were never heading in the same direction. He had waited most of his life to find the girl that stole his heart all those years ago. But maybe there was a bigger reason that she was taken from him. He knew it was time to accept what had happened between them. It was time to move on. Why put in any more thought and effort into a bad situation? It will only make it worse. As he neared the end of the song, he thought about all the dreams he had where Olivia appeared on his doorstep, begging him to take her back. But with Olivia, she could make any relationship sink or swim at the turn of a dime, and he didn't know if he could put himself through that again. After he played the last few notes, Alexander stepped off the stage to thunderous applause. He walked toward Mo and Kira's table, almost breaking down upon seeing Kira's tear-stained eyes. "I need to take off, guys," he said, a lump in his throat. "Well, have a Merry Christmas." "Alex," Mo said, shaking his hand. "Thanks. You too." He turned to leave the bar and was met by fierce brown eyes standing near the door. "Who's your Eve?" Alex Chelsea asked quietly, the hurt in her voice evident after hearing Alexander sing the song, clearly thinking about Olivia and calling her the apple of his eye. "Chelsea," he said, taking a step toward her. "How did you know that you'd be here?" she spat out, her eyes wide with fury. "I followed you here." "Alex, you don't tell me anything. You say that you love me, yet you lie about some bullshit meeting. Did you not think I would figure it out when you make up the same excuse every Thursday night?" Alexander looked down. "Please, Alex," she begged, her voice soft. "Just answer me. Who's your Eve?" He shook his head, running his hands through his hair. "I'm sorry. Chelsea," he said, grabbing onto her arms, his eyes blazing into hers. "I really am. I just needed to do that for me, so I can move on. Olivia was my past. You're my future. I know that now. I do." He was surprised at the words coming out of his mouth. He had never given too much thought to his future with Chelsea before, but the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. A smile crept across his face and he dragged her body flush with his, calming her fears before continuing. "I guess, in a way, she'll always be my Eve. She'll always be the one girl who got away. That's why I had to do that song. To remind myself that she isn't the girl for me. She only brings me down." He pulled back, staring into Chelsea's eyes. "Being with you has made me realize that the entire time I was with her, I was sinking. I'm so sorry you had to see that," he whispered, his voice soft and pleading for forgiveness. Chelsea wrapped her arms around him, sighing as she took in the warmth of his body. "No, I'm sorry," she said quietly. "I should never have doubted you. I just get nervous sometimes that you're slipping away from me. I know these past few months haven't been easy on you, but you have to know that I'll never leave you. I love you, Alex." She looked into his eyes, desperate for him to see how much she truly cared for him. He planted a deep kiss on her lips. "I love you too, Miss Wellington. Now, let's get out of here." He winked, grabbing her hand and leading her out of the bar. He knew he had strong feelings for Chelsea, but was it love? He couldn't be sure. But at the same time, he didn't want to lose her. He cared about her quite a bit. He was surprised how quickly he fell for her once he realized she wanted something more than just an occasional hookup. He enjoyed her company, but that feeling of electricity running through his body anytime she touched him was missing. She wasn't Olivia. Olivia would always be the one he cherished above all others, the apple of his eye, but she pushed him away. Chelsea was the type of girl he could see himself spending the rest of his life with. Even though they had only been dating for a few months, he had known Chelsea for nearly a decade. She was ready for the next step. And maybe he should be too. Chapter 16 last night. On New Year's Day, Olivia lay on her couch, her tank top and gym shorts no longer fitting properly. She clutched onto Nepenthe, desperate for him to work his magic and take away her sorrow. For the past few weeks, she had remained a relative recluse in her little beach cottage, hoping to avoid Cam. She no longer took her coffee on the front porch. Instead, she tortured herself nearly day and night, looking at photos of Alexander on the internet. New photos poured in on an almost daily basis. Her heart would catch in her throat once in a while when she stumbled across a photo of her and Alexander that had been taken early in their relationship, but she was now just a footnote in his life. Reporters never even finding out her name. She didn't want to be in his life. She had to keep reminding herself of that. As she started to drift off to sleep, she heard a loud banging on the door. Olivia remained on her couch, refusing to get up and answer. The banging continued. After several minutes, she got up, swearing as she swung open the door. "Hey, there you are," Cam said, a wild look in his eyes. "Are you okay?" he asked, taking in Olivia's disheveled appearance, wondering if she had heard the news. When he received the text from Elsie that afternoon, he quickly jumped in his car, speeding through town to Olivia's house, hoping she had no idea. As Cam's eyes surveyed her body, Olivia immediately felt self-conscious. In the back of her mind, she tried to remember the last time she showered. Her face felt oily, and she was sure the grease in her hair would give the Exxon Valdez spill a run for its money. "I'm fine, Cam." She started to close the door. "Hey, hold on," he said. "I thought maybe you'd want to go have oysters or something later. We can watch the shrimp boats come in. It'll be fun." Oysters? Why was it always oysters? "No. Thank you." Olivia tried to close the door again, but Cam put his hand on the jamb, preventing her from closing it all the way. He regretted leaving things the way he did all those weeks ago. He should have kept a better eye on her, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to knock on her door each and every morning. He would drive up, walk up the stairs, and just stand on her deck. Now, looking at how broken she looked, he regretted his decision. She needed a friend, and he failed. "Listen, Libby, I know things have been off for you since the last time well, you know." He looked at her, hoping she would open up to him. "Do you want to talk about it?" "No, Cam, I don't want to talk about it. All I've done my entire life is fucking talk about it and, well, I'm all talked out. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to crawl back into my hole and return to my future of being the crazy cat lady." "Okay, I was just trying to be a friend." Cam took a step back and stared at her, not knowing how to react. "We don't have to talk. I can just keep you company. That's what Nepenthe is here for. Have a nice day." She turned around and Cam took in her side view. "Wait, Olivia," he said, making her stop. "When was the last time you ate anything?" He sounded worried. Olivia searched her brain. It was probably the same day she showered, and she couldn't be sure of what day that was. "You have no idea, do you?" She looked down, not wanting to look into Cam's concerned eyes. She didn't need his help. She didn't need anyone's help. She could take care of herself, but she didn't want to. She wanted to turn everything off. That way, it wouldn't hurt anymore. She retreated into her house, not closing the door. "If you're so worried about me, feel free to come in then." Cam stepped into the house, taking in his surroundings. All the shades had been drawn and no lights were on. The house was dark and depressing. He walked into the living room toward the front windows. First things first, vitamin D is important. He opened the shades and sunlight streamed into the living area. Olivia squinted her eyes, not being accustomed to any light other than the glow from her laptop. Cam walked over to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, hoping to find something that she could eat. He found a few containers of Greek yogurt and, after checking the expiration date, grabbed a blueberry-flavored one. Opening it. "Here, eat this," he said, thrusting the container into Olivia's hands as she sat on the couch, eyeing him with disgust. "I'm not kidding. Libby," he barked. "You're on the verge of being malnourished. You need food." She rolled her eyes and shakily began to spoon the creamy substance into her mouth. "See? You're so weak you can't even raise your spoon." "I'm eating." "Okay, so you can leave if all you're going to do is criticize me," Olivia sneered. "I'm not leaving until I know you're okay." He sat down next to her, his eyes trained on the woman he had grown to care immensely for over the past few months. Olivia took another spoonful and thought about that. Was she okay? "Then you'll be stuck here a while because I don't think I'll ever be okay." And that was the truth. She was done hiding from her own feelings. She was in pain. She pushed away the one good thing in her life and, in the crosshairs, lost her two best friends. She had no one. She was all alone. It was exactly what she wanted. But now that she was alone, she felt lonelier than she could handle. "I'm not going to ask you if you want to talk about it, but just tell me what to do and I'll do it," Cam said, clearly concerned. Olivia raised an eyebrow, remembering their last encounter when he said the same thing. He laughed. "Well, except that didn't work out too well, did it?" Sighing, she leaned back into the couch. "Can you turn the clocks back a few months? I made the biggest mistake of my life." "Why do I always do this?" she cried out. "You saw it. You tried to get close to me, so I kicked you out and avoided you for the past God knows how many weeks. And why do I do that?" She laughed. "Because I'm scared I'll get close to someone and then they'll leave me. Does that make sense? I'm scared of being alone, so I push everyone away, and the result is the same. I still end up all alone." Cam stared at her, not knowing how to respond without setting her off. "Is this about Alexander Burnham?" he asked quietly. Olivia shot up and glared at him, her eyes narrow. "How do you know about him?" "I'm sorry. I just figured as much. Elsie told me what she talked to you about at the bar that night, and since then, you've been locked in your house. You've barely eaten. It looks like you haven't slept. You haven't been taking care of yourself. I'd guess you're dealing with a broken heart here. It's got all the signs," he said, smiling, trying to lighten the atmosphere in the room. "I was the one to do the breaking, so I have no reason to be upset. It's my own damn fault. I pushed him away, and then he found me and begged me to go back to him. I told him I wanted nothing to do with him, telling him to forget about me. He's moved on, and it's exactly what I wanted. But if it's what I wanted, why does it hurt so damn much?" Cam pulled Olivia close, trying to calm her down. "Sometimes, to protect ourselves, we hurt the people who mean the most to us. It doesn't make us a bad person, and it doesn't mean we've moved on. I can guarantee that he hasn't moved on. Olivia, if you were mine, I wouldn't let you go without a fight." He pulled a strand of her hair, tucking it behind her ear. "I didn't let him fight. I left without saying a word. I told him everything in a letter, making sure he wouldn't find it until I was 3 hours out of town." Tears kept streaming down her face. "And then, when he found me, I made it quite clear I no longer cared about him. I lied through my teeth. Well, maybe it's not too late. Maybe it's time to go back to Boston. At least give him a chance to tell you to your face that he's happier without you. I think you need closure." She pulled back, looking at Cam. "I can't do that. I left town, running like the coward I am. I can't go back and face everyone." "Can't or won't. You sound like my therapist," Olivia laughed. "I just want to help you. Yes, when I first started noticing you, I wanted nothing more than to get in your pants. And you did," Olivia joked. Cam held up his hands in surrender. "Hey, I'm just trying to be honest here. You're a beautiful young woman. And that night, after you kicked me out, I realized you were still hung up on some other guy. And that's okay. When you were nowhere to be found the past few weeks, I got worried. I know when people are depressed. All the signs were there. I just wanted to make sure you didn't do something stupid. Also, Elsie's text still hung heavy over his head. He wondered how long he could keep Olivia occupied without her finding out about that news. He knew that he would have to tell her, but he wanted to make sure she was emotionally in a better place before he did so. She processed everything Cam said. Was it that obvious she was batshit crazy? I need a glass of water, she said, getting up from the couch. Libby, let me ask you a question, Cam said as she grabbed a bottle of water and poured it over ice. Okay, shoot. But first, I just want to make sure you're not expecting me to pay your hourly rate. Cam laughed. No, I'm just here as a friend wanting to help out a friend. Okay, go ahead with your question then. She leaned against the kitchen island. Cam stood up, walking into the kitchen and sitting on a bar stool. Have you always had problems communicating your feelings? It just seems like you hide them from everyone, and even lie to yourself about them. Olivia stared, wide-eyed. You barely know me. Yes, I know, Cam said, interrupting her. But I know people, so just humor me and answer the question. I guess I've always had problems with that. It goes back to the whole worried that people would leave thing. I always worry that once people know how I feel, it would make them run. So you run instead, keeping all your feelings locked up inside. Yes, Dr. Cameron, Olivia responded sarcastically. So how do you communicate your feelings? You can't keep them all locked inside. No one could survive carrying that burden. Olivia lowered her eyes, looking at the floor, noting how dirty it had gotten. Libby, Cam said, bringing her attention back to him. It's New Year's Day. You've been here for nearly 3 months, running from your feelings. Just confront those feelings and let the chips fall where they may. Olivia thought for a minute. She knew he was right. Fine, I'll do it. But what am I going to say to Kira and Mo? And they are my best friends. This is the second time I've run out on them. Well, you're going to have to deal with that. Call them. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to hear from you. Cam stood up and walked over to the couch. Lying down. Take a shower. Freshen up. I'll wait here. He grabbed a fitness magazine off her coffee table and started flipping through it. Olivia eyed him suspiciously. For what? I'm taking you out to dinner, so go get ready. I don't need you babysitting me, Cam. So either leave and let me get ready in private, or leave and don't come back. His mind began to race. What if he left and she found out? Could he risk that? Should he just tell her? But maybe she wouldn't return to Boston if she found out, and she needed to go back for her own sake. I mean it! Cam, get the fuck out! Sighing. He raised himself off the couch and walked over to the front door, opening it. Fine. I'll be back in an hour and we'll go for oysters. No oysters? Olivia said, raising her hand. Okay. No oysters. Promise. See you in a little bit. Libby, we'll celebrate your last night on the beach. He hated that he was leaving her, but knew she would become even more suspicious if he insisted on staying with her while she got ready for dinner. He hoped he made the right decision. Chapter 17 Overboard. After Cam left, Olivia took a shower. It was the first time she had looked in the mirror in days, or possibly weeks. The reflection looking back disgusted her. Her face was sunken, her skin clearly too big for her frame. As she got ready, she threw on a pair of jeans that wouldn't stay up. She felt weak and needed to sit down. She wondered how she would get through dinner if she could barely stand to get ready. As she collapsed on her bed, she heard a ding on her laptop, signaling her to a new Google search alert. She had set one up several weeks ago for Alexander, realizing that it was far easier to keep track of any new developments that way. As she clicked on the email, she felt her heart shatter into millions of tiny pieces. With shaky hands and desperately trying to subdue the painful lump in her throat, she navigated to the link contained in the email. The story seemed to be headlining not only various gossip websites, but also more respectable news outlets. Olivia looked at the article, staring at a photo of Alexander standing next to that woman. They were clearly out at a formal gathering for New Year's Eve. Him in a tuxedo and her in a tight-fit silver gown, beaming. She stood in Alexander's arms with her left hand placed on his chest, and on the ring finger of her left hand sat an enormous diamond. Olivia scrolled down and read the news article through her tears. One of the country's most eligible bachelors is no longer eligible after proposing to his now fiancée, Chelsea Wellington, at a swanky New Year's Eve ball last night in New York City. Although they have only been dating for a few months, the couple appears to be rather excited to get on with their future. Their eyes focused on a February wedding. Good luck and congratulations. The pain was back. It never really left. But Olivia had been hopeful earlier when she decided to return to Boston and pour her heart out to Alexander. But now it had returned and the hurt was too much. She needed something to dull the ache. Her heart beat rapidly and she felt a panic attack coming on. Running to the bathroom, she rummaged through her medicine cabinet looking for the bottle that Dr. Greenstein had prescribed to help with her anxiety. She grabbed it and walked downstairs with her laptop, searching for the bottle of bourbon with her name on it. Popping 2 Valium. She gulped down the liquid, thankful for the warmth spreading through her body. After throwing another couple of Valium pills into her mouth and finishing almost half the bottle of alcohol, the pain of seeing Alexander's ring on another woman was finally dulled. The last thing she remembered was staring out at the crashing waves of the ocean before the numbness took over. Cam left his house early, anxiously hoping that Olivia hadn't found out the news in the past hour that he'd been gone. He sped through town, recalling the fragile state Olivia was in earlier that day. The longer he sat at each stoplight, the more irritated he became. As storm clouds rolled in, a bad feeling formed in his gut. He pulled up to Olivia's house and leapt up the stairs onto her deck, tapping gently on the door. There was no answer. Then he heard a gentle scratching on the other side of the door, coupled with a loud meow. He stilled, continuing to listen. He heard it again, wondering what Olivia's cat was doing. He knocked again, becoming rather concerned. Several moments passed, and all he could hear was Nepenthe's scratching and meows. He tried the door, but it was locked. Walking over to the front window and peering inside, his heart fell. Olivia was sprawled out on the floor, a liquor bottle lying beside her. The contents of a prescription bottle poured out on the coffee table. "Olivia," he shouted, running back to the front door, desperately trying the lock again. When it wouldn't give, he took a deep breath and kicked the door jamb, forcing the door open. He ran to her, grabbed her in his arms, and carried her to the bathroom, frantically trying to find a pulse. Sticking his hand down her throat, he tried to force her to vomit, hoping that he wasn't too late. Finally, he felt her shudder and gag before she emptied the contents of her stomach into the toilet. Cam breathed a sigh of relief when he saw 4 blue pills fall out of her mouth, hoping that was all she took. He rubbed her back while she came around, dry heaving. "Let it go, Libby. Just let it go." He comforted her as she collapsed on the bathroom floor, curling up in a ball. "It hurts too fucking much. Cam," she wailed out, convulsing on the cold tile. Fuck. He had never heard pain as intense as the hurt in Olivia's voice. He wouldn't wish that on even his worst enemies. It was excruciating watching her shake, clutching her knees as her body continued to spasm. "You need help. Libby, you just fucking overdosed. If I didn't find you when I did..." His voice trailed off, not wanting to think about what would have greeted him if he left his house a minute later. "I'm not suicidal. Cam, I felt a panic attack coming on, so I took a few pills." "How many did you take?" 4. "I just wanted to be numb for a little bit." Cam wrapped his arms around Olivia, thankful that she expelled all the pills she took. "You're only supposed to take one, and not with alcohol." "Libby, Jesus." A tear fell down his face, the adrenaline pumping through his body finally subsiding. The aftershocks of violently ridding her stomach of its contents continued to consume Olivia's body as she shook in Cam's arms. "He's engaged. He's really gone now, and it hurts," she sobbed. "Come on, Libby. I know there's a fighter in there somewhere. Are you really going to give up? I saw the pictures. If you ask me, That's not a guy who's too sure about anything. He doesn't look happy. And I'm not just saying that to make you feel better. You need to go talk to him. At least, get closure. He gently rubbed her back, leaning down to kiss her head. Make him tell you to your face that he's happy with that red-headed bimbo. Olivia laughed through her tears. She does look a little bit like a bimbo. There's my girl, Cam crooned as he continued rocking her in his arms. How do you feel? A little lightheaded, she responded, her voice raspy. Probably because you have no food in your system. He squeezed Olivia tight, relieved that she was coming around. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to order a ton of pizza, and we're going to stay in and watch stupid movies all night long. Sound good? Olivia looked through her tear-soaked eyes into Cam's vibrant silver ones brimming with hope. She nodded. Yes. He leaned down and kissed her forehead before lifting her in his arms and carrying her over to the couch. As he ordered pizza, Olivia grabbed her laptop, finding the photo that sent her over the edge less than an hour ago. Cam eyed her suspiciously as he placed the rather large order with a local pizza house. She gave him a reassuring nod before returning her eyes to the screen in front of her. Cam was right. There was something very off about Alexander's expression in the photos. And it wasn't just in one photo. It was in all of them. He looked like a shell of his former self, as if he was simply going through the motions, desperate to overcome something, to overcome her. At that moment, Olivia knew that he hadn't moved on. She had to act fast. So what are you going to do? Cam asked, plopping down on the couch next to her after putting on a Blu-ray of Old School. She shrugged. What I have to do, I need to see him, beg him to take me back, even after everything I've put him through, and hope that there's part of him that still cares enough to forgive me. Cam put his arm around Olivia and pulled her close. Good, he said quietly, trying to hide the lump that had formed in his throat at the thought of her no longer being in his life. It was bittersweet. But he knew Olivia needed to go for her own survival. And as much as Cam wished she would be able to forget about Alexander Burnham, he knew that would never happen. He was still concerned about her, particularly after what had happened that evening. But he knew that once she was back where she belonged, she would get the closure she needed and begin to move on. That night, Cam savored his time with Olivia, knowing that she would leave the island in the next few days. They sat on her couch most of the night, gorging themselves on pizza, mozzarella sticks, and fried zucchini as they watched movie after movie, laughing. Every time Cam thought how he could get used to doing that with her, he had to remind himself that she needed to leave. His heart ached, but he refused to be the one to keep her in pain and hurting. As Olivia slept with her head on his lap, he decided it was time to go. He tried to readjust her body so he didn't wake her, but had no such luck. "Where are you going?" she asked drowsily, wiping the sleep from her eyes. "It's late. I should go home." "Wait, no, stay, please." Cam looked at her, the hesitation clear on his face. "It's just, I'm going to miss you when I leave, and I want to spend as much time with you as I can before then." "When are you planning on heading back?" Cam asked. "Day after tomorrow, I think. I have to pack, so I'll need a day to do that. Please, stay with me until I go." Cam sighed, dropping back down on the couch next to her. "Do you have any idea how impossible it is to say no to you?" Olivia giggled as she nuzzled into Cam's arms, savoring the warmth and his smell. "God, I'm going to miss that sound." Chapter 18 belong. "So looks like you're all set then," Cam said a few days later after he finished loading up Olivia's car with all her things. He closed the trunk and turned to look at the girl that had arrived out of nowhere back in October. "Yup, looks that way," Olivia answered sadly. She didn't want to admit it, but she was definitely going to miss Cam. Over the past few months, he had been her rock, the only person who understood her. A tear fell down her cheek, thinking how she would no longer see his smiling face every morning as she enjoyed her coffee. She wished she hadn't avoided him those last few weeks. Hey, Cam said, wiping Olivia's tear. "Enough of that. This isn't goodbye. But you can't stay here. Libby, you know that. You need closure so you can get on with your life. And then, If it all goes to hell, I'll be here waiting for you." He wrapped his arms around her. "I'll always wait for you," he whispered, kissing her gently on the top of her head before helping her into the car. As he watched her Audi disappear down Ocean Avenue, a tear fell down his face, hoping that wasn't the last time he would ever see her. The following evening, Olivia pulled off the Mass Pike and onto Huntington Avenue, heading toward her house, feeling overwhelmed as she drove past Boston Common Park. She missed her home. And that's what Boston was. It was home. She pulled her car in front of her house and grabbed Nepenthe, wondering how she would feel being back in the place filled with so many memories of Alexander. Her hands shaking, she punched her code into the keyless entry and opened the door before disarming the security system. She walked into the kitchen and let Nepenthe out of his cat carrier. After helping him settle back into the house, she ran out to her car and finished unpacking her items before driving down the side alley, parking in the back, leaving all her things in the living room. She walked up to her master bedroom. Everything was exactly as she had left it. Nothing had changed, but everything was different. Everything reminded her of Alexander. She walked over to the bed that was still covered with the clothes she haphazardly threw around as she was packing to flee town. She flopped down on what had become Alexander's side of the bed and inhaled. Months had passed, but it still smelled like him. She shot up, tears threatening to fall once more. She couldn't stay there. She ran downstairs and put Nepenthe's bowls out, filling his food and water. "I'm sorry, pal. I just can't stay here, but I'll be back every day to check on you." She picked up her cat and gave him a kiss before he leapt out of her arms, more interested in his food. She grabbed her suitcase and rearmed her system, leaving her house again. But this time, she wasn't running. She just needed to collect her thoughts. And she couldn't sleep in that bed, not when it smelled so much like Alexander. She drove around town and soon found herself on her way to Arlington. She didn't know why, but she wanted to see Mo. About 20 minutes later, she parked her car outside Mo's house and sat there for several long moments, staring blankly at the steering wheel before finally gathering enough courage to get out of the car. As she walked up the front steps and rang the doorbell, she thought about how Mo would react when he saw her standing on his doorstep after being gone for so long. A few moments passed and she didn't hear anything stirring. She rang again and finally heard some shuffling. Mo pulled back the door to his house, curious as to who it could be that late at night. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Olivia stood at his front door, looking frail, a shell of her former self. He had seen her at her lowest of lows, but this was unlike anything he had ever seen before. "Livy, my God, get in here," he said, pulling her toward him, hugging her tightly. Olivia tried so hard to stay strong, but she couldn't take it anymore. All her emotions and everything she had felt over the past several months came rushing forward. She sobbed as Mo walked her toward his living room. He gingerly lowered her to the couch and simply held her as she cried. He was so thankful that she was okay, or as okay as she could be. After several minutes of just sitting there, Olivia's tears started to wane. Mo kept holding on to her. He didn't want to say anything. He just wanted to hold her, hoping that he wouldn't wake up and it all be a cruel dream. Brushing her hair behind her ear, he placed a gentle kiss on the top of her head. Olivia looked into his dark eyes. "I'm so sorry, Mo," she exhaled, tears starting to flow down her face again. "Hey, don't cry, Livy. It's okay. Just tell me what's going on and I'll do whatever I can." He had a feeling that after news of Alexander's engagement got out, she might return to Boston, but never did he expect to see her looking as horrible as she did. "I ruined everything, like I always do. I push people away trying to protect myself, but it never works out, does it? I won't ask if everything's okay because that seems like such a stupid question. I know things aren't, but tell me what I can do right now." She looked at him and snuggled into his embrace once more. "You're doing it. Thank you." Before Olivia knew it, she had fallen asleep, grateful to be back where she belonged. Alexander's phone had been buzzing all night, but he was enjoying his time out with Chelsea. She had become a breath of fresh air those past few months. And he was actually starting to look forward to their wedding. While he still thought about Olivia more than he should, Chelsea was a nice distraction. He walked Chelsea out of his favorite Italian restaurant in the North End. The memory of taking Olivia there after the Red Sox game all those months ago was still strong, but he was eager to replace all those old Olivia memories with new ones, happier ones. It was the only way he could continue to move on. Martin pulled up outside of the restaurant. "My place?" Miss Wellington Alexander asked, taking Chelsea's hand and kissing it gently. She giggled. Alexander cringed a little. It was a high-pitched squeal type of a giggle. It wasn't Olivia's giggle. "I'd love to." "Alex," she said, pushing him aside and getting into the SUV. "But you do know that, at some point, we are going to have to move in together." Alexander had been putting that off, wanting to enjoy his last few months of being single. Plus, Chelsea wanted him to get rid of Runner, and he wasn't ready for that just yet. He loved that dog. Although he was another painful memory of Olivia, he started to wonder whether he would ever be able to fully rid his life of her. He didn't think he could, even if he wanted to. And he wasn't sure he really wanted to, as much as he knew he should. As he walked around to the other side of the car, Martin stopped him. "Sir, Carter has been trying to get in touch with you. He wouldn't say what it was about, but you should probably call him." "Okay, Martin, I will when I get home." He opened the door and climbed in beside Chelsea, grabbing her hand and planting a sensual kiss on it. Her heart fluttered a little, loving the feel of Alexander's lips on her skin. A few minutes later, Alexander led Chelsea into his large penthouse apartment. "Jesus Christ, Alex!" She scowled as Runner bounded down the stairs. "Will you get rid of that fucking dog already?" She cringed when the dog jumped on Alexander, his tail wagging, obviously happy to see him. "Why don't you like animals?" he asked. "They're just so dirty." Runner, down. Alexander looked at Chelsea, who appeared horrified. "Give me a minute. I'll put him somewhere. And I need to make one quick phone call. I'll be right back." He turned to Runner. "Come here, boy." He walked away from Chelsea and the dog followed him down the hallway toward his office. After punching his code into the keypad, Alexander strode over to the desk as Runner walked to his doggy bed in the corner and lay down. Picking up his phone, Alexander called Carter. "Sir, what is so important tonight, Carter?" "Sir, it's Miss Adler," he replied cautiously. Alexander could almost hear the hesitation in his voice. "You asked me to remotely monitor any entry or exit on her home security system. Well, tonight, there was an entry just after 8 in the evening and an exit a few minutes before 9. Alexander sunk into his chair, his heart dropping to his stomach, just when everything was starting to go well, just when he had finally gotten over her, or so he thought. "Has there been any follow-up?" he asked, his voice quiet. "Yes, sir. No one who had access to her key codes has been there." "Okay, thank you. Carter." He hung up and went back out to the living area. Chelsea was sitting on the couch, batting her eyes. He sighed and walked up to her. "Chelsea, I'm sorry, but I have some work business I need to attend to this evening. I need to go. Martin will drive you home." He turned abruptly and dashed to the elevator, pressing the call button repeatedly. An elevator car arrived almost immediately. Within a few moments, he jumped into his Maserati and drove the few miles to Olivia's house. He leapt out of his car and ran up the steps, banging on her front door. It all seemed so familiar. He did the same thing the day she left. Why was he getting roped back into her life when everything seemed to be going so well with Chelsea? He was supposed to be getting married in a few weeks. There was no answer. He banged again. "Olivia, are you in there? I just want to make sure you're okay. That's all. Then I'll leave you alone." Nothing. No movement. He checked inside and the house looked dark. He punched the code into her keypad door lock and quickly disarmed the security system. Surprised that nearly 3 months later, he still remembered those numbers. Walking through the foyer and into the kitchen, he took in his surroundings. 1,000 happy memories came rushing back before he noticed her cell phone still lying on the island. The battery long dead. Has she even been here? He turned when he heard a faint sound coming down the stairs. Nepenthe Alexander exclaimed when the cat appeared in the doorway. Olivia was back, and she would be coming back there. She would never leave Nepenthe alone for too long. He sat on the couch and let the cat snuggle next to him for a while, thinking about what Olivia being back in town meant for her own safety and for him, for he had moved on, but he desperately needed closure. He knew she lied to him all those months ago when he confronted her. He willed himself to remain strong. She had hurt him more than any other person had hurt him in his entire life. If he simply took her back, could he possibly survive when she left him again? He didn't know. And she would, inevitably, leave him again. It was what she did. It was all she knew. Raising himself off the couch, he knew that he would just have to be patient. Chapter 19, Team Olivia. The next morning, Olivia sat at the table in Mo's kitchen, reunited with her two best friends. I swear to God, Libby, if you ever pull a stunt like that again, I will cut a bitch. And that bitch will be you, Kira said, laughing. I knew something was up last night when Carter called asking if I had gone to your house for any reason. What are you talking about? Olivia asked, raising her eyebrows in confusion. Well, I guess Alexander asked them to monitor your alarm system and let him know if there were any entries or exits. And last night there were... Controlling bastard, Olivia muttered. That he is, Mo laughed. So what did you come back here for? It surely wasn't just for me and Kira. He eyed Olivia, knowing full well the reason that she was back in town, but wanting her to open up and not keep it all locked inside for once. No, you're right, she sighed. I mean, you're part of the reason. But after hearing about Alexander's engagement to that Chelsea girl... Kira interrupted. Don't even get me started on that fake bitch. She's not that bad, Mo said. Kira glared at him. Team Olivia all the way. She threw a donut hole at him. Olivia laughed. Please don't turn my life into a stupid love triangle, Kira whispered. Go Team Olivia. Olivia couldn't help but smile. Yeah, well... Anyway, after I found out he had been seeing her, I just snapped. I shut myself in my house and barely ate, probably didn't shower, and just closed the world out. Then I found out about the engagement and things got worse. I wanted to stop feeling and I wanted to forget. But this surfer boy I got to know fairly well helped me snap out of it. He pretty much pushed me into my car and made me drive back up here. Olivia left out the part about them screwing and him finding her practically comatose on her living room floor. Well, he's officially my new best friend, Kira said, clutching Olivia's hand. I'm just so glad you're back. So am I. She smiled weakly. But I won't feel like I'm home until I do one more thing. Maybe I just need some closure. If he's happy with Chelsea, so be it. I get it. But I just need to see Alexander face to face and tell him those things I said when he... Olivia stopped short, wondering how much she should tell her friends about what happened when Alexander found her in Florida. Kira stared at her. When he what? Libby? She asked calmly. Olivia took a deep breath. When he tracked me down in Florida, she responded. He what? Kira screeched. That fucking bastard never said anything to us about that. What the hell happened? Shrugging, Olivia raised her coffee mug to her lips, savoring the taste and remembering all those mornings Alexander brought her coffee in bed. He found me on my little island in Florida and confronted me, begging me to tell him to his face that I wanted nothing to do with him. He said if that was what I really wanted, then he would leave and never bother me again. And, of course, stupid me told him exactly that, even though I didn't mean it. So not only did I push him away once, but I did it twice. Kira stared at her, her eyes wide as she processed what Olivia just told her. What are you going to do? Mo asked. I don't know yet. I just want to talk to him, explain everything. And if he still hates me, I guess I'll have to live with that. I don't think he hates you. Olivia, he said, but you hurt him pretty bad. Wait a minute, how do you know that? Kira and Mo shared a look. We got to be pretty close friends these past few months, Mo explained. Olivia stared at her two best friends, shocked at what they were saying. She immediately felt a twinge of jealousy. Her best friends were hanging out with Alexander on a regular basis. Then she remembered it wasn't her place to be jealous. She pushed him away, like she always did. You have to stop running when things get bad. You need to start letting people in. Olivia, Kira said, interrupting her thoughts. I know, Olivia sighed. And it took my surfer boy psychiatrist friend to help me realize that. Ooh, so surfer boy is a shrink kinky, Kira laughed. Mo shoved her playfully. Get your mind out of the gutter, babe. Olivia gave them a look, wondering if they finally hooked up. She made a mental note to talk to Kira about that later. Yes, he's a shrink. I realized that the pain I felt when I found out Alexander was engaged to someone else, even though I told him to move on, was worse than anything I have ever felt in my life. I just wanted to end the pain. I tried to turn it off, to stop from feeling. That way I wouldn't hurt anymore. But it didn't work. Nothing did. And I was the one that caused the pain. Me, not anyone else. And I think that's what made it hurt even more. If I hadn't been so selfish and thinking only about myself, I could have avoided that hurt. But instead, I did it to myself. So it's my own damn fault if Alexander slams the door in my face. He should. Especially after the way I treated him when he found me and begged me to come back to him. But I, at least, want to talk to him. When are you going to do it? Mo asked, ever the practical one. I was thinking about just heading over to his office today, Olivia said, her heart racing at the thought of possibly seeing Alexander that day. Great, Kira said excitedly. Have you thought about what you're going to wear? Olivia laughed. No, I haven't thought about that yet. Kira stood up and grabbed her hand. We'll be back later. Mo, girl thing. She dragged her out of the house and, within a few minutes, they were on their way back into the city. So, what's the deal with you and Mo? Olivia asked. I noticed something a little different between you two. Come on, what's the status? Status, Kira asked, a look of disgust on her face. I'm not one for labels. Just, suffice it to say, he's my one-way ticket to Pound Town, okay? Olivia laughed. Happy to be back home. Chapter 20. The Hurt. Within a few hours, Kira had successfully helped Olivia find a new outfit to wear when she confronted Alexander. Their last stop was a swanky shoe boutique on Newberry Street. Boston was flooded with tourists still milling about in the city after celebrating the New Year. Shops were packed, and there was a chill in the air that Olivia had missed when she lived in Florida. The gray clouds made it feel like the sky would open up at any second and cover the city with a fluffy blanket of snow. I don't know. Kira, I don't think I really need another pair of shoes. Have you seen my closet? Kira stared at her friend, indignant. Of course I have, and I'm incredibly jealous. However, never underestimate the power of a pair of shoes. Cinderella is living proof that a pair of shoes can change your life. Olivia wrinkled her nose. I'm not so sure Cinderella could be classified as living proof. Aren't you in publishing? Yeah, I read that somewhere. Isn't it a great quote? Kira laughed. Olivia ended up buying the shoes because her friend was right. She wanted to face Alexander feeling the best she possibly could, given the circumstances. The shoes were pricey, but she had missed Christmas, so she considered them a gift to herself. The girls got back to Olivia's house and Kira helped her friend get ready. She put on her tight black sweater dress and accented it with a thin red belt. Then she pulled on the overpriced black leather boots. Hot, Kira announced when Olivia walked downstairs. You look fucking smoking. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Want to give me a ride? Olivia asked, butterflies forming in her stomach. Okay, come on. A short 10 minutes later, Kira pulled up outside the office building in the financial district. She turned to her friend. Nervous. A little, Olivia responded, fidgeting with her coat. He might not even be here. Well, at least you're giving it a shot. Olivia opened the car door, taking a deep breath, her hands shaking. Good luck, Libby. And no matter what happens, I love you. She smiled. Thanks, Care Bear. Olivia's heart began to beat rapidly as she walked into her old work building. She made her way across the large lobby toward the turnstiles, unsure of whether she would actually be able to follow through with what she had planned. Olivia. You're back, Jerry shouted as she swiped her keycard through the turnstiles. Yeah, for now, at least. Hey. Are you okay? It looks like you lost a lot of weight, and you didn't have it to lose. He looked at her, the concern apparent on his face. I'm fine, Jerry. Don't worry about me, she said dryly. Olivia hit the call button for the elevator, and one arrived almost immediately. She pressed the button for the top floor, sliding the extra keycard Alexander had given her months ago into the slot. She gasped when it actually worked. Within a few seconds, the doors opened, and she walked out into the reception area in front of Alexander's office. His secretary jumped up almost immediately. Oh, Miss Adler, how are you? She ran over to Olivia, taking her coat and hanging it up in the closet. Fine, thank you. I was wondering if Alexander is around and available. I only need a few moments of his time. Oh, of course, Mr. Burnham had mentioned you might stop by. Arrogant bastard, Olivia thought to herself. He is in a meeting right now, but has instructed that you are welcome to wait in his office. He should be out within the next 10 minutes. She walked over to the large glass door and buzzed Olivia in. Thank you. Olivia walked down the long corridor leading to Alexander's office. She heard voices on the opposite side of the hallway coming from the conference room, and stopped dead in her tracks when Alexander's voice echoed through the room. Could she really go through with this? Just hearing his voice again made her heart ache. Opening the door to his office, thousands of memories came rushing back. The first night she met him, how he gently took care of her after Simon attacked her, the numerous times during their brief courtship that he summoned her upstairs, and all the things they would do on his couch. She walked over to the sitting area and ran her fingers across the back of the large couch. A lot of great memories on that couch, a voice said, interrupting her thoughts. She spun around, her heart dropping to her stomach. Alexander stood in the doorway, wearing a crisp black suit and a green tie. Oh my God! Olivia, are you okay? Is something wrong? He rushed toward her, wrapping his arms around her, electricity coursing through her body. Are you sick or something? Alexander took in the sight of her. She had lost too much weight. He wondered whether she had eaten at all over the past few months, and he felt partly responsible. Tears fell from her eyes at the concerned sound in his voice. Why does everyone ask me that? Alexander released his hold on her, stepping back to look at her. Because you don't look like yourself. Olivia, you look upset. Well, you could say that, she replied, glancing around the room, trying to hide her eyes from him. Here, have a seat. He led her to the love seat across from the couch and helped her sit down before he took his place next to her. So, what is it that I can do for you today? He asked very matter-of-factly. Mr. Businessman was back. Olivia took a deep breath and straightened her spine, looking for the inner strength to tell him what she had come there to say. This is kind of hard for me to say, so please, just let me get it all out before you interrupt me. Okay, he nodded. Here goes nothing. She turned toward him. Alex, I fucked up. I know that now. I pushed you away because it's what I do. Or did. I got scared because I was getting so close to you. And I knew that, at some point, you wouldn't be able to put up with all my craziness anymore. I thought I would never be able to make you truly happy, and that killed me. I cared about you so much that I hated myself for doing that to you. So I figured I would push you away, which was the most difficult thing I ever had to do. She took a deep breath as she stared into his green eyes. That last morning in Newport, she said softly. On the yacht, Alexander interrupted, his voice trembling. I needed you one more time. I was so addicted to your body, and the thought of never being able to feel you inside of me again broke me apart. So that was you saying goodbye then, he asked, his eyes meeting hers before she looked away. It was the only way I knew how, she replied, staring at her fingers. Look at me, Olivia. She obeyed, lifting her water-filled eyes to meet his. I knew there was something different that morning, but I never would have guessed that you would be running from me. I had a feeling you were slipping away from me, but I thought we got that spark back after the race. You say you thought I could never be happy with you. That wasn't your decision to make. I was so deliriously happy with you. Olivia, he said quietly. his voice full of hurt. "And I knew you were going through some issues. I was more than willing to be patient with you while you worked through those. But you pushed me away. Twice." "I know," she exclaimed, clearly agitated. She took a deep breath. "Just let me finish," she pleaded. Alexander nodded. "Okay. When I first arrived in Florida, every morning I woke up hoping, in the back of my mind, that you would show up on my doorstep, begging for me to come back. And then I met Cam, and I thought he would be the perfect person to help dull the pain because I felt nothing for him, and nothing was better than the hurt. When you confronted me, God, Alexander, it took all my willpower to not melt into your arms. When you found me, I was secretly thrilled. You're right. My body did betray me. I've never felt as fulfilled or complete as I did with you. You're the only one that gives me an orgasm so intense that I feel my entire world shake. And it scared me all over again. So I lied. I told you what you needed to hear to leave me alone." Olivia stared into Alexander's intense green eyes, tears beginning to fall down both their faces. "I'm so sorry. Alexander, I took the coward's way out. I pushed you away to prevent myself from being hurt. But in the end, I was the one who hurt myself. I experienced inexplicable pain, and then I saw all those photos of you with another woman and heard about your engagement, and I shut down. I tried to shut everything off, because that pain, Alex." Her voice trailed off, her chin trembling. She took another steadying breath. "That pain is worse than anything I have ever experienced. Knowing that you're with someone else is tearing me apart." Tears continued to fall down Olivia's face. Alexander took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. Olivia had come back to him. It was what he always hoped for and wanted. But now that she was here, could he really dive headfirst back into her life, Olivia? "Do you have any idea how hurt I was when you left? Do you have any idea what the words you said in Florida did to me?" Olivia nodded her head. "I do now. I realize the pain that I cause other people when I leave. And I swear to you, I'm done running. I'm begging you. Alexander, you need to believe me. I am ready for this, whatever it is." Alexander stood up, needing to distance himself from her. "I believe you, but I'm not sure I'm ready. You hurt me. Olivia, you let me go, and I had no choice but to do the same. I moved on, just as you asked me to. It was hard, but each day, it became easier to get out of bed and think about you a little less. You never left my thoughts, and I don't think you ever will. But I can't put myself through that again." Olivia stood up and walked toward Alexander. She grabbed his hands in hers, that spark of electricity back. He stared down at her, wanting to not feel that anymore. "I understand. Alexander, just answer me one question and I promise, I will be out of your life." Looking deep into his eyes, she asked, "Are you happy?" He broke his gaze from her, looking out the large, expansive windows surrounding his office. He thought about the question for a while, Olivia waiting patiently for her answer. His eyes slowly returned to hers. "I am happy. Chelsea's not perfect, but right now, she is what I need." Olivia. She brought her lips together, closed her eyes, and nodded. Releasing Alexander's hands, she walked toward the door, turning to take one last look at him. She noticed that his shoulders had dropped. "I know this is goodbye then. Before I go, promise me one thing." She paused. "Promise that you'll never forget me." "Olivia, please," Alexander said, taking a step toward her, his eyes pleading. She held her hand up, stopping him from getting any closer. "Let me get this out. Alexander, I need to." He nodded, his heart unsure of whether he could listen to her words without breaking all over again. "Promise me you'll always remember me. Walking out on you. Then coming back here and losing you all over again has been painful enough. But as long as it wasn't for nothing, as long as it meant something, then maybe I can move on like you have." She opened the door and turned around once more, taking one last look at the only man who really saw her and accepted her for who she was. I don't think I can go on knowing that I mean nothing to you. Her chin quivered and she stared deep into his eyes. I think I could have loved you. Alexander. She took a deep breath, holding his gaze. I just thought you should know that. He watched Olivia walk out his door and sank down onto the couch, wondering whether he did the right thing. As she walked down the hallway, she heard Alexander speak one last time. You'll always be my Eve, love. She was about to turn around, wondering what he meant by that, when she ran right into someone coming through the security door. Oh, I'm sorry, Olivia said, raising her head, unable to believe her luck. Oh, you must be Chelsea. Yes, that's me. Are you friends with Alex? Her voice was high-pitched and annoying. Yeah, Olivia Adler. She held her hand out. Chelsea just stared at her. You're Olivia G's. I thought he had better taste. Listen, I've had a rough day. I just got my heart stomped by that man in there. You won. Okay. You get to keep him. I hope you appreciate just how wonderful of a human being he is. I mean, really appreciate it. He deserves someone like that. He is unlike anyone I've ever met. He deserves to have every happiness, so you better make him happy. Chelsea simply stared at Olivia as she took a deep breath, her lip trembling. She didn't know why she had been so catty to her. Chelsea could tell that she was hurt and in pain. But if it meant that Alexander turned her away, Chelsea was okay with it because that could have easily been her pain. Olivia lowered her voice, her chin quivering with emotion. I wanted to be the one to do that. You know, make him happy. But I didn't realize that soon enough. And now that I have, I guess it's just too late. But it's hard to tell your mind to forget about someone when your heart aches for that person. She walked into the reception area, sobbing uncontrollably, desperately needing to get away from everything that reminded her of Alexander. She pushed the button for the elevator and got in before realizing that she had forgotten her coat. Fuck it, she thought. I don't need it. After watching Olivia practically run into the elevator, Chelsea turned to see Alexander standing inside the doorway to his office. He had overheard every word. He was beginning to think he had made a terrible mistake. Chapter 21. Help myself. Cheryl, please tell me you have some good news, Donovan said calmly into his phone. It's been nearly 3 months. Cheryl laughed. Well, I have some for you. I just read Carter's reports from last night. Olivia is back. And here's the kicker. She just left Burnham's office. I was in a briefing with him and stayed a few minutes after to discuss some things with a few of the other agents when I overheard her in the hallway. She stormed out of there pretty quickly. Has she left the building? Donovan asked, standing from his desk, his mind racing. Yes, sir. I grabbed some camera feeds and she was seen leaving the building on foot through the front doors, turning right onto State. He exhaled loudly, thankful that, after several quiet months, he finally had a location on the girl. He didn't care that he had promised Simon that he could finish her off. She had disappeared, and now that she was back, he needed to act. I'm on it. Thank you. Cheryl, keep me posted. Yes, sir. He hung up and immediately dialed another number. Grant, it's me. It's go time. She was seen leaving Burnham's building on foot. Get on it, he growled. Yes, sir. A gentle knock woke Alexander from his daydreaming. Chelsea was going on and on about some shopping spree she just went on and, of course, various wedding plans. All he could do was think about Olivia and whether he had made the right decision sending her away. Come in, he said. His secretary entered carrying a red-belted coat. Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but Miss Adler left without this. I tried to stop her, but didn't get to her in time. I apologize. He grabbed the coat from her. Thank you. I'll make sure it is returned to her. His secretary turned and left. He looked out the windows and noticed that snow was falling from the sky. Shit, he muttered. What Chelsea asked, annoyed at the fact that Alexander had interrupted her story about some bridal boutique she had visited earlier in the day. It's snowing and Olivia doesn't have her jacket. Chelsea exhaled loudly. Who cares? She's a big girl. She'll be okay. I mean, You don't really need a jacket in a car anyway. She wouldn't have driven over here, Alexander said, realizing how much he really did know about Olivia and how little he knew about Chelsea. He knew Olivia was probably walking around the city at that moment. How could he just let her leave? He should have at least made sure she got home okay. He hadn't been thinking clearly, and now he feared for her safety. He looked over at Chelsea as she filed her nails. I have to go. He ran out the door, leaving her. Alex, wait, Chelsea said loudly. Alexander ignored her cries and ran down the hallway, thinking how it was the second time in so many days that he walked out on Chelsea. He called Martin quickly, telling him to meet him outside with the SUV immediately. Within a few minutes, he jumped into the car. Martin, she's walking around out here without a jacket. I need to find her. Just drive to her house. Maybe we can catch her on the way. Martin didn't even need to ask who. He knew there was only one person that could cause Alexander to look so rattled. At that moment, he knew that Olivia was back. As she walked through the Boston streets after leaving Alexander's office, snow falling at a steady clip, Olivia didn't know what to do. She needed something to dull the pain. Her mind went to the first thing she could think of: alcohol. She spotted a liquor store and ran into it, grabbing several bottles and paying. Back outside, she continued down Boylston Street, clutching her bag of alcohol as if her life depended on it. Out of nowhere, a broad-shouldered man stepped in front of her, glaring. Olivia, he sneered. I knew you would come back to town. She gaped at him, wide-mouthed. Could my luck get any worse today? She tried to push him aside, but he grabbed her, holding her in place. He looked familiar, but Olivia couldn't place him. Listen, if we used to sleep together, great. But I'm so not interested. Okay. Oh, we never slept together. But if you're offering... A crooked smile crept across his face as his fingers traced down her damp dress. Her heart started racing as she attempted to step back. How do you know my name then? We've been looking for you for quite a while. Olivia? Or do you go by Sarah? Olivia looked around. The street was bustling with rush-hour commuters coming and going. Cars crawled at a sluggish pace along the busy road. No one appeared to notice her predicament, so she did the only thing she could think of. She opened her mouth and screamed as loud as she could before pushing the man aside and bolting down the street. Her hands were shaking and numb from the cold as she clutched her brown paper bag. Martin turned the corner onto Boylston Street, and the SUV continued to crawl. Alexander scanned the streets, desperate to find Olivia, if only to make sure she wasn't walking in the snow. Shit, he exclaimed, seeing a woman who looked like Olivia running away from a large man. He threw open the car door and ran across the street onto the sidewalk. Olivia, he shouted. She paused briefly, hearing a familiar voice. Turning around, she saw Alexander running after her, clutching her jacket. She shook her head before she continued down the busy street. The strange man gained on her as she desperately ran away from him, wondering why no one thought it was odd that a large man was chasing a woman during a snowstorm on one of Boston's busiest streets. Within a few moments, Olivia heard a scuffle behind her. She paused, catching her breath, before she glanced over her shoulder. Alexander was on top of the strange man, punching him repeatedly. Fearful that he would do some serious damage, she turned around and ran to him. Alex, she cried out. Stop! She took a deep breath as he raised his eyes to meet hers, his fist in midair, ready to strike again. Please, she begged quietly. Alexander glared at the man he had pinned to the ground. He looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. That was never a good sign. The man moaned out in pain. You go near her again, I'll fucking kill you. Alexander slammed his head into the pavement one last time before standing up, watching as the strange man quickly raised himself off the ground and ran away in the opposite direction. Alexander walked over to Olivia. You forgot your jacket, he said softly, handing her the coat in his hand. Switching from angry, temperamental, controlling Alexander to sweet, caring, compassionate Alexander. She stared at him, still clutching her brown bag. You shouldn't be out here walking. It's not safe, he said quietly. Olivia grabbed her jacket out of his hands. Stop trying to save me. Alex, she hissed. I don't need your help. She turned and continued down the street. Well, then, what do you want from me? Olivia, he asked loudly, watching her walk away. She spun around abruptly and searched his eyes. I don't want you to always feel like you have to come and help me. Alex, she whimpered, her throat beginning to close up again, thinking about the man who was no longer hers. I just want you to stand by my side while I try to help myself. Her words caught Alexander off guard. He had always tried to protect her. He failed to do that at an early age and spent the last several months trying to make up for that. Her eyes narrowed, staring at him as he remained silent on the busy Boston street. Do you think you can do that? She looked at him as snow continued to blanket the sidewalk, desperately wanting him to say that yes, he could do that he would stand by her side, that he would forget all about her running out on him, that he would do anything he could to make sure she never did the same thing again. But instead, Alexander just stood there and stared, not saying anything. Several moments passed, the silence deafening. That's what I thought. Her eyes fell as she turned and continued to walk, shivering from the snow and the last shattered pieces of her heart being stomped on. Alexander tried to open his mouth to say something, anything, tell her to wait, stop. He made a mistake, but nothing came out. He knew he had just let the only woman he would ever truly love walk out of his life, and he did nothing. He watched his entire world fall apart, and he didn't do anything to stop it. All of a sudden, he felt more lonely than he had ever felt in all his 30 years. Olivia flung open the door to her house, soaked from the snow that continued to fall steadily around the city. She bolted the door, not wanting to see anyone, even some well-meaning friend. She needed some time alone, stripping off the sexy black boots that, just a few hours ago, made her feel confident and ready to face the world. She walked into the kitchen and poured some sapphire gin over ice, wishing she could turn the calendar back to October. Taking a gulp, she exhaled loudly, feeling the effects of the alcohol warm her stomach. She grabbed the bottle and collapsed on the couch. Nepenthe walked over and sat down over the floor heater, warming his body. Olivia was chilled to the bone, but she had no desire to go upstairs and change. The cold helped take her mind off how much pain she felt. Why did I ever come back here, she sobbed, to no one at all. I don't belong here. I don't belong anywhere. Grant, did you get her? Donovan asked, hopeful. No, sir. I was in pursuit, but Burnham tackled me to the ground. Shit, he spat into the phone. Did he recognize you? He sounded worried. I don't believe so. Fuck, why is one girl so fucking hard to kill? Grant laughed. I didn't realize we were going to kill her. I just thought we'd abduct her and make her lead us to those documents. Well, yes. And then we're going to kill her. Grant, I don't leave any loose ends. Then what's the plan? The plan is to lay low. There have been too many fuck-ups. Burnham could have recognized you, and even though he's engaged to that other woman, he'll probably be on high alert over the next several weeks. So we wait. Let Burnham forget that we're after her. Once he lets his guard down, we make our move. When they least expect it. Chapter 22, The Sure Bet. Hey, Alex, Tyler said as he pulled up a bar stool next to his brother on a Thursday night in early January. How's everything going? He signaled the bartender to pour him a beer. Alexander looked at his brother. I've been better, he replied, downing a shot of tequila. Shit. What happened? Tyler inquired as he took in his surroundings at the bar in Davis Square. At the far end of the room, a pair of college students sat on stage and performed to a captive audience. He had never been there before and had hoped to convince Alexander to meet him closer to Boston University. But his brother was adamant about going to a place called Johnny D's. She's back, Ty, Alexander said, staring down into his pint glass filled with an amber liquid. Who is Olivia? The word fell off his tongue in a way that made him miss her even more. Does Chelsea know? Yup. She ran into her outside of my office, after she came to me and begged me to take her back. And did you? Alexander raised the glass to his mouth and slowly shook his head. No, I just couldn't do it. All I could remember was how I felt when I left her in Florida after she begged me to leave her alone because it was the only way she could survive. I knew she didn't want that, but she looks so broken. And now I don't know what the fuck to think. I'm supposed to be getting married next month." Tyler exhaled slowly, thankful that he didn't have the girl problems Alexander seemed to have. He loved his brother and was grateful that, whenever he needed someone to talk to, Alexander would always call him. They were never that close when they were younger, but once Tyler started college, they became closer. Over the years, he watched Alexander go home with woman after woman until Olivia walked into his life. Little did Tyler know at the time that it was Alexander's Olivia from all those years ago. But he did know that Olivia was the best thing to ever happen to his brother. It made him change his ways and open his heart to love, a heart now possessed by Chelsea. "Are you in love with her?" he asked. "Of course I am," Alexander exclaimed. "I wouldn't have gone all the way to Florida if I didn't love her." Tyler lowered his voice. "No, Chelsea. Man, I was talking about Chelsea. Are you in love with her?" He raised his eyebrows, realizing that he probably already knew the answer. Alexander paused, thinking about the question. "Come on, Alex. You put a goddamn ring on her finger. You shouldn't have to even think about it. Just answer the question. Are you in love with Chelsea?" Alexander sighed. "It's not that easy, Ty. It should be. There shouldn't even be a doubt in your fucking mind if you're about to give that girl our last name." Alexander nodded, knowing that his brother was right. Why did Olivia have to show up and throw herself at him, begging for forgiveness? After the months spent with Olivia, his life finally had some semblance of normalcy. Chelsea offered him security in a relationship, which was something he never felt with Olivia. And he was in control. He needed the control. With Olivia, he had none. With Chelsea, he didn't feel as if his world was about to fall out from beneath him any second. Alexander shook his head, knowing that he wasn't in love with Chelsea. He knew he probably never would be. There was only one girl he would ever love, a girl that captured his heart years ago, and he never got it back. The apple of his eye, his Eve, his Olivia. "Tyler, Alex," a voice called out, bringing Alexander back from his thoughts. "Hey, Mo, good to see you." He looked at Mo and Kira with anxious eyes. "I didn't expect to see you two tonight." He wondered whether Olivia would be there, as well. It was Thursday night after all. Immediately, his heart started to race at the thought of seeing her. "You know how it is, Alex," Kira said. "We're never one to break with tradition. It's Thursday, and Thursday night is open mic night. Have you—" Alexander raised his eyebrows, not sure if he could finish his question. Mo shook his head. "No, she won't let us in, and she's not answering our calls. I think she just needs some time to process everything." He led Kira away from the bar toward their usual table, wondering if they would see Olivia that evening. A worried look spread across Alexander's face. Was she okay? He prayed that she didn't do anything stupid. "Excuse me for a minute." He walked away with the intention of calling Carter and ordering him to coordinate round-the-clock surveillance outside of Olivia's home. He wasn't thinking clearly earlier in the week when she was being followed. Now, could they have figured out she was back in town? What if she was in danger? He needed to at least make sure she was alive. As Olivia exited the Red Line subway station, climbing the stairs to street level, she wondered what had possessed her to go to open mic. It had only been 3 days since Alexander stomped on her heart, leaving it to bleed all over Boylston Street. During those 3 days as she wallowed on the couch, all she could hear was Alexander's voice calling her name. As much as she tried to forget about him, he had a tighter hold on her than she realized. On Tuesday, she felt horrible, using all of her willpower to not dull the ache with drugs and alcohol. So she begrudgingly picked up the phone and called Dr. Greenstein, who showed up at her door within an hour. A look of concern etched on her face as she took in Olivia's appearance. Without saying a word, she embraced Olivia while all the sadness, anger, hurt, and pain spilled out of her eyes. Dr. Greenstein ended up canceling all of her appointments that day, ensuring that Olivia was going to be all right. It was the doctor who encouraged her to resume her normal routine, little by little. And that meant open mic. So it was with a heavy heart that Olivia walked the block from the Davis Square subway stop in the snowy Boston streets to Johnny D's on Thursday night. She didn't know what to expect when she opened the door to the bar. She had been gone for so long, but as she made her way through the familiar bar, nothing seemed different. It was as if everyone's lives had gone on without her there, as if her life wasn't important, and she knew that was true. "Holy shit, you're here," Kira said, jumping up from their usual table, eyeing Mo suspiciously. "Yeah, I'm here. Might as well try to get back to my old life," Olivia said dryly as a server came to the table to take her drink order. "You singing tonight?" Mo asked, wondering whether he should tell her that Alexander was sitting at the bar. "Yup, and if either of you say the A word, I will leave immediately and never speak to you again. Got it?" Kira sighed. "Libby, you need to talk about it eventually. You know that, right?" Olivia took a sip of her much-needed gin. "Of course I do, but only when I'm ready. It's just too painful right now." She quivered. "So please, I beg you both to give me time." Mo draped his arm around her, kissing her temple gently, wishing he could take away the pain that so clearly consumed his friend's entire being. "Of course, Livy, we get it. He said I would always be his Eve, and I have no fucking clue what that means." Olivia downed the rest of her drink, signaling the server to bring her another one as she got up from her chair, leaving Mo and Kira alone. "He what?" Kira asked under her breath. "It's that song. Kay. The one he did right before he asked, you know who to marry him. Livy's his Eve." She came crawling back, begging for another shot. He knows that she's still the only one for him. He wants her back, but he's just too scared to admit it. That's what that song's all about. It's about something beautiful arising out of pain. Well then, why the fuck is he torturing her? He's doing the same thing she always did. He's too scared to get hurt again, so he's sticking with the sure thing. Kira turned around and shot daggers in Alexander's direction, wanting to hurt him for destroying her friend. Alexander signaled the bartender for his check as the Messi jumped back on stage. Carter said he was held up on another assignment, but would report to Olivia's house as soon as he could to make sure she was all right. But what if she wasn't? Alexander needed to go over there and check on her. He was starting to shake with apprehension about what he had said to her, and the way he just let her walk away from him, knowing that there could be a possible threat to her life out roaming the streets of Boston. "Okay, next up, an old favorite back from parts unknown." Alexander's heart stopped. Could it be? "Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Olivia Adler." The crowd roared with applause as Alexander watched Olivia rise from her table on unsteady legs and walk toward the stage, positioning herself behind the piano. It felt like no time had passed at all since that first night back in August when he watched her perform on that very stage. That was less than 5 months ago. Everything had happened so quickly, but things were very different now. "Thank you," Olivia murmured into the microphone. "You're all probably wondering where I've been." The audience clapped in response. "Well, it's kind of a long story, but the short end of it is that I got spooked. I guess. I got scared, and my gut reaction is to run when that happens. So that's what I did." She explained to the crowd, her voice shaking. "I ran to a beach in Florida, and I pushed away the one person that meant the world to me. Then I came crawling back only to find out that he wants nothing to do with me anymore, which kind of sucks, but I guess I deserve it." Olivia took a deep breath as she surveyed her captive audience. "Anyway, as I sat around my house today, I debated what song to do tonight. I didn't even want to come, but my persistent therapist was fairly persuasive in making sure I made an appearance here. This song came on my iPod and I knew it was perfect. This is What Did I Ever Come Here For by Brandi Carlile. I hope you all enjoy." Gingerly placing her fingers on the piano, she played the opening chords of the song before her voice filled the bar. It felt good to be back there, doing what she did best. It was all she knew. It was all she had left. Alexander had taken everything else from her. He took her heart, and she now knew that she would never get it back. He continued to hold on to it, even though he was going to marry Chelsea. As she sang, she thought about her decision to leave Alexander all those months ago and how, at the time, it seemed like her only option. His words still haunted her. It will destroy me too. She still heard him saying that in her dreams. Was her inability to deal with her past still destroying him? Alexander stared intently at Olivia as she sang about being away, then returning only to have her heart ripped out. She was right. It was the perfect song for the situation because that's exactly what happened. Olivia showed up, desperately wanting him to take her back, but all he did was push her away to protect his own heart. How was that any better than what she had done to him? How was it any different? "Hey, you okay, bro?" Tyler whispered. "Yeah, I'm good." Alexander stood up, throwing several bills on the bar. "Wait, where are you going?" "I don't know. Ty, I just can't be here right now. I shouldn't be here. I should be home with Chelsea." He walked toward the front door of the bar. Tyler leapt up, running to catch up to Alexander as Olivia sang about a worn-out soul. "Do you mean that?" What Alexander looked at Tyler with a questioning expression on his face. "Do you really think you belong at home with Chelsea? If that's truly what you think you want, I will support you 110%, you know I will." Alexander glanced over at the stage, his eyes meeting Olivia's. He inhaled sharply at the expression on her face, and their eyes remained locked for several long seconds. Bowing his head slightly, he shook it, unable to look into her sad brown eyes anymore. Eyes that always looked large on her face, but now looked like they didn't even belong there. He walked outside, Tyler following close behind. "Alex, please, think about it." "I have thought about it." "Tyler," he replied, stopping in his tracks to face his brother. "I've thought about it so much over the past few months, and then even more so over the past few days. At first, when I let her walk away from me this past Monday, I kept kicking myself for not screaming out her name and pulling her into my arms, telling her that I forgive her. But I don't know. She's only going to run again. And next time, I don't know if I could possibly survive it. So I need to do this for me. I need to move on and regain control of this situation. And marrying Chelsea is the only way I know that I can." He turned, walking briskly in the direction of his car. "God damn it," Tyler muttered, following his brother and trying to catch up to him. "Don't you think that's a little rash?" he shouted. Alexander turned around again, stopping in front of a brick building, the chilly Boston air sending shivers down his spine, causing his teeth to chatter. "Have you thought about how hypocritical you're being?" Tyler asked quietly. "You push her away because you're scared of getting hurt. That's the exact thing she did to you. What makes it okay for you to do it?" "Don't you think I know that?" he yelled, running his hands through his hair, glaring at his brother. "And it doesn't make it okay, but I need to do it. I call it self-preservation," a sweet voice interrupted. Alexander and Tyler both turned to see Olivia standing to the side. Tyler lowered his eyes, unsure of how much of his and Alexander's discussion she had overheard. Alexander couldn't do anything but stare into those big brown eyes. He was drawn to her eyes as much that day as he was the first time he gazed into them. Noticing a tense situation, Tyler cleared his throat. "Well, I'll just leave you two alone. I'll call you tomorrow." "Alex?" Tyler turned, leaving Alexander alone with Olivia. "Olivia, Alexander, please." She pulled her jacket tighter around her body, desperately seeking warmth. "Don't say anything. Let's just pretend we never ran into each other. I'm sure that's what you want. That way you can go on with your life. I know I threw your perfect little world into a tailspin the minute I came back to town, and I'm sorry. I just thought..." She trailed off, not knowing how to finish her sentence without breaking down. Alexander took a step toward her, their bodies almost touching. Olivia whimpered at the intense feeling coursing through her from the proximity of his strong, muscular body to hers once more. She looked up into his green eyes, wondering if she still had the same effect on him that he had on her. Seeing the desire pooling behind them, she had her answer. She quickly lowered her head, looking down at her boots as she stood on the snowy sidewalk, hopelessly trying to avoid his gaze. "Look at me," Alexander said. Olivia shook her head. "No, Alexander," she cried. "Please, I understand your reasons. Believe me, I do. but I just can't stand to look into your eyes right now. They haunt me enough in my dreams already. Every night for the past 4 months, that's all I've seen. Your eyes. I could draw them from memory. I just can't bear to look at them right now, knowing that you don't." Alexander wrapped his arm around Olivia's waist, pulling her body close as electricity coursed through his entire being from the feeling of her delicate frame crushed against his. "Please," she whimpered, her head buried in his chest as she inhaled his scent, still avoiding his eyes. "My heart can't take it. Alex, please, set me free." Her voice pleaded with him, still keeping her eyes turned down. You can't mean it." Olivia brought her hand to her cheeks, wiping her tears and trying to hide the pain in her face. "You're getting married to someone else. Alexander, please. I need you to release this hold you still have on me. I'm trying to stay so strong. And then you pull me back in, and I fucking crumble in your embrace. You made your decision. Now I need you to honor it so that I can survive." Alexander's heart sank as he released her. "What do you mean? Olivia, survive what?" She took a deep breath and turned to walk toward the subway station. "Life without you in it. Olivia, love." She stopped in her tracks at the mention of that term of endearment. She heard his voice calling her that in her dreams, only to wake up knowing that his new love was Chelsea. "Please, you broke me, Olivia," Alexander explained, wanting her to turn around and face him. "You, of all people, must understand." Olivia nodded slowly. "I understand." Looking over her shoulder, her eyes finally met his. "And I wish you all the happiness in the world," she said, turning her head forward. "But please, release me." Alexander took several deliberate steps, standing mere breaths behind her. "I don't think I can," she sobbed. "That's not fair. You need to. You're getting married. Why are you marrying her if you won't let me go?" He placed his hand on her stomach, pulling her back into him as he leaned down and kissed her hair, attempting to soothe her sobs. "Because you already have my heart. You've had it for longer than I think you realize," he explained. "And I don't want it back. But that still doesn't mean I am prepared to leave Chelsea. She cares about me, and she's a sure bet," Olivia muttered, finally realizing his reasons for pushing her away. "Yes, she won't run when things get tough, and I need that control in my life. Olivia, and with you, I am anything but in control. You've got to understand that." Olivia turned around to face Alexander. "Do you love her?" "Alex." She searched his eyes for the answer she already knew. He rolled his eyes. "Why does everyone ask me that?" She shrugged. "It's a simple question," she said quietly. "Do you love her? Does she set your body on fire with a simple touch? Does the thought of her bring a smile to your face? Do you miss her when you're at work? When you get a new text message? Does your heart race as you run to your phone, desperately hoping that it's her, because just the thought of a kind word from her sends butterflies dancing in your stomach?" Olivia took a step closer. She leaned in and whispered in his ear, her breath hot on his neck. "When you get home from a long day of work, do you want nothing more than to just bury yourself inside of her, savoring the closeness of your two bodies?" She stepped back, staring into his eyes. "Alexander, do you love her?" She quivered. Alexander stood there, speechless at Olivia's words. With each question, he could answer yes, but not about Chelsea. Only Olivia made him feel that way. But he couldn't tell her that. It was too painful to admit. As much as he wanted to scream to the world that he loved Olivia, he didn't. He stayed mute, as he so often did those days. "You may want to answer that question before you marry her." Olivia turned and made her way down the steps to the subway station, leaving Alexander in the snow, watching her walk away from him yet again. Chapter 23, A Favor. Olivia collapsed on the couch after finally getting home from open mic, not wanting to leave her house ever again. She couldn't go anywhere. The entire city reminded her of Alexander, the Commons, open mic, her work, McFadden's. Everywhere she turned, there was yet another reminder of what she lost. Days drifted by and Olivia stayed in the confines of her house, refusing to go into her bedroom, the smell of Alexander on the sheets still ever present. She spent most of her days on the couch, curled up in a ball. Kira and Mo had called and texted multiple times, but she wasn't ready to face them just yet. Thankfully, her friends knew enough to give her some space and time. They say that time heals all wounds. Olivia prayed that was true. As she checked her email each day, a new Google search alert would appear, discussing new details about the Alexander-Chelsea wedding. Photos emerged of the happy couple at a variety of pre-wedding activities, engagement parties, bridal showers. An internet poll was already taking bets on when their first child would be born. Over the weeks, tears wouldn't flow anymore, but the dull ache was still there. It had never left. She would occasionally look out her front window to see a black SUV parked on the street, Carter usually in the driver's seat, his eyes trained on Olivia's home. He would nod at her, a stoic look across his face. At first, Olivia would ignore him. Then she started to leave the couch to sit in the bay window, drinking her coffee as she stared at him. After a few days, he caught on and would have a coffee with him during that time each day. It made her smile. In the evenings, Carter left and Martin would sit in the SUV, keeping an eye on things. Olivia wondered why. Even after everything, Alexander still felt the need to protect her. Maybe he did still care about her. She recalled her last conversation with Alexander and how he couldn't even tell her that he loved Chelsea. One day, after several weeks passed, she woke on the couch and trudged over to make a cup of coffee. She was pretty much surviving on just coffee and alcohol. After preparing her drink, she walked over to sit in her bay window, feeling the cold winter air on the window. She spotted the black SUV and raised her cup to her mouth, hoping to meet Carter's eyes. But the eyes that stared back weren't Carter's. They were those green eyes that she kept seeing in her dreams every night. Her throat let out a silent cry. She sat there, drinking her coffee and staring at Alexander. She willed him to get out of the car and come talk to her, tell her that he made a mistake and that he wasn't going to marry Chelsea. She pleaded with him with her eyes, but he never moved. He sat there every day that week, not getting out of the car, keeping watch over her house, her self-imposed prison. She listened to all the people on the street, bustling about the busy Boston neighborhood, and Olivia sat on her couch, all alone, exactly how she wanted everything, or so she thought. Her only comforts were the multiple bottles of liquor that she had. On a snowy day, Olivia stood up from her couch to feed Nepenthe and felt weak, wondering when she ate last. Walking to the cupboard, she found a few snacks to munch on as she looked at the calendar. She didn't know how long she had been moping around her house. Alexander still remained outside in his SUV. He hadn't come crawling back to her, saying he made a terrible mistake. He had said nothing. He just sat and watched her. Olivia heard a buzzing in her kitchen and walked over to the island. It was her cell. She continued to ignore it, just as she had been doing since she got home after open mic night all those days ago. But she finally realized that she couldn't ignore life forever. "Hey, Kira," Olivia said, reluctantly answering the phone. "Jesus Christ, Libby. What the fuck is going on? Your door is deadbolted, and that's cool, but holy shit." "Yeah, sorry. It's been a rough week, I think," she replied dryly. "I figured as much. But try several weeks, bitch. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Do not lock me out or I swear to God." I know, Olivia interrupted. "You'll cut a bitch." Yes, I will," Kira said chirpily before she hung up the phone. Olivia groaned and unlocked the deadbolt before dragging herself upstairs to take a shower. She stood underneath the running water, thinking about what went wrong. She knew she was taking a risk pouring her heart out to Alexander. And he did say he was happy, although he didn't sound too convincing. He couldn't even say that he loved Chelsea. "Olivia, where are you?" Kira's voice cut through her thoughts. "I'm in the shower," she shouted. "Be out soon." She jumped out of the shower and, after being absolutely disgusted looking at her skeletal frame, threw on some yoga pants and a sweatshirt. She brushed out her hair and put it up in a messy bun before heading downstairs to see Kira. "Happy birthday," Kira and Mo shouted when Olivia walked into the living room. She stopped in her tracks, surprised. It was long past her birthday, but she had missed celebrating it with her friends. They made up for it, carrying in bags of food. "Sorry, it's all we could manage last minute," Mo said as Olivia grabbed a piece of sushi. She looked at her friends and immediately started crying, feeling overwhelmed by their kindness. "Thanks, guys." Her friends pulled her close, and the three of them stood in the living room, embracing. Sushi was her favorite thing in the world, except for oysters. But Alexander ruined oysters for her. "I don't know what I'd do if you two weren't in my life." Olivia looked at her two friends. "Okay," Kira said, bouncing up and down. "No more crying. From now on, only smiles." "Don't I wish?" Olivia said, giving her a sideways glance. She grabbed a glass of wine from Kira and walked over to the large bay window, meeting Alexander's eyes. He gave her a weak smile, taking in her frail figure as Mo walked up to her and put his arms around her. Alexander thought how he wanted to be able to comfort her now, but it was Mo instead. A tear fell down his face, wishing he could turn the clock back several weeks, or at least build up enough courage to face the woman he let walk away from him more times than he could count. But he was with Chelsea now, and she tried to make him happy. "Come on, baby girl," Mo said, leading her away. "Let's get some food in your system." He looked out the window, nodding in Alexander's direction. Olivia and her friends sat down at her dining room table and dug into the food, eating in relative silence for several moments. When everyone seemed to get their fill, Mo finally spoke. "So tell us, what's going on?" Olivia glared at him. "Livy, I'm not putting up with your shit, so just spill it. You need to talk about it, and I won't give up until you do." "Fine." She exhaled. She proceeded to tell them about going to Alexander's office, pouring her heart out to him, bumping into Chelsea in the hallway, running out of the building, and Alexander finding her on Boylston Street to return her jacket. She left out the part about some weird guy chasing her, not wanting to worry her friends. Then she told them all about her exchange with Alexander outside of Johnny D's that same week, when he all but said he wanted to be with her, but had to push her away to protect himself, and that he couldn't admit that he loved Chelsea. "You should give it one more shot." "Livy," Mo said, "he's definitely not over you. You need to give him a reason to fight for you." "Mo, he made it quite clear that he wanted nothing to do with me, apart from him telling me that I'll always be his Eve, which I have no fucking clue what that even means. He's shown no indication that he's not going to go through with that goddamn wedding." Olivia began breathing heavy, noticing her two friends exchange a look. "What? What is it you're not telling me?" Mo sighed. "You're his Eve. Come here, baby girl. Take a look at this." He grabbed his cell phone out of his pocket and, after searching for a video, handed the phone over to her. She hit play on the screen, not fully comprehending what she was seeing. She glanced up at her two friends as she watched Alexander sitting at the piano at Johnny D's, starting to play a song she knew quite well. It was actually a band she had turned him on to. "I don't understand," Olivia said softly. Every week for about a month, starting right around Thanksgiving, he would show up at open mic and perform. Kira explained. This is the song he chose to perform right before proposing to Chelsea. Olivia's heart sank in her chest. She could see the pain in his face as he sang about someone he loved leaving, making him empty inside. Then about finding that person, only for them to push him away again. "I'm his Eve," she whispered. "Exactly," Mo said. "The one he'll always put above all others, the one he'll always care about, the one he'll never be able to let go." Olivia stood up from her chair and walked over to the bay window, staring at Alexander. "I don't know if I can put myself through that again." "The fight's not over yet," Kira said. "I mean, he's sitting out there, keeping an eye on things over here. Apparently, he's had round-the-clock surveillance on this place. He still cares about you. Libs. A lot. I don't believe for a second that he's going to go through with that wedding. Hell, he barely spends any time at his place anymore. Just the other night, We ran into him and his dog when he was heading to the office just to get out of the house. Olivia sat there thinking, maybe there was another way. Is there anything I can do? Livy Mo asked, seeing the wheels turning in her head. Olivia turned around and faced her friends. Well, funny you should ask. Can you think of any way you could convince Alexander to go to McFadden's next time you guys play? There's a song I'd love to do if you don't mind. Mo, it's a little slower, but I would really appreciate it if you back me up. We're playing Friday, as usual. Well, good. Wait, what day is it? Kira laughed. It's Wednesday. Olivia looked down. What month is it? She had completely lost track of time. It's February 13th, jackass. Mo sneered. Jesus. I'm sorry. Guys. Olivia straightened up, hoping to find her backbone to actually go through with her plan. Well, let's do it this Friday then. This. Mo stared at Olivia. Really? You're willing to get up in front of over 500 people and pour your heart and soul out? All with the hopes that Alexander is actually there and listening. She thought for a minute. Well, yeah, that about sums it up. Let's get to work then. I've got a song to learn, Mo said, dragging Olivia upstairs. Ooh, I'll be your pretend audience, Kira said, leaping up from her chair and following them up the stairs. Wait a second. Guys, she said as Olivia opened the door to the music room. It's the 13th. That means, Olivia's heart sank. That means he's getting married this weekend. Mo grabbed his cell phone. Don't worry, I got this. He searched his phone, finally landing on the number he needed before dialing. Tyler, it's Mo. I need a favor. Chapter 24, Out of Control. You want to go to a bar with your brother after the rehearsal dinner tonight? Are you crazy for crying out loud? We're getting married tomorrow morning. Alex Chelsea huffed, glaring at him as he stood in the lobby of Old Trinity Church, waiting for their guests to arrive to go over the wedding processional. Yes, I do. Just for a little bit. A few of my friends will be there. Mo's band is playing and I want to go and support him. Plus, Tyler feels shortchanged that he didn't get to throw me a bachelor party. So, yes, I'm going to the bar. You can feel free to come with some of your friends, if you're that worried about me. That is so not how I was expecting to spend my last night as a single woman, Chelsea replied, taking a step closer, running her fingers down his chest. I was hoping this weekend would be incredibly romantic and not spent at some shitty bar, she whispered in a sultry voice. Chelsea, please, don't. I want to spend some time with my friends before I have to spend the rest of the weekend with you. He stared at her, his eyes fierce. No matter what he wanted to do, she had something to say about it. She took a deep breath. Going to the bar that night wasn't worth losing Alexander over. At least he had finally invited her out with him and his friends. Fine, we'll go to your little bar then. Chelsea grabbed Alexander's hand, leading him toward the vestibule to begin their rehearsal. Alexander, darling. An older woman stopped him, pulling him into her arms while Chelsea stayed firmly planted at his side. Wonderful to see you again. Chelsea, I wonder what you ever said to convince my son to marry you. Alexander chuckled a little at his mother's words and Chelsea's scowl. Oh, come, dear. It's just a joke. But I would like a word with my son before we begin, if you don't mind. Colleen Burnham glared at Chelsea, waiting for her to give her some privacy with Alexander. After returning the glare for several long moments, Chelsea finally spun on her heels, seeking out her sister. Hi, Ma, Alexander said, kissing her cheek. How's Miami? Oh, you know, same old thing. Sun, sand, and sangria. She winked. I'm glad you were able to be here this weekend. It means a lot to both of us, Alexander said, smiling at his mother's gentle face. Although she was in her mid-60s, she still had a youthful appearance about her. Well, I needed to be in town anyway to help plan our charity auction next month, so I'm killing two birds with one stone. Although I'm sensing something's just not right here. Alex. She grabbed her son's hands in hers, staring deep into his eyes. What's going on? Are you sure you're ready to marry that girl? Alexander exhaled loudly. Why does everyone ask me that? Colleen narrowed her gaze on him. Even though he towered over her by a foot, he would always be her baby. Because we care about you, Alex, and we want to make sure you're not getting into something you can't get out of. Marriage is a big deal, one you should not enter into lightly. Have you signed a prenup? Mom, Alexander exclaimed, aghast. Colleen shrugged, her demeanor unchanged. It's a legitimate question. Have you? I don't need one. Oh, come on. Alex, I'm sorry, but you better be damn sure you want to spend the rest of your life with that one if you're not going to make her sign a prenup. Yes, she comes from some money, but nothing compared to what she's about to marry into. Glancing over at Chelsea showing off her ring excitedly to people that he didn't even know, Alexander wondered what he was getting into, and why Chelsea wanted to rush into a wedding so badly. If it will make you happy, I'll have my lawyers draw one up. He turned to walk away. Alexander, Colleen said, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. What will make me happy is you doing what you think is right, doing what your heart wants. I know all about the other girl you were dating. Alexander whirled around, glaring at his mother before shooting daggers at Carol and Tyler over her shoulder. Ma, just think about what I said. Alex, follow your heart and not your head. For once, Alexander stared at his mother and felt an arm wrap around his waist as someone planted a kiss on his neck. No sparks, no electricity, nothing. Could he really resign himself to feeling nothing for the rest of his life? Come on, Alex, Chelsea crooned. We're ready to begin. Alexander blankly followed Chelsea down the long aisle leading to the altar of the historic church. He always loved the architecture of Old Trinity Church. He wasn't raised in a religious household and normally would never have considered having a religious wedding. But something about that church called to him, with the sun seeping through the large stained glass windows. It always reminded him that there was something bigger at play in his life. Call it God, call it fate, call it whatever you want. He was a strong believer in some higher power, no matter what you called it. But now, as he made his way down the aisle to take his place for the wedding rehearsal, he wondered if he had been ignoring that higher power those past several months. Alexander blanked out as the minister walked everyone through the ceremony. It was an excruciatingly long process, and Alexander wanted nothing more than to get out of there. Even with the sun setting over the city, illuminating the entire church and making it seem more open, he felt the walls crushing him. His heart raced and he struggled to breathe. Dude, you okay? Tyler whispered as he listened to the minister talk about love being patient. Alexander swallowed hard. Fine, I'm fine. Bullshit, Tyler said a little too loud. Everyone glared at him. Alexander chuckled a little before trying to compose himself. Sorry, just trying to clear up an irritation in my throat. Tyler laughed. After the minister was content that everyone knew what they were to do the following day, he dismissed the wedding party. Martin drove Alexander and Chelsea the few blocks to the rehearsal dinner at Atlantic Fish, an awkward silence filling the car. Alexander thought back to the last time he had been there. He couldn't believe Chelsea chose that restaurant, of all places, to have the rehearsal dinner. That was where he had taken Olivia on their first official date. What's going on with you? Chelsea asked, breaking the silence. What do you mean? He replied nervously. Do you think I'm stupid? Alex. Because I'm not. The past several weeks, you've been distant, and I don't know what it is. You told me that you were over Olivia and ready to start our life together, but lately, I don't know. I know you've been going over there, sitting watch outside her house. Martin pulled up outside the restaurant, discreetly getting out of the car to give the two occupants a little privacy. Alexander stared out the passenger window, spotting the table he sat at with Olivia all those months ago. Please, Alex, we're getting married tomorrow. I just want to make sure you actually want this. Or will Olivia always be your what if? A tear fell down Chelsea's face. Will she always be your Eve? I don't want to always come second to her. Alexander slowly shook his head and looked at her, staring deep into her brown eyes. Chelsea, I love you, and tomorrow, I'm going to marry you. You're what I need, not Olivia. He brushed his lips against Chelsea's, encouraging them apart with his tongue, exploring her mouth as he had done so many times over the past several months. Chelsea groaned and tugged on Alexander's hair, bringing her body closer to his. As he kissed her, all he could think about was Olivia. That made him want to kiss Chelsea even more, desperately trying to erase Olivia from his thoughts. He needed to. Reaching for the buttons on Chelsea's coat, he quickly rid her of her outermost layer, planting kisses along her neckline. "Alex, wait," she breathed out. "Our guests." "Let them wait," he growled. "What if someone sees?" Alexander raised an eyebrow. "When has that ever bothered you before?" Chelsea grinned. "You're right." She pulled his face back to hers, finding his lips as he quickly raised her dress to her waist. She moaned out in pleasure as he entered her. He didn't know why he was fucking her in the SUV, but he needed to regain control of everything. And that was the only way he knew how. Chapter 25, A Chance. Libby. "Oh my God, it is you!" Melanie exclaimed when she saw her old friend walk into the upstairs bar of McFadden's with Kira and Mo. "How are you?" She wrapped her arms around Olivia and squeezed, not wanting let go. "I've missed you so fucking much." She pulled back and took in her appearance. "We all have." Bridget nodded, hugging her friend. "We're glad you're back." "Libby, thanks, girls," Olivia responded, taking in her friends. "I missed you guys too. I'm sorry I haven't called or anything, but things have been rough." She watched as Bridget and Melanie passed a meaningful look. "So are you back with the band then?" Melanie asked, taking a sip of her drink and breaking the tension. "No, well, kind of. I'm doing one song tonight." Bridget's eyes lit up. "Really?" Olivia nodded as she took a long drag of the drink Kira handed her. "Yeah, I still can't believe he's getting..." Her voice trailed off, unable to even say the words. Bridget wrapped her arms around her, trying to comfort her. "Hey, I'd be surprised if he actually goes through with it. I mean, after you left, he was down at the wellness center, pestering poor Mel every day, asking if you had contacted anyone there. Hell, we finally figured out you were back that second week of January when he stopped coming down." Olivia stared at Melanie and Bridget. Even in November and December, Melanie nodded. "Yeah. Even the week after his engagement hit the papers, he still came in, every day, asking if anyone had heard from you. I was secretly thankful that you hadn't reached out to anyone there because I didn't know what I would tell him. He looked so sad, even after he put a ring on that bitch's finger." Mel, Olivia said, playfully smacking the lively blonde. "No, she's right," Kira interrupted. "She's a bitch." "Go, Team Olivia," Bridget said, pumping her fist in the air. "Oh, God. Not you." "Too," Olivia laughed. It felt good to finally smile and joke around with her friends. "We'll always be on your side. You know that." "Right," Bridget said, a warm look in her dark eyes. "We'll always be here for you when you need us. We won't ever leave you." "Libby." Olivia raised her glass to her lips, trying to fight back the tears that threatened to fall. "So, are you ready for this?" Mo asked, walking up to the group of girls. "As ready as I'm going to be," Olivia answered. "Are you sure he'll be here?" she asked him. Melanie and Bridget surveyed Olivia, a questioning look on their faces. "Yeah, Tyler convinced him to come, but we don't want him to see you before it's time, so just hang out in back of the stage. Kira will keep a lookout. When he gets here, we'll bring you up." "Okay." Olivia took a deep breath. "We better get going then," Mo said, wrapping his arm around Olivia's waist and leading her away from her friends and toward the stage. "When Kira gives me the go-ahead, we're going to rearrange the setup a little so the piano is center stage. We want you to be the focus." "Okay, baby girl, thanks, Mo." She gave him a quick peck on the cheek before disappearing behind the curtain, waiting for her call. The band did some final sound checks as the large room began filling up. At around 10, Mo stepped up to the microphone and faced a packed bar. "Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Of course, a day late. Thanks for spending your night here with us." The band kicked off, playing some Rolling Stones, the crowd dancing along. At that moment, Tyler and Alexander walked up the stairs to the second floor, Chelsea just a few steps behind with her sister. "I don't know why you like this bar so much," she shouted so Alexander could hear her over the music. He turned around, waiting for them to catch up, glowering at her. I'm here to support my friend, Chelsea. That's all. As they reached the back of the bar, Tyler turned to Alexander and the girls. What would you all like to drink? Whatever Alex is having is fine by me, Chelsea replied, her sister nodding in agreement. Okay, wait here. We'll be right back, Alexander said, leaving the girls standing toward the back of the large room as he made his way over to the bar with his brother. Alex, you're here. We weren't expecting to see you tonight, Kira said, walking over to him, wrapping her arms around him. Good to see you, too. Tyler, she said with an appreciative nod. Happy Valentine's Day. She winked. You too. Nice to see you, Mr. Burnham, Melanie said, grinning. She had a feeling she knew what was going on. You as well, Melanie. Bridget. He nodded toward the girls before looking back into Kira's green eyes. Several moments passed without anyone saying anything. Kira thrilled that Tyler was able to convince him to come to the bar that night. All of a sudden, Alexander gasped. Wait, Carter said Olivia was over at your house. Is everything okay? Of course, but you know Olivia. She's moody. Kira saw Alexander's face drop. She's okay, Alex. She just needs to get through this. She'll come out fine on the other side. She always does. But I just needed to get out of the house for a little bit. Grab Chelsea and come meet us back here. She changed the conversation so that Alexander didn't become suspicious and leave. Kira had Tyler on her side anyway. Okay, I'll be right back. Alexander turned to leave. I'm Tyler, by the way, he said, extending his hand to Melanie. She giggled, shaking his hand. I'm Melanie, but everyone just calls me Mel. It's wonderful to meet you. Mel? He beamed. Melanie blushed at the mini version of Alexander standing in front of her. Do you think this will work? Tyler asked Kira, breaking the silence. She shrugged as she reached into her purse. I sure hope so. What is going on? Bridget asked. Kira winked. You'll see. Patience. She found her cell phone and texted Olivia. A few minutes later, just as the final note of the band's last song rang through the bar, Mo looked at the audience, finding Kira standing with Melanie and Bridget. A grin crossed his face when he noticed Alexander, Tyler, Chelsea, and someone he didn't recognize standing directly behind them. Kira gave Mo a brief nod. Quick set change, guys, Mo said into the microphone as his band quickly moved the grand piano center stage, readjusting their positions on stage to make room for it. Great. Thanks. Here's one we've never done before. That was her cue. Taking a deep breath, Olivia stepped onto the stage while the crowd cheered. When she was set behind the piano, Mo spoke again. Miss Olivia Adler, everyone. The crowd erupted in loud applause and cheers. Several people began chanting, Libby, Libby, Libby. Olivia smiled. Thank you, Mo. Thanks for letting me perform tonight. Alexander gaped at her. What was she doing, now that he saw her up close and not through a dirty window? He couldn't believe his eyes. She had lost even more weight. Her eyes looked cold and empty. The spark was gone. It looked as if her soul had been sucked out of her body. All that sat up at the piano was an empty shell, and he knew it was all his fault. I'm here tonight to sing a song from the bottom of my heart. Olivia looked over the audience and saw Alexander standing near Kira. Chelsea was clearly unhappy. You see, there's this guy and, pardon my French, I royally fucked up. I pushed him away, and he's getting married tomorrow. The audience gasped and a smile spread across Olivia's face. The funny thing is, he made me so fucking happy. A voice shouted from the audience, I'll make you happy, Libby. Alexander glared in the direction of the voice, surprised by his reaction. Olivia looked toward the rather drunk man. Thanks, I appreciate that. But here's the thing. Her eyes roamed the audience, speaking to them as if it was a big group therapy session because, at that moment, that's what she needed. I've gone my entire life pushing everyone away, scared that if I got too close to someone, they would leave me. And I did it again. I ran from this wonderful person, fearful that, in the end, he wouldn't be able to deal with all my craziness and would eventually leave me. I tried to protect myself from getting hurt. A tear escaped from Olivia's eye. But the pain I have been through these past several months is so much more than anything I have ever experienced." She scanned the audience and locked eyes with Alexander. And when I realized how big of a mistake it was, I came groveling back, only to realize he moved on, like I asked him to. The audience was silent, listening intently to every word. Olivia returned her eyes to the rest of the crowd. "He was someone I hated to leave in the morning. I couldn't get enough of him while we were together. He accepted me for who I was, never wanting to change a thing about me." She returned her gaze to Alexander, her eyes pleading with him, her chin quivering. "Alexander, you were someone I think I could have fallen madly in love with." She took a deep breath, needing the inner courage to get through what she was about to do. "I know it's over. I do. I never gave our relationship a chance, but I'm hoping you will now, for both of our sakes. Life is too short to waste on a mediocre relationship, don't you think?" Olivia looked down, placing her hands on the piano keys. "This is Ashes and Wine by A Fine Frenzy." Alexander listened to the opening chords of the song, mesmerized by the woman on the stage, a deep sadness enveloping his body. "Come on, Alex," Chelsea said, her heart racing. She had been worried about losing Alexander since Olivia returned to town. She felt everything was spiraling out of control. "Let's get out of here." She turned to face her sister. "She's clearly lost her mind," she said loudly so Alexander could hear. "Chelsea, enough," he growled. Tyler smiled, wrapping his arm around Melanie's small waist and leaning over toward Kira. "I think it's working." Alexander returned his attention to the woman on stage. The pain in Olivia's voice was so real that he could physically feel it. He couldn't believe that she was up on stage, pouring her heart out in front of hundreds of people. Granted, she had done the same at open mic nights in the past, but that was to a crowd of maybe 50 people. At McFadden's, there were easily 500 people, if not more, listening to her beg for one last chance. It was unlike anything she would ever do. Her fear of rejection and abandonment controlled her. And there she was, facing her fears head-on. Olivia sang the chorus, her voice sweet and quiet, holding back unbidden tears as she pleaded for a second chance. She wanted Alexander to feel her pain, to hurt as she hurt. Regret coursed through her body as she remembered how she pushed him away over and over again. She wanted one last chance, so she begged, hopelessly wanting him to change his mind or, at least, not marry Chelsea. Not marry. Alexander looked at Chelsea, her eyes shimmering with tears as she sent him a pleading look. He knew that he had done exactly what Olivia did. He pushed her away, ignoring the best thing that had ever happened to him, scared that she would run again, leaving him hurting and in pain. Up until that moment, he was content with his decision to keep his heart at arm's length, desperately needing the control he felt from that. As he stared back and forth between the two women that knew him better than anyone else, he was torn. Olivia watched Alexander stare into Chelsea's eyes, but couldn't figure out if the connection between him and Chelsea was still there or not. As she finished the first chorus, her heart sank when Alexander leaned down and kissed Chelsea. Olivia's eyes immediately snapped back to the piano, thankful to have the familiarity of the white and black keys laid out in front of her. As she continued singing, her voice became stronger, remembering all those mornings waking up next to Alexander, sharing coffee and kisses. A tear escaped her eye, falling down her cheek. She shook her head, reminding herself that those were no longer her lips to kiss. He was very nearly a married man, and once the song was over, she would stop fighting for him. She had been fighting for him since she arrived in Boston. She was mentally and physically exhausted. There was no fight left. There was nothing left. Olivia's eyes roamed the audience, locking on Alexander's wet eyes once more. She sang the last chorus to him as if he was the only person in the entire audience because, to Olivia, he was the only one that mattered at that moment. But she couldn't continue on if he wanted nothing to do with her. As the final chord rang through the bar, she resolved that she would walk away from him if that really was what he wanted. "Olivia Adler," ladies and gentlemen, Mo shouted, leering in Alexander's direction as Olivia finished the song to enthusiastic applause. Tears fell down Alexander's cheeks as he kept his arms tightly wrapped around Chelsea, desperate to feel something for her. He watched as Olivia quickly jumped off the stage, making a beeline to the bar. She hovered for a moment, waiting for Alexander to say something, but it never happened. He simply gazed at her and slowly bowed his head, shaking it. Olivia felt all the wind rush out of her body. It was over. She lost him. He was going to leave that bar and marry Chelsea the following morning. "Come on, Libby, let's get you out of here." Kira grabbed Olivia's arm and dragged her away. Alexander watched as Kira led Olivia out of the bar, wondering if he would ever see her again, wondering if he made the right decision, wondering if it wasn't too late to change his mind. "Come on, Alex, let's go home," Chelsea crooned in his ear. "We have a big day tomorrow." A man stood in the corner of a bar in downtown Boston, looking at a sad, beautiful woman being led away, clearly too heartbroken to even stand. Nathan Roberts knew it was risky to come to Boston after all these years, but he needed to. When Thomas Burnham died, he thought all hopes of ever finding her again were gone. But one clue led to another, which led to another, and he eventually found out that she had returned to Boston. He heard that she had been singing with a band on Friday nights at a bar in the financial district, and he wanted to see it for himself. When the lead singer of the band announced a guest performer that night, whose name was Olivia, his heart skipped a beat. He wondered why she still went by Olivia and not her real first name. Sarah, or at least her real first name on paper. He hid himself in the back of the audience, his eyes glued to the woman sitting behind the baby grand piano. The face, the eyes, the lips, they belonged to her mother. Then she sang, and he knew. He found Olivia. After all these years of looking, his search was finally at an end. She was there, her voice full of pain. And then he saw who she was singing to. It couldn't be, he thought to himself. But she had said his name. Alexander. What did Olivia know? Chapter 26, Wrecked. Olivia woke up the following morning, still wearing her dress from the night before. The rising sun peeked through the blinds, and she looked outside, hoping to see green eyes staring back at her from a parked SUV. But there was nothing. No car parked out front. Nothing. The street was empty, just like she felt inside. Empty, always a glutton for punishment. She walked over to her TV and flipped on the news, knowing there would be coverage of the wedding since it appeared to be the event of the year in Boston. She was right. Olivia watched as teams of reporters stood in front of Old Trinity Church in Copley Square, naming off various dignitaries from numerous countries in attendance. She felt her stomach churning at the thought of Alexander saying those vows to Chelsea, placing that ring on her finger, and the minister declaring them husband and wife until death do they part. Bolting off the couch, she ran for the bathroom and emptied the contents of her stomach into the toilet, dry heaving because she barely ate anything the previous day. At that moment, she knew she needed to leave Boston. Everything reminded her of Alexander. Knowing that he would be married within the next few hours broke her even more than she was before. Raising herself off the bathroom floor, she ran up to her bedroom and began throwing some of her belongings into her suitcases. She had paid for the beach house until mid-April. That's where she would go. She knew she was running, but this time, she was running from someone who wanted nothing to do with her. Someone that made her very presence painful in that city of so many amazing memories. As she packed, she heard a loud knock on the front door. Not expecting company, she ignored it, wanting to get out of Boston as soon as possible. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Olivia heard a few minutes later. She turned her head to see Mo and Kira standing in the doorway, their arms crossed and eyes wide. "I'm packing. That's what the fuck I'm doing," she cried out. "I need to get out of here." She ran around to the other side of the bed, grabbing another suitcase, and began taking more clothes off hangers and stuffing them into the bag. "Shouldn't you two be on your way? You'll be late for the wedding of the fucking year." Olivia's breathing picked up. She clutched her chest, falling to the ground, collapsing under the absolute heartache she felt at that moment. Mo rushed to her, enveloping her in his arms as he cradled her, rocking her back and forth. "Come on, baby girl. Let it out. Let it all out. It's okay." He kissed her head as sobs racked through her entire body. "I can't stay here. Mo, please, just let me go. I'll be in Florida. I still have that beach cottage. I just can't be in this city. Not when every street, every building, every park bench reminds me of everything I lost." Olivia's eyes searched Mo's. "Please," she whispered, her voice full of pain. "Let me go." Kira walked over and sat down on the floor, wrapping her arms around her friend, her own heart breaking from how hurt she looked. She had seen Olivia at her absolute worst. The wreck sitting in front of her was far more tragic than anything she had seen in all her years of knowing her. "If you really think that's what you need to do, we'll support you, Libby." Mo's eyes flashed toward Kira, shock etched across his gentle face. "Thank you," Olivia replied weakly. "We couldn't go to the wedding. Libby, it just didn't seem right. Nothing about it seems right. Plus, we were your friends first. You need us more than he does today." Kira clutched Olivia's hand. She nodded, her breathing stabilizing. "I'm going to miss you both, but I have to go. You can come and visit anytime you want." Mo nudged her. "I'm going to hold you to that." Olivia smiled as she wiped the tears from her eyes, trying to compose herself. "Are you sure you'll be okay to drive?" Kira asked, her face full of concern. "Yeah, I'll be fine. It will help take my mind off things. Give me time to think." "Well, let's get you on your way then. It's a long drive." Mo winked as he grabbed a few of her suitcases, bringing them out to her car. An hour later, Olivia maneuvered her way through the Boston city streets for the last time. After begrudgingly waving goodbye to their friend, Kira and Mo made their way to Kira's house by the community gardens to forget about the past few months. They were sad to see Olivia leave, but understood why she had to go. The pain in her face was worse than either one had seen before. They spent most of the day curled up on the couch, watching snow fall outside and reminiscing about all the good times they shared with Olivia. As the beer ran out, Kira decided it was time to kick the party into second gear, not caring that it was nearly 3 in the morning. She poured several shots, both Kira and Mo needing the liquor after all the drama of the past several weeks. "To Olivia," Kira slurred, raising her shot glass, tears starting to form beneath her eyelids. "To Olivia," Mo responded, slinging his shot back in unison with Kira. "Remember that crazy piercing phase she went through?" "What? Her junior year of college?" he asked after the burn of the liquor subsided. Kira laughed, wiping her nose with her sleeve. "Yeah, I went with her to get her tongue pierced. I dragged her to a party that night, and she did a few keg stands with a brand new stud in her tongue. It was all swollen and shit. God, it was a riot. She was so much fun. The two of you together behind the bar at Scotch. Jesus. I think security had to work overtime those nights to make sure no one laid any hands on either of you. I can't even tell you how many times I saw them kicking someone out." Kira sighed. "Yeah, that happened a lot, didn't it?" "Sure did. But, man, she wouldn't put up with shit from anyone. She used to be so quiet when she first started working there. And then this whole other girl came out of nowhere. Once she got behind that bar, she had this spunk. Remember the time she grabbed that guy in the nuts and twisted so hard, I swear the entire bar heard them pop." Kira laughed hard at the memory. Tears that streamed down her cheeks, now tears of joy instead of sorrow. "Yeah, we had some good times." "Yup." Mo raised another shot glass and Kira followed suit. Just as they swallowed the liquid, a loud knock sounded. Kira looked at the front door, wondering who could possibly be pounding on her door at that late hour, or early hour, depending on how you look at it. Expecting anyone, Mo asked, his eyebrows raised. "No, not really." She got up from the table and stumbled over to the front door, pulling it open. "What the fuck?" Kira exclaimed in complete shock when Alexander pushed through, wearing a formal tuxedo. His bow tie was all disheveled and it looked like he had been running, or drinking, or both. "Where is she?" he asked frantically. "Who?" Kira asked. "Cut the crap, Kira," Alexander growled. "You know damn well who." "Oh." You mean the girl whose heart you stomped on last night and now it's all bled dry on the dirty, nasty floor of a bar? Is that who we're talking about here? She spat out, unintimidated by Alexander's size as he stood hovering over her petite frame. Damn it, where is she? Alexander roared. You know what? Alex, I like you. I do. But you're toxic to her. She poured her heart out to you. And all you did was spurn her, not even giving her the time of day. You did exactly what she did, and you continued to hold what she did to you against her. Leave her alone. You're married now. You need to let her go so that she can move on with her life. She's better off without you in it. Kira returned to the table and poured another line of shots. Alexander followed, stalking into the kitchen and nodding a greeting to Mo. Kira, please, I need to know where she is. He turned to Mo. Please, Mo, I'm begging you. Mo shook his head. I'm with Kira on this one. You need to leave her alone. You should have seen how she... Mo trailed off. The memory of one of his best fiends looking so broken and emotionally beaten permanently ingrained in his memory. He would do everything within his power to make sure that never happened to Olivia again. How she would, Alexander asked quietly. How she looked, Kira exclaimed, spinning around to face him yet again, her green eyes on fire. You've ruined that fucking girl. I love her like a sister, and I've seen her go through a lot of shit. But what I walked in on earlier this morning, the hurt and unbearable pain taking control of her entire body, was more than I could bear to see. So she left. Alex? She took a deep breath, trying to control her Irish temper. Please, go home to your wife. Kira downed another shot and turned back around, desperately wanting to put some space between her and the man that broke her best friend into millions of tiny pieces. The man that crushed her soul. The man that killed her spirit. Alexander grabbed Kira's arm, spinning her back around to face him, raising his left hand. He growled, Do you see a fucking ring on this finger? Kira gasped, not speaking for a moment while her brain processed what he had just said. What do you mean? Alex, she asked quietly. What do you think I mean? Kira, he replied, lowering his voice and releasing his grasp on her arm. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't go through with it. Why do you want to know where Livy is? Mo asked, wanting to protect his friend. I'm not so sure it's a good idea, telling you that. Please, Mo, I'm begging you. I know I've been such a prick these past few weeks. I should have stopped all this foolishness the second she walked back into my life. But I didn't. I pushed her away because I was scared of getting hurt again and losing control. I knew that it was the same thing Olivia did, so why was it okay for me to do it and not her earlier? As I was watching Chelsea walk down the aisle, all I could hear in my head was my mother's voice, saying to follow my heart and not my head. And when Chelsea's father pushed back her veil, all I could think about was how I wished it was Olivia standing next to me. And then the minister started going on and on about Adam and Eve, the first woman and man. Kira gasped. I think it surprised Chelsea too. She looked at me and just knew that I was about to walk out. It was almost like it was a sign. Olivia is my Eve, and she always will be. So please, you need to tell me where she is. I'm begging you both. Kira looked up at Alexander and could see how upset and sincere he looked. She's back in Florida, she whispered. Alexander's eyes lit up and he kissed Kira on the cheek. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He ran from the room. Go get her, Alex Mo shouted. But if you hurt her again, I swear I have ties to the mob. Alexander laughed as he leapt out the front door into the snowstorm, speeding to his waterfront penthouse, hoping that the airport had a runway clear.